The roar rolled in from the distance, so heavy it made the mountains shiver. Earth shook, birds scattered, beasts bolted. Deep in a cavern, a young beast jolted awake, dazed and blinking. What was that? Lin Kai felt like he had snapped out of a nightmare. His thoughts were foggy. No familiar room. No high-tech gaming pod. Only a dark, warm cave. Cold rock. A few gold coins scattered near a puddle. Where am I? A headache split his skull as memories slammed into him. Magic like in a fantasy novel. His past life as a player. The last thing he remembered was taking a contract from a rich player and grinding giant fingers in Giant's Canyon for 8 hours straight. Exhaustion won. He'd gone AFK to nap, planning to climb back into the pod later. He opened his eyes here instead, and his body felt wrong. He pushed himself upright on all fours and crawled to the water. A dragon looked back. Dense red scales. Golden slit pupils full of ferocity. A body a little over 3 meters long. Still young, still soft in places, but edged with danger. Fine dagger teeth, hooked claws, thick cords of muscle. A young dragon. Not just any kind either. Red. The most brutal of the 5-colored. Sulfur burned on his tongue. Something in his throat felt like a capped volcano. He sneezed. Steam and smoke puffed from his nostrils. A translucent blue panel bloomed in the air. Young red dragon. Name: Cassius Claudius Norixius. Template: NPC, 10 years, 1 day, 18 hours until server launch. Type: large dragon, lawful neutral. AC: 18, natural armor. Attributes: STR 21, Dex 10, Con 18, Int 12, Wis 11, Cha 14. Skills: Stealth +4, Perception +8, Hunting +2, Escape +4, Knowledge Future +4. Damage immunities: Fire. Senses: Blind sight 10 feet, Dark vision 60 feet, Passive perception 14. Languages: Draconic Common. Actions: Bite Claw, Tail, Flight, Breath, Fire. Feats: None. Challenge: 6, 2100 XP. Description: The claws and fangs of a red dragon are an adventurer's nightmare. They open fights with breath or brutal charges, and many wield ancient magic. Never underestimate a young red dragon, or it will become your lifelong regret. I transmigrated to Erizig, he whispered, and I became Kai Ge. The pieces clicked. Erizig was that holographic behemoth built on the old D&D chassis, origin unknown, tech like sorcery. It claimed to build a real world and somehow made good on the claim. At peak, it had hundreds of millions online. Ordinary folks, elites, CEOs, and senators. People lived in their pods, stumbling out only to eat and sleep. Entire markets orbited each update. Legendary drops sold for millions. It became the Bitcoin of a new age. He had been one of the faithful, and Kai Ge was him now. Cassius Claudius Norixius, the first world boss of Erizig 1.0 and Zeta Turmoil. A wicked red dragon bound by pact to an abyssal demon. Ashen Flame. Mountain Rage Fire. Player Life Reaper. Newbie Nightmare. Back then, during the questline Winter Fury, fresh arrivals were roasted in waves. The dragon ruled the sky. Their attacks barely scratched him. On average, they died dozens of times. Corpses carpeted the slope, even from future pros. In the end, they beat him by throwing their lives away in sequence. The legend stuck: Kai Ge's barbecue, unmatched in the world. Even in 4.0, with the level cap at 20 and players poking into the astral and hopping planes, people still told the story of the red dragon who turned experts into piles of charcoal. Another roar split the air and dragged him back to the present. Wind pressed into the cave mouth. Cassius crept to the edge and looked out. Far above, a colossal red dragon beat her wings, stirring a gale. 20 meters of armored fury. His mother, in her prime. Half-human, half-elf wretch, get off my mountain, she thundered. Do you even know who stand before you? I am Archelenia, beloved of Her Majesty Tiamat, ruler of Cloud Peak. A lone warrior faced her from the ground, helm bright under a haze of light. Dark gold armor, slender frame, slightly pointed ears, A half-elf, and likely a woman. She planted her sword and spoke without flinching. Evil dragon, your arrogance cannot veil your end. You stole and you slaughtered. You shattered justice and order. Whatever god backs you, we who swore our oaths will collect the price. Your life. The vow of vengeance rang like steel. She drew a silver blade. Archelenia snorted in dove, jaws yawning wide. Heat boiled from her throat. The air rippled. The twilight blade Cassius thought, and the quest text surfaced. Main quest, Winter Fury. 10 years ago, the red dragon Archelenia was slain by the wandering half-elf paladin Twilight Blade Rhea. Her hatchling, Cassius Claudius Nerixius, fled into the Antica range. He has since forged a pact with an ancient demon and become the Ashen Flame. Cities burn. His army gathers. The Northlands will be put to the torch unless justice holds. So this was that day, 10 years before the players arrived. From here, he could feel Rhea's presence. Level 20, brushing legend, carrying divine favor. A world-class force. A mature red dragon sat at Challenge 17 on paper. Legendary templates helped, but a paladin under a god's hand was a different problem. In 4.0, she had advanced to true legend and anchored the Elven Kingdom arc. He didn't see a path where his mother survived. Cassius pulled back from the light, shook off the thought, and trotted deeper into the nest. Survival first, then escape. Before leaving his childhood home, he needed seed capital. By Tiamat, a true red dragon horde. Please don't be stingy. He exhaled a sulphurous breath, rolled his shoulders, and stretched his stiff wings. This world walked like a game, talked like a game, and bled like a world. The dragon side of him felt closer to 3ES sorceress blood, while player classes leaned 5E with house rules. Erizig wore its mechanics on the surface, but underneath it was something else entirely. An alternate world with a server clock that had already started counting down. Following the scent etched into his blood, Cassius slipped through the winding caverns until a slab of stone loomed ahead. The door was thick and menacing. His mother's private hoard, her sanctum of greed, the one place in Enzita every creature dreamed of finding and never did. He eased a claw against the stone and shoved. The door groaned open. He kicked off the ground at once. Boom! Lava surged like a loosed beast, hissing and spitting heat that could melt bone. This was her trap for thieves. Reduce them to slag and leave nothing behind. Even with his head start, the wave swallowed him. It scalded, blistering hot, but his blood was hers. Fire answered to it. His scales were thin and his hide still tender, so it stung more than a bath, yet it could not kill him. Hey yo, he churned his wings like oars and shot through the molten flood into a tunnel beyond. The cavern opened. Gold rose in ridges and dunes. Coins slid at the touch and poured in bright streams over dark rock. Between the drifts, artifacts winked with bottled magic. His breath hitched. Heat puffed from his nostrils. Orange slits drank the shine. Something in his blood urged him. Take it. All of it. Boom. The mountain quivered. Dragon roar. Paladin's battle cry. The sound cracked his trance. Time was running out. His mother was losing. When she fell, the Avenger would look for the next evil to smite. Young evil made an easy second target. He could not carry a kingdom's ransom. And this was a kingdom's ransom. Millions in coin. No wonder a near legend had hunted her to these peaks. She must have gutted a royal treasury and fled north with the spoils. Only what keeps me alive, he told himself. Magical items first. He weighted the drifts, snatching the pieces that pulsed with power. Blade ring. Cuts slashing damage. Soul amulet. One speak with dead per day. Nullifier charm. Cancels a spell of level 6 or lower once. That's mine. He swallowed the mithril charm hole. Dragons were born to magic. Their bodies stored and fed it. Anything swallowed could lodge and function inside. Old addicts carved runes on each scale and wore their skins as libraries. Heart of lava. Extra fire damage. Good. Blazing staff. 3 charges of fire ray. Good. In moments he had downed a dozen useful trinkets. The rest were court toys. Costly. Pretty. Useless. The battle outside peaked and then faltered. Her roars thinned. Time to move. He angled toward the escape shaft, but the gold kept tugging at the corner of his eye. The urge to eat it all throbbed under his skin, bright and sickly sweet. He was already packed full of talismans. Just one bite. He opened wide and scooped a mound of coins. Gold sluiced past his fangs and spilled in a glittering fall from his lips. He braced for metal. Instead, the coins softened on his tongue, like greasy sweets in a furnace mouth. A pane of light slid into view. Achievement, Gold Devourer. As an evil dragon, you do not settle for hoarding. You fold wealth into your body. Your greed unsettles even the gods. When your strength ripens, your hunger will follow. New passive trait obtained. Metallic Scales LV for 4250/5000. AC +2. Constitution +1. Devouring precious metals binds their essence to your hide and heart. Your scales take on a metallic sheen, and your armor and endurance rise sharply. Note, Yon Caperi is coveted even the god's vault. He ended as a golden statue adrift in the astral. Coins chimed in his gut. Heat washed his skin. Crimson plates picked up a thin golden sheen. His heart thumped harder and sent hotter blood through his limbs. Huff. Good. And panel gains were not linear. Each tier stacked like a multiplier. Constitution now counted for far more than a single point on paper. Shame I can't take it all. No time left. Dithering would make him the cliché, a red dragon who died with a mouth full of coins. Go. Pride and arrogance said never leave a treasure behind. His mother, for once, had not listened to pride. She had cut a narrow hatchling's run through the rock. Belly rounded with loot, Cassius sprinted into the escape tunnel, half running, half fluttering, away from the nest. This shaft opened onto the southern face of Cloud Peak. Far below lay the Bakara forest. The spruce and birch there were tall enough to hide a young dragon and quiet enough to feed him. Wind's hot. We're gone. He sighted the pale light ahead and lunged for the exit.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Meanwhile, in the sky above, the once fierce red dragon was now covered in wounds, moaning softly, her body scarred deeply, with a golden radiance seeping into her injuries, constantly corroding them. Her wing membranes were tattered like torn cloth, each flap making a whistling sound through the gaps, adding to the desolate sight. Yet she only considered this opponent troublesome, not believing that they could completely defeat her. After all, she was a red dragon, wielding Tiamat's power, possessing scorching flames, and having various means yet unused. Boom! The red dragon struggled to land on the mountain, causing the rocks to rumble and loose stones to fall. For the first time, hesitation crept into her voice. Half-elf, you are strong. Unlike those mortals, your power far surpasses theirs, so you are worthy of a noble true dragon's attention. Become my vassal, and together we can rule the Anzita wilderness. But the half-elf paladin did not respond, only slowly raising her silver sword, her gaze resolute. Her slightly charred silver armor still faintly glowed. To pursue sworn foes or banish lesser evils, I vow to challenge greater wickedness. And to sworn enemies, there shall be no mercy. Rhea leaped lightly into the air, the silver sword in her hand emitting a light akin to the glow of a setting sun. Though not particularly bright or intense, it carried a steadfast resilience, a light that would shine even in the darkest hours. This was the origin of the name Twilight Blade. Spirit of vengeance. With a clear shout, countless ethereal spirits appeared around the half-elf paladin. They were children burned to death in a fire, mothers crushed under collapsing homes, men who raised pitchforks to fight only to be turned to ash by dragon flames, warriors who stood against evil but were crushed by claws, and paladins burning with a will for vengeance. Rhea began to fly, ethereal black wings sprouting from her back, making her resemble an avenging angel. At that moment, she was high above the mountain peak. Roar! Arclenia let out a furious roar, her absolute red dragon pride refusing to let any lesser creature dare look down on her. Now, the power flowing through her bloodline surged to its peak, unleashing primal, brutal physical strength, using the red dragon's specialty, close combat. She launched herself forward with unmatched momentum. Boom! The impending clash of two mighty forces caused the mountain to tremble and the entire Anzita wilderness to shake. This sight made Cassius, who was fleeing for his life, unable to resist turning his head to sneak a glance at the terrifying scene. Holy slash! Rhea gathered all her strength, gripping her silver sword and striking down, disregarding the red dragon's ferocious, gaping maw. The silver longsword was cloaked in twilight's radiance, slicing diagonally. Swish! The sword sliced through the dragon's scales, harder than armor, with ease, tearing through her searing, pulsing veins and flesh. The ethereal spirits around her formed a massive legion, roaring and charging at the red dragon's wounded neck. Each impact drove the wound deeper by several feet. In immense pain, Arclenia threw her head back and let out a wail, but the reflexive movement only worsened the wound, sending hot blood gushing like a spring. Ow! The red dragon started with a painful cry, but once her throat was completely severed, she could no longer make a sound. It all happened so fast that the red dragon didn't have time to swing her mighty claws or lash her thick tail. She didn't even have time to unleash her unmatched power granted by Tiamat. But the silver sword had mercilessly severed her throat. The red dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, struggled midair before her wings went limp, and she fell heavily onto the mountainside. Boom! The earth trembled as her massive body rolled down the slope, bringing an end to her evil and greedy life. Her soul might be claimed by Tiamat, or it might be shattered by the spirits of vengeance. But one thing was certain. This red dragon was dead. Meanwhile, at the foot of the southern slope of Cloud Peak, an avenging angel with wings, a top-tier black knight, truly terrifying. Time to go, time to go. Cassius couldn't help but sigh. Near legendary level power, a top existence even in the 4.0 version of the previous life, with only a few hundred among tens of millions of players reaching that level. And those who could step into the legendary path were even rarer. With this in mind, the young red dragon became even more determined to escape, quickly using the ability of the swift mage's ring he had swallowed to cast a spell on himself. Grease the Sauls. Instantly, his speed became even swifter. Cassius dashed like a red streak of lightning, sprinting toward the distant forest. As for flying, he dared not risk it now. If luck ran out and this near-legendary paladin sensed him, he might be struck from hundreds of meters away with an anti-evil slash, sending him directly to Tiamat. That was a near-legendary paladin, after all. Having innate divine sense was only natural. Cassius was too busy with his frantic escape to think of anything else. He had no idea that the half-elf paladin now stood atop the mountain peak, her body drenched in the still warm dragon blood, looking down toward the southern slope of Cloud Peak, the very direction the young dragon was fleeing. A trace of doubt flickered in Rhea's amber eyes. For in her perception of evil vision, the young red dragon in the distance was not cloaked in the black aura representing the evil alignment typical of red dragons. Instead, he bore the colorless aura representing the neutral alignment. A neutral red dragon? How could that be? After a brief moment of thought, she raised her silver sword, pointing it in the young dragon's direction, deciding to investigate further. Monster hold! As her silver sword pointed, a glimmer of magical light shot into the distance. If it hit, that young red dragon would be immobilized, unable to move. But just as the light was about to touch the dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Cassius, blocking the monster hold completely, then shattering. Spell nullifying barrier. He dare not risk it now. If luck ran out and this near-legendary paladin sensed him, he might be struck from hundreds of meters away with an anti-evil slash, sending him directly to Tiamat. That was a near-legendary paladin, after all. Having innate divine sense was only natural. Cassius was too busy with his frantic escape to think of anything else. He had no idea that the half-elf paladin now stood atop the mountain peak, her body drenched in the still warm dragon blood, looking down toward the southern slope of Cloud Peak, the very direction the young dragon was fleeing. A trace of doubt flickered in Rhea's amber eyes. For in her perception of evil vision, the young red dragon in the distance was not cloaked in the black aura representing the evil alignment typical of red dragons. Instead, he bore the colorless aura representing the neutral alignment. A neutral red dragon? How could that be? After a brief moment of thought, she raised her silver sword, pointing it in the young dragon's direction, deciding to investigate further. Monster hold! As her silver sword pointed, a glimmer of magical light shot into the distance. If it hit, that young red dragon would be immobilized, unable to move. But just as the light was about to touch the dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Cassius, blocking the monster hold completely, then shattering. Spell nullifying barrier. Cassius was horrified, realizing that his magic nullifying amulet could only be used once per day, and he had no second chance. Run! Under the pressure of life and death, the young dragon flapped his still-developing wings frantically, flying with all his might. He fled desperately, diving into the forest in the blink of an eye, disappearing into the dense woods, completely vanishing from sight. Rhea gazed at the endless Baccara forest, her brow furrowed. Then she shook her head in resignation. A red dragon with a neutral alignment. Perhaps she had just created a fearsome future enemy. Or perhaps this dragon would bring a positive change to the world. Or perhaps nothing would happen at all. Yes, she would not kill him merely for the potential of future evil. But if that red dragon committed monstrous crimes, Rhea was confident she could, as she did today, slay him entirely with her unmatched silver sword. This was the creed of the paladin of the vow of vengeance. To evildoers, no mercy. Or perhaps, a chance for grace to an old foe. The half-elf slowly removed her helmet, revealing a cold yet beautiful face, murmuring to herself. Huff, huff. The young red dragon hid in a stone cave deep within the forest, the entrance veiled by hanging branches. Cassius wasn't sure if he had shaken off the half-elf paladin's pursuit, so he kept fleeing further into the depths of the Baccara forest. He didn't look back, nor did he stop. He didn't know how long he had been running until he nearly ran out of strength and found a more secluded cave where he could finally relax a little. When traveling away from home, caution is the key. I should be safe now. Cassius panted, though his tone was still uncertain. The screen slowly unfurled again, displaying a three-dimensional trophy image. Achievement unlocked. Escaped beast. The hunter is coming. Flee, leave this place, and never return. Passive trait acquired. Escapist. Agility +2. Stealth +2. Athletics +4. Note: years of honing have taught you how to flee skillfully. This is not a disgrace, but a mere means of survival. Instantly, Cassius felt a non-existent, breeze-like force pass over his body, visibly enhancing it. Naturally, he gladly accepted this transformation. After spending several hours in the cave, the effect of the trait finally subsided. Is this magic? No, I don't feel the flow of elements. It feels more like psionics. The red dragon examined himself in the water. His limbs and torso were still packed with muscle, yet they had shifted toward a sleeker, more streamlined form. No longer did he have the exaggerated look of a muscle-bound red dragon. Even his wing membranes had slightly altered to better allow him to harness the air's elements for flight. Compared to before, the red dragon now appeared much lighter. The achievement system, it seemed this was unique to him, allowing him to gain rewards by completing specific events. Abilities like Metallic Scales and Escapist would remain strong even in the late game. But what puzzled Cassius was his template. In the previous Life's game, Erezig, player templates and monster templates were entirely different. Before reaching legendary status, players could level up through combat and quests by gaining experience, XP, resulting in thousands of superhuman warriors over level 12 who changed the game's landscape monster templates. On the other hand, were native to this world, only growing stronger through self-discovery and aging. But as long as the panel was here, all was well. The translucent blue screen unfurled slowly. Cassius noticed that his prefix had changed. Wealthy young red dragon. Name, Cassius Claudius Nerixius. Template, NPC, 10 years, 1 day, and 4 hours until server launch. Type, large dragon, lawful neutral. AC, 20, natural armor, metallic scales. Attributes, strength, 21. Agility, 12. Constitution, 19. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 11. Charisma, 14. Skill proficiencies, stealth +6, athletics +4, perception +8, hunting +2, escape +4, knowledge, future, +4. Damage immunities, fire. Senses, blind sight 10 feet, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 14 feet. Languages, Draconic Common. Actions, bite claw, tail attack, flight, breath attack, fire. Traits, metallic scales, escapist. Battle equipment, magic nullifying amulet, swift mage's action ring, blazing staff, soul amulet, lava spreader, blade resistance ring, silent step amulet, Albie's perception mask. Challenge level, 8, 3,600 XP. Description, even a young red dragon should never be underestimated, or it will become your lifelong nightmare. And this one is a wealthy young dragon with over a dozen magical items. One wrong move, and you'll be under his control. So, prefixes could change? Interesting. A yellow-brown feather drifted onto the red dragon's nose, and he blew out a puff of sulfur-scented heat, scorching and blowing it away. The cave's owner is probably coming back. Cassius thought to himself. Sure enough, soon, an angry roar came from the cave entrance. Roar, roar. A ferocious beast pushed aside the branches, a dull, ivory beak and muscular limbs covered in feathers. Standing at 8 feet tall, its massive body was covered in dense, dark feathers, easily larger than Cassius by several times. This was an owlbear, a savage predator of the wilderness. Likely the creation of some mad wizard in ancient times by combining a bear and an owl, now widespread across the continent. The owlbear's stats panel floated before Cassius. Based on your power, you can observe the following information. Adult male owlbear. Type, large beast, always neutral. AC, 15. Attributes, strength, 20. Agility, 12. Constitution, 19. Intelligence, 2. Wisdom, 12. Charisma, 10. Skill proficiencies, listening +4, perception +8, hunting +4. Senses, keen smell 14 feet, passive perception 16 feet, owl instinct 20 feet. Language, none. Actions, grapple, bite, slam, claw. Trait, master of grappling. Challenge level, 3, 700 XP. Description, the owlbear is a notoriously violent predator, generally known for its aggression and bad temper. They tend to attack any creature that moves without warning. Cassius looked at the beast before him, spread his wings, and used a magic item to cast Speak with Animals to test it. Submit to me, owlbear. However, the ferocious beast let out a roar, pounding the ground with its paws. It pushed its way into the cave and charged toward the red dragon. With only 2 intelligence, these creatures merely gauge body size and cannot grasp the terrifying power within this young dragon's body. Moreover, Cassius had not yet awakened his aura, making him appear even more ordinary. So, just a beast? Cassius shook his head, unafraid of the approaching beast, and casually opened his mouth. Scorching ray. The fire element crystal within his staff glowed red, unleashing scorching magical energy to cast this level 2 spell. Although young and lacking spellcasting skills, his natural fire affinity as a red dragon boosted the spell's potency as it passed through his throat. Bang! 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 3 blazing rays shot out, all hitting the owlbear. For a creature with such thick fur, fire was especially effective. As the fire rays touched the owlbear, its fur burned, igniting instantly. Awoo! The beast howled in agony, rolling on the ground. But this did nothing to stop the raging flames or prevent the young dragon from biting into its body. Even the heart of lava within Cassius's stomach emitted a fiery glow, dealing additional fire damage. Soon, the cave filled with the scent of charred fur and roasted meat. Not bad, just a bit tough. Cassius took big bites of the slightly charred bear meat as the panel opened before him again. Defeated adult male owlbear. Gained 700 XP. Level up to level 1. Due to racial traits, leveling as a player will be more difficult, but you will gain greater power. Achievement unlocked. First Blood. Welcome to this vibrant world. Player class panel unlocked. Warrior, Mage, Warlock, Monk, and several other class badges appeared on the panel, with numerous subclass branches under each. Cassius was initially stunned, then overjoyed. He remembered that in the previous game, players had to complete a beginner quest in the unknown realm, Kill a Turkey, to unlock the player class panel. Dragons crave power, but acquiring humanoid skills is not second nature to them. They are proud and disdain knowledge from non-dragons. Generally, dragons detest learning the abilities of lesser species, lacking advancement paths in their inheritance, relying instead on innate spells, an insatiable greed for treasures. Players, however, could easily find ways to grow stronger, though their base panel imported stats based on real-life data. In the early stages, player stats were notoriously weak, with one unnamed barbarian famously starting with an 8 intelligence miracle. But Cassius could seamlessly combine the red dragon's terrifying innate talents with player classes. If this were the late game, Cassius would unhesitatingly choose the mage class. After all, the power of a mage is no joke. A well-prepared, wealthy mage has the confidence to defeat any enemy of the same level, with powerful subclass options in the late game, such as Time Mage, who wields control over space and time. But the mage class has a fatal flaw in the early game. It requires copying spells. Yes, to a mage, magic is a science that requires study. Only by meticulously studying spell scrolls to understand how to construct spell models, mastering the parameters of the weave, and undergoing prolonged study can one successfully learn a spell. But Cassius was currently broke, with only a few magical items on him. And it wasn't like he could take his dragon form to a human town to study magic, right? Was he supposed to enroll in a magic academy? Sorcerers, on the other hand, were different. Their spells were gifts from the heavens, or perhaps a better word would be innate. After a moment's thought, Cassius made his decision. Chosen class, Sorcerer. Dragon Bloodline detected. Automatic selection. Dragon Blood Sorcerer, Red Dragon Bloodline. Dragons are powerful magical creatures, naturally adept in various supernatural phenomena. Any dragon, regardless of age, even hatchlings, can possess sorcerer levels. Some ancient scholars believe that sorcerer abilities are inherited from dragons, possibly from Union's generations past. More importantly, sorcerer spellcasting levels can combine with a dragon's innate spellcasting levels, allowing dragons to fully harness their bloodline, amplifying their internal power. The renowned ancient red dragon Imwarnio devoted himself to mastering fire magic and possessed a casting level as high as 40. Your sorcerer level has increased to 1. Sorcery origin. Magic itself is an integral part of a sorcerer, a latent force embedded deep in the body, mind, and soul, awaiting release. No one chooses sorcery. Sorcery chooses you. You have obtained 4 cantrips and 2 level 1 spells. A comprehensive spell list appeared on the screen. Cantrips obtained: Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Prestidigitation, Quick Draw. Level 1 spells obtained: Fog Cloud, Magic Missile. a standard early game setup. In the past life, Cassius had only received cold data displays when leveling up and hadn't noticed anything particularly different. Now he realized the astonishing power. This feeling, each spell appeared in his mind out of nowhere. No, not out of nowhere. More like something innate, a natural gift. This precious knowledge sank into his body, memory, even embedding itself in his will. Mage Hand. Cassius willed it, and an invisible hand appeared out of thin air, picking up a stone from the ground and tossing it. Even the lowest level spell, performing the simplest action, filled the red dragon with some wonder. For this power wasn't derived from a magical item or some program. It originated from himself. Compared to the meticulous science of a mage's spellcasting, a sorcerer's spellcasting was more like an art. There was no need to carefully construct a spell model or calculate weave parameters, only to feel the weave with his own awareness and project his will into reality. Thus, gifted sorcerers who could easily cast powerful spells were often met with envy and disdain from mages, who mocked them as barbarians among spellcasters and orcs with staves. Quite fascinating. The red dragon strode past the half-eaten owlbear carcass, stepping out of the cave with a light gait. He understood now why Erzig spellcasters were so proud. This sense of controlling the real world could easily make one feel like a god before ordinary people. But the notifications on his panel hadn't stopped. Bloodline tracing. The bloodline of the ancient red dragon fills your body with searing firepower. You have acquired fire element magic affinity. Fire damage will be enhanced. Breath weapon, fire, has been strengthened. Additional cantrip acquired. Firebolt. Flames reflected in Cassius's golden slit pupils, his body like an erupting volcano. His heart beat strongly, pumping this fire element energy throughout his body, his blood surging like molten lava. Tracing your bloodline heritage. The red dragon closed his eyes, a vision forming in his mind. It seemed to be an ancient battlefield on an outer plain, with towering metal walls hundreds of meters high in the distance. An ancient red dragon beat its massive wings, stirring a gale, blowing the celestial army with winged backs below it into disarray. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing an unimaginably terrifying flame that distorted the air as it burned. The sturdy walls melted in an instant, a massive breach appearing, with molten metal slowly flowing down. The Aasimar, a dragon-headed figure, wielded a staff to cast divine spells, while colossal celestials dozens of meters tall leapt toward the ancient red dragon. Silver-haired Baronian angels drew their bows, firing arrows toward the sky. Yet, despite the grand battlefield, even this ancient red dragon appeared insignificant. Roar! In the distance, a fearsome creature with 5 dragon heads let out a resounding roar, spreading its wings that covered the sky and began to rise slowly. A hurricane surged forth, dust flying everywhere. Shadows cast over the land as if doomsday had arrived. In the vision, Cassius couldn't help but look up to the sky, and he clearly saw a red dragon head among those gazing down on all beings, eerily similar to himself. Watching him from above, the edge of its grim mouth forming a slight curve. That head slowly spoke, "My child." The voice seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, and the red dragon felt an intense pressure emanating from his bloodline. This terrifying power made him instinctively want to bow, kneel, and submit under the god's immense power. She noticed me. Alarms blared in Cassius's mind. In the next moment, the sky and the vision fractured like shattered glass. Whether it was the ancient red dragon, the celestials, or the terrifying 5-headed figure in the sky, everything in the vision splintered. Huff, huff, huff. Cassius barely escaped from the suffocating pressure, gasping heavily, his entire body stiff and trembling. The red dragon looked at the game panel in shock, noticing it was glitching as if infected by a virus, refreshing data frantically. Warning! 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 You are under the gaze of the deity mother of dragons, Tiamat. Mind shield system activated. You have encountered the deity mother of dragons, Tiamat. unpredictable changes may occur. Cassius stared at the panel data, feeling a lingering dread, yet helpless. So this is the power of a deity, truly terrifying. An ancient battlefield on another plane. Did I witness Tiamat's true form? In the previous life's Erzig, even with the player's power cap reaching legendary level 21, the power of deities was a mystery, and hardly anyone had seen a deity's true form, not even of a lesser god. As for the so-called god-slaying, it was pure fantasy. A top player once said, as long as it has an HP bar, even a god can be slain. But in reality, the power of a deity was unimaginable to mortals and was described as an entity without an HP bar. This was divine power. Just gazing upon a deity's true form in a vision could have terrifying consequences. But for a newly hatched young dragon, ancient dragons, interplanar wars, and even Tiamat were all too distant and overwhelming. If powerful beings indeed harbored thoughts about him, he currently had no means to resist. Therefore, rather than worrying about outer plane deities, it would be wiser to focus on steadily enhancing his strength for the future. Since I've been noticed as a red dragon, I'd better offer a bit of incense to Lady Tiamat now and then. Wouldn't want her holding a grudge. Cassius leapt up, flapping his sturdy wings, gradually spiraling into the air. Next, time to grind some experience. The red dragon gazed over the endless forest and distant mountains, letting out a roar that, though youthful, already carried a hint of draconic majesty. 5 months later, sparse snowflakes were already drifting down over the Bakara forest. This signaled the approaching winter in the Anzita highlands, as beasts began hunting in packs to prepare for the long, harsh winter. The forest rustled, with gray silhouettes darting swiftly among the trees. Prominent muzzles, triangular blue eyes, sharp fangs, all marked them as dire wolves. One of the apex predators of the dense forest, they were masters of pack-hunting tactics. Ahead of them, a panicked herd of deer bolted, running for their lives. The wolf pack remained calm and methodical, the strongest dire wolf at the front letting out a long howl, with the other wolves softly responding. This pack had over a dozen wolves, working in unison. Some drove the deer from behind, others flanked them, while some vanished to gradually form an open trap. After a chase lasting dozens of minutes, the wolves, expending minimal energy, had cornered the disoriented deer herd at a narrow mountain pass. Panicked by the wolves' steady advance, the deer mistook the pass as their escape route, charging into it like clinging to a lifeline. In the chaos, a few smaller fawns were trampled to death. Little did they know, this supposed escape was actually a trap. Awoo! As the deer entered the valley, the Wolf King let out an excited howl, and the previously hidden dire wolves appeared at the other end of the valley, completely encircling the herd of over 30 deer within the narrow pass. The deer, thrown into chaos, scrambled in all directions, only to find themselves surrounded by wolves with hungry, blue eyes. The wolves, eyes gleaming, eagerly rushed in. Blood splattered and wails echoed, the valley filled with the stench of blood. Eventually, the lead buck managed to break through the wolves' blockade on the other side, leading a dozen deer to safety, leaving behind more than a dozen carcasses. The wolves had achieved their goal. The dire wolves rushed forward, tearing into the deer meat, eager to feast before winter's grip, hoping to survive the brutal northern winter. Meanwhile, the Wolf King chewed on the choicest organs, savoring this hard-earned meal. A mist began to rise in the valley. The wolves initially paid it no mind, until the fog thickened, plunging them into a murky haze where they could barely see one another, causing them to grow uneasy. Mysterious shadows flickered through the fog. Crack, crack. It was unclear if the sound was wolves crunching deer bones or wolves being bitten. More chaotic howls echoed through the mist, signaling hunting commands, attack signals, and feeding permissions. To the wolves, it was incomprehensible yet somehow meaningful. If a learned mage were present, they could easily recognize this as the cantrip prestidigitation, a spell creating sounds and sensations. Unfortunately, The beasts didn't know this, reacting only with instinctual fear of the unknown, some even losing their composure. Awoo! The Wolf King, alert, stood and let out a long howl to call his pack. The wolves howled in confusion, trying to determine each other's positions. But the thick fog blurred their vision, and the cacophony disoriented them, leaving them directionless and unable to gather any useful information. The Wolf King suddenly noticed a strange sound from above. It whistled like the wind. Instinctively, it looked up, its pupils reflecting blazing flames. Boom! Killed adult male dire wolf. Gained 200 XP. Killed adult male dire wolf. Gained 200 XP. Killed adult male dire wolf. Gained 200 XP. Killed adult female dire wolf. Gained 200 XP. Killed dire wolf leader. Gained 700 XP. Big haul. Not a single one escaped. Cassius blew out a breath of sulfur-scented heat, stretching his wings. His crimson form glided over the valley, soaring above the forest. The red dragon, now a terrifying hunter, scanned the creatures below, searching for his next prey. To him, the beasts that most would avoid were merely walking experience packs. Near a shrub on the ground, a massive boar was rooting through the soil, searching for anything edible. Juicy fern roots, a hibernating snake, or clumps of earth with special minerals. All could become food for the boar. This formidable boar stood over 2 meters tall at the shoulder, resembling a small hill from afar. Its tusks were like curved blades jutting from its mouth, with thick fat beneath a dense layer of fur, coated in hardened mud accumulated over the years. Ordinary iron weapons couldn't penetrate its natural armor. Only the most seasoned hunters would dare challenge such a beast. Snort, snort. The boar sniffed loudly. It blew out a clump of dirt and continued rooting, finally uncovering a grub of some kind. The boar eagerly gobbled up this precious source of protein. Suddenly, it noticed a snake slithering away through the grass nearby. Grunt. The boar trotted after it. The snake led the boar toward a cliff. When the hefty beast, eagerly following, was about to snap it up, the snake vanished. A shadow loomed overhead. Magic missile. Several arcane bolts struck the boar's thick hide, dealing unavoidable, unresistible force damage. The boar let out a pained howl, then entered a state of berserk rage. Beast rage. Its eyes turned red with fury, bristling fur standing on end, as it searched wildly for its attacker, kicking up clouds of dust. Huff, huff. In this state, the boar's strength and endurance received a terrifying boost. More frightening was its newfound fearlessness and tirelessness. Countless adventurers had thought it mortally wounded only to be gored by its tusks in its fury. Yet, this enraged beast scanned its surroundings repeatedly, finding no target or source of attack, leaving it only to vent its overwhelming fury aimlessly. Boom! 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 It rammed the cliff with its massive body, dislodging rocks, gouging the earth, and tearing up trees with its sharp tusks. Minutes passed. When the rage finally subsided, the giant beast lay on the ground, exhausted. The surroundings were a mess, with scattered stones and churned-up soil. The cliff face cracked and battered. Now calm, the boar idly chewed on grass roots. Ignis, firebolt. A flaming arrow shot down, scorching its hide. A red figure then dove from above, landing on its high back. Awoo! The boar let out a pitiful wail, too drained to fight back. It could only allow the red dragon to bite through its spine, swiftly ending its life. The forest's once unmatched ruler perished, humbled. Killed adult wild boar, gained 1,100 XP. Level up to level 2. Tearing through its tough hide and slicing through layers of fat, Cassius exposed the raw flesh beneath. Not bothering with further heating, he ripped a tenderloin chunk, chewing with satisfaction. A red dragon's unique digestive system could process nearly anything. Most of what they consume converts into nutrients for growth, while the rest transforms into elemental energy with minimal waste. Very chewy boar meat, but a bit too tough. Blood dripping from his mouth, the red dragon couldn't help but offer his assessment. Over the past 5 months, Cassius had spent his days in the Bakara forest, hunting down strong beasts. The red dragon not only consumed them as sustenance for his growth, but also used them as experience to level up. A degree of caution was necessary. Cassius wouldn't attempt to challenge formidable creatures without sufficient confidence. Now, Cassius had reached level 2, gaining the Font of Magic ability, a source of sorcerer's power. After this period of hunting, the young red dragon had grown considerably. From snout to tail tip, he now measured a full 6 meters in length. His scales had become more vibrant, and bony ridges were beginning to form along his spine, though not yet forming a complete dorsal fin. It was clear he was about to enter his next growth stage. His raised head had grown more ferocious, with elongated, hardened horns on his forehead and new horn ridges. A short, keratinized spike had emerged on his chin, and his pupils were a shade lighter than before. Of course, he still retained the classic look of an immature dragon. Big head, small body. His proportions remained somewhat humorous. Cassius swallowed a hunk of meat whole, then looked up at his panel. Choose to advance in the sorcerer class. Your sorcerer level has increased to 3. The magic suppressed deep within your body, mind, and soul has been released. With strong willpower, you can now twist spells to achieve desired effects, gaining the ability metamagic. You may choose 2 metamagic effects. You have acquired metamagic, quicken spell, and metamagic, twin spell. Metamagic, quicken spell. By expending sorcery points, you can twist spells with powerful sorceress will, allowing spells to be cast instantly without preparation. Metamagic, twin spell. By expending sorcery points, you can duplicate a prepared spell, allowing it to affect multiple targets simultaneously. Cassius opted for the most straightforward metamagic combo from his previous life. While sorcerers didn't need to build spell models like mages, they still had to use their will to feel the weave and prepare their magic. Quicken spell allowed him to cast instantly, as though the spell were an extension of his own limbs. As for twin spell, it was even more powerful. An extra spell could easily shift the tide in battle, even if it were only half a spell. You have acquired level 1 spells Charm Person and Thunderwave. You have acquired level 2 spells Invisibility and Enhanceability. For his spells, Cassius chose ones focused more on utility than direct damage. After all, as a red dragon, most low-level spells couldn't match the damage of his sharp teeth or fiery breath. Plus, he still had his daily use of Scorching Ray. And if he could turn invisible or charm others, these would have far more impact than a mere boost in damage with his choices made. The red dragon slowly closed his eyes. A surge of sorcerous power was unleashed from within, like a spring, rolling forth and forcefully bonding to his will. He didn't need to calculate parameters or construct models. He only needed to harness that power, bending magic to his will as required. This was the weave, a system of order and chaos intertwined. A series of spells emerged from the depths of his mind, indelibly etched into the red dragon's consciousness. He had finally touched a higher layer of the weave, gaining deeper insight into the world's magical framework. It's probably time to leave this place. Next destination, Storm High Cliffs. Well-fed and fully sated, the red dragon left behind his abandoned nests in the forest, spreading his wings to soar high. The sky was clear, an endless expanse of blue. He looked down at the earth, seeing the lush forest below, with deer darting among the trees. In the distance lay a desolate plateau, with faint city outlines visible. Beyond, he glimpsed endless, snow-covered mountain ranges. This was the Anzita Highlands, located in the northwest of the Arazid continent, surrounded by the towering Anstica Mountains, a place so cold year-round that it was known as the land without spring. Over millennia, the resilient Scammer people had built dozens of cities here, forming the united northern kingdom under Grand Duke Bosk. Orcs, giants, goblins, and even dragons all shared this vast territory. A strong wind blew across the red dragon's scales, drying the blood on the corners of his mouth. Every tangible sensation reminded Cassius, or rather, Lin Kai, that he was alive. truly alive under the sky. This was no mere virtual game. Gazing over the vast earth, the red dragon murmured to himself, "I am Cassius." The second half of his sentence, however, faded away into the roaring wind high above, and also Lin Kai. Deep within the mountains, in the coldest part of Anzita, stood a black tower. Its origins were unknown, and none dared to approach. Unidentified, beastly howls often echoed from the tower, leading people to call it the Tower of Eternal Night. At the top of the tower, a man in a black cloak, his face obscured, waited for something. On his chest was a rusted badge depicting a burning eye on a dragon's claw. Suddenly, a portal appeared in midair, and a grotesque creature crawled out, kneeling before the man in an awkward posture. The creature stood over 3 meters tall, even kneeling, towering over the man. Its body was twisted, as if fused from random flesh, a flawed construct. Covered in many white scales, it also had large patches of exposed, raw flesh, and a thick mane hung from its head, making it look both revolting and grotesque. The creature spoke with great difficulty. "Master, it is a red dragon." With that, it extended a twisted, bloodied limb, presenting a charred bone, still identifiable as a direwolf skull. "A powerful red dragon. Excellent, excellent." The man's tone was unusually excited. "It's cunning. I haven't found its lair yet. Ha, no need to rush. I know these red dragons all too well. Proud, greedy, wrathful, inclined toward violence, but weary of thought. Once these creatures gain enough strength, they spread their power like frenzied dogs marking territory, displaying their might for all to see." The man laughed maniacally, his voice filled with obsession. "When that time comes, that power will be mine to control." "Yes, master." The creature slowly lowered its head, its mane concealing its eerie blue eyes. The man approached, gently patting the creature's head, unbothered by the sticky, unknown fluid staining his hand, and murmured, "I won't fail again. Never, ever." These words seemed meant as much for the creature as for himself. The red dragon soared freely across the sky, while in the distance, steep cliffs jutted high into the clouds, the storm cliffs. This was the northern Akkard Mountain Pass, a place where storms gathered and hurricanes raged. Southward, a vast expanse of rugged slopes filled with scattered rocks, scrub trees, and tundra spread out, all known as Storm High Cliffs. In his previous life, Storm High Cliffs had a rather grim nickname, the Newbie Mass Grave. Due to intense elemental activity, the area was sparsely populated, allowing countless creatures to thrive wildly. Hill giants, gnolls, ogres, goblins, and even wyverns roamed these lands. One misstep could land an adventurer surrounded by hostile creatures. But for Cassius, an evil dragon, this place was a sanctuary for leveling up and gathering minions. With winter nearing, the storms on the high cliffs had picked up fragments of snow, while the ground was covered in dry, withered grass and patches of thin snow. Even in the air, the red dragon felt a chill, exhaling a breath of sulfuric heat that turned the drifting snowflakes into vapor. "I need to find a warm enough lair." The red dragon pondered. The Cloud Peak had been decent. It was in the northwestern region of the Anzita Wilderness, known as the Land Without Spring, but the cave had plenty of geothermal warmth, with magma flows deep inside, suiting a red dragon's need for fire and heat. Unfortunately, after his mother's demise, that place was no longer safe. The kingdom might have stationed guards there to prevent an evil dragon from returning. Cassius tried to recall his memories of Storm High Cliffs and suddenly thought of a suitable location. Perfect, maybe I can recruit some minions or farm some experience. The dragon, invigorated by the thought, spread his wings wide and glided across the land. Giant's Maw Cave. Who came up with that name was unknown, maybe a board bard. Perhaps it was because the uneven rocks at the entrance resembled a giant's rotten teeth, or because the open cave mouth looked like a gaping maw. But somewhere along the way, the name had stuck. Nearby ogres and goblins also called it that, which matched their limited imaginations. The cave's occupant had changed many times, and currently, it was home to a chimera. The chimera, a creature from myth, was said to have been created by the demon Lord Demogorgon. It bore the hind legs of a goat, the forelegs of a lion, a pair of dragon wings, and 3 heads, each from those creatures. It combined the worst traits of its components. The dragon head drove it to attack, plunder, and hoard treasures. The lion's nature roused a desire to hunt any powerful creatures within its territory, while the goat's head made it vicious and stubborn, fighting to the end. At the moment, this cave's master lay dozing near the entrance, licking its wounds. The massive 7-meter-long beast sprawled lazily on the rocks, basking in the lingering warmth. It was the most fearsome predator for miles around, sitting at the top of the food chain, with bones piled in its lair to prove it. Among them were remnants of humans, armor, swords, testifying that more than a few adventurers had fallen prey to this greedy creature. But the sound of wing beats outside interrupted its rest. The chimera roared in fury, rising to face the intruder, ready to shred it to pieces, only to see a powerful red dragon land heavily outside. "Submit to me, or choose death." The red dragon spoke in Draconic. The chimera, possessing dragon blood, could understand Draconic, even if it seldom spoke. It assessed the creature before it. This red dragon was clearly still young, slightly smaller in size, but noticeably stronger. A formidable opponent, yet not an insurmountable one. The lion's head growled low, its instinct to hunt strong creatures ignited, and the juvenile red dragon before it seemed a worthy foe. Hearing the chimera's growl, Cassius sighed regretfully, thinking to himself that his size wasn't intimidating enough. Everything was harder when he couldn't rely on sheer presence. If he were a fully grown, 20-meter-long red dragon blocking the entrance with his wings, would he really need to worry about a chimera's defiance? He needed to find a way to grow stronger quickly. He, too, scrutinized the terrifying beast before him. Based on your level, you can observe the following information. Chimera. Category: large beast, chaotic evil. AC: 14, natural armor. Attributes: strength 19, dexterity 11, constitution 19, intelligence 7, wisdom 14, charisma 10. Skills: perception +4, scouting +3, hunting +5. Senses: dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 18 feet. Language: Draconic. Actions: multi-attack, bite, gore, claw, fire breath. Traits: contradictory creature, evil servant. Challenge rating: 6, 2,300 XP. Evaluation: the chimera is a creature as brutal as a demon, preferring ambush tactics. It dives from high altitudes, breathing fire before landing to continue its attack. It seeks entertainment in hunting, relishing the fear and pain of its prey, often toying with it or leaving it gravely injured, only to return later and finish the kill. This was likely the strongest opponent Cassius had faced since his rebirth, a genuine chimera. If you refuse, then let's settle this with brute force. Cassius grew serious, his golden eyes narrowing with a hint of fervor, the kind a red dragon displayed when encountering a worthy opponent. His powerful muscles tensed, ready to spring into action. The chimera let out a howl and launched itself into the sky. Following its familiar routine, it dove from above, its dragon head unleashing a fiery breath. But using fire against a fire-immune red dragon was hardly a smart move. This beast clearly lacked knowledge and strategic thinking. The red dragon on the ground simply tensed his muscles, holding his ground. True strike, Cassius muttered in Draconic, a faint purple glow flickering around his eyes. This handy cantrip allowed him to foresee his enemy's next move, setting him up for a lethal counterattack, potentially decisive in critical moments. The chimera's fire-spewing dive brought it within mere meters of the red dragon. Cassius' glowing, slitted eyes coldly tracked its trajectory, pinpointing its movements. His tensed muscles unleashed a surge of energy. With wings outstretched, the 7-meter-long dragon sprang into the air, cutting through the fiery breath to position himself beside the airborne chimera. The chimera tried to veer mid-air, flapping its wings to change direction, but it was too late. The red dragon opened his maw wide, biting down hard on the dragonhead's neck. His razor-sharp teeth pierced through the chimera's scales and tough skin, embedding deep into the flesh. Blood splattered, and the head jerked back, letting out a desperate howl, the fierce stream of fire halting abruptly. Awoo! The chimera's dragon-like wings flapped wildly as it tried to ascend, while the sharp, muscular lion claws swiped at the red dragon, aiming for a counterattack to escape its predicament. Cassius released his grip, nimbly dodging the swipe, and flapped his wings, veering above the chimera. The tables had turned, and with a triumphant roar, the red dragon swooped down toward the chimera's back. Roar! In midair, the chimera's mismatched body was no match for the streamlined form of the red dragon. The chimera couldn't dodge. It flailed its wings, turning its heads back to watch helplessly as the red dragon drew closer. Got you. Cassius spread his wings wide, grabbing hold of the chimera's wings with his powerful claws. The chimera, panicked, lost its balance, flailing its wings wildly as all three heads twisted back, snapping at the dragon clinging to its back. Bull's strength! The red dragon roared, channeling the spell's power through his heart, pumping strength into every muscle. His already massive limbs bulged, emitting steam. Cassius felt a surge of strength. His claws tightened around the chimera's wings, nearly crushing bone and flesh. Where did you get the audacity? To fly before a true dragon? Get down! Cassius spat out. He folded his wings, channeling his full weight and strength downward. The red dragon demanded a decisive victory. The chimera, once struggling defiantly, was utterly powerless under Cassius's absolute might. It could only await its fate defeated. Oh, whoa! The chimera's desperate struggles weakened as the red dragon's weight forced it from 10 meters above to crash into the ground. Boom! The earth rumbled. Dust rose, stones scattered, and the ground cracked, leaving a shallow crater. Inside lay the chimera, battered and bruised, its wings almost torn apart. Now, let me show you true fire. The red dragon pressed down on the half-dead chimera, jaws slightly parted as scorching heat gathered in his throat, the air visibly distorting with the fire's intensity. Submit, or die. Cassius fixed his gaze on the terrified, submissive eyes of the lion head and spoke, emphasizing each word. The chimera, though fierce, still clung to life. Moreover, its dragon heritage compelled it to yield to a stronger dragon, to become a servant to evil. Faced with death, it quickly made its choice, all three heads lowering in submission, baring their vulnerable necks and letting out a low whimper. Awoo! In the face of power, all were equal. Such was the brutal law of the wild. Submit. Master. The chimera managed to utter a few words in crude draconic, though brokenly. Only then did Cassius release his hold, directing his stored fire breath mere inches from the chimera's side. In an instant, the intense flames scorched the ground, splintering rocks. The chimera, still trembling, looked at Cassius with newfound reverence, realizing it would not have survived a direct hit from those flames. The chimera crawled out of the crater, wings folded and body covered in wounds, lowering its heads, not daring to meet the red dragon's eyes. Cassius perched atop the towering rock outside the cave, looking down and roaring in draconic. From this day forth, this shall be Cassius's lair. His voice echoed far and wide, reaching creatures within miles, be it feasting gnolls, thieving ogres, or slumbering bear goblins. Perhaps they didn't yet realize that the territory had changed hands, but Cassius was confident they would soon learn by any means necessary. He then leaped down from the rock, shifting his gaze to the chimera awaiting orders, and said casually, "Remember my name from now on and never defy me. Lead the way." "Yes." The chimera bowed slightly, leading Cassius deeper into the giant's maw cave. Inside, it was warm, likely due to abundant fire elements within the mountain, making it comfortable for the red dragon. As they ventured through the winding passage, Cassius noted bones scattered throughout, a giant skull, wyvern wing bones, and even humanoid skulls with horns. A Cambion? No, probably a tiefling, Cassius thought. Following the chimera, they moved deeper through the narrow passage, entering a wide space easily big enough for a fully grown red dragon. Remnants of past meals lay everywhere, with various tunnels leading off in different directions. As they passed a particular pile of bones, the chimera hesitated for a moment, but quickly resumed walking as if nothing had happened. It was deliberately steering Cassius inward. Sensing this anomaly, Cassius called out to the chimera, his tone icy. "Where are you hiding? What's in there?" "And no, nothing." The chimera turned, whimpering, its head lowered in a gesture of surrender. Cassius clawed through the pile of bones, revealing a hidden passage. Glancing down, he saw hundreds of gleaming gold coins, faintly shining in the cave shadows. The chimera, inheriting a dragon's greed, had amassed quite the treasure. Gathering such a wealth of coins was a rare feat. "By dragon custom, I'll take half. But if you ever hide anything from me again, there won't be a next time." "Yes, master." The beast bowed, all three heads low. Cassius glanced at it before entering the hidden chamber under the chimera's anguished gaze. With a single bite, he devoured hundreds of coins. The bulk of the wealth the chimera had amassed through years of plunder and bloodshed. Gold coins trickled from the corners of the red dragon's mouth as the chimera watched from outside the cave. In its greedy gaze, there was not only a sense of loss for its treasures, but also a fleeting glimmer of resentment, though it dared not show this emotion before the dragon. Cassius noticed, but paid it no mind, even feeling a sense of satisfaction at asserting dominance. For such chaotic and evil creatures, kindness was futile. The chimera could never be truly loyal. The moment an opportunity arose, it would seek to overthrow him and take his place. As an old saying from his past life went, "They fear power, not virtue," which was fitting for this creature. The red dragon's only choice was to exploit its strength and maintain his own dominance, ensuring it remained a subordinate, with no chance to rise above him. Metal scales upgraded to max level, 5230/5000. New trait acquired, Gilded Scales. Gilded Scales AC +3, Constitution +1. You have absorbed an excess of golden elements. The flowing gold adheres to your scales and the depths of your heart. You may activate Golden Sheath, causing the gold within you to coat your scales, greatly enhancing your armor value and altering the appearance of your scales to gold. Able to turn my scales golden. Cassius suddenly had some intriguing ideas. In his memories, no golden dragons roamed Anzetta. Could he possibly? Either way, having more life-saving tools was always welcome, and the red dragon was quite pleased. Ignoring the chimera's resentful gaze, he ordered it to continue leading the way through the giant's maw cave. "Is it endless?" Cassius mused. The place was far more extensive than he'd expected, with several deep recesses, making it seem less like a natural formation and more like the work of dwarven craftsmen. Ahead, a narrow passage emitted waves of hot steam, with small splashes of magma, comforting sights for the red dragon. "Keep moving forward." Cassius signaled for the chimera to lead the way, but the cautious beast whimpered, refusing to venture further. "Master, hot dangerous. Will die." It had submitted to the dragon to save its own skin. It didn't want to lose its life to the magma, as it lacked the red dragon's resistance to fire. Strange place. But with such intense elemental reactions, I'll explore when I'm fully prepared. Let's call it the bottomless cave for now. After a moment's thought, Cassius decided to leave it for now. After all, he was still only a young red dragon. He was barely able to rule this wild land, let alone face unknown creatures underground. If he encountered something advanced, like a beholder, he wasn't confident he could win. "You can leave." "Thank you, master." Relieved, the chimera exhaled deeply. It ran back to its treasure stash without delay, eagerly transferring the remaining hundreds of coins. Ignoring its nearly broken wings, it flew unsteadily to the other side, seeking a place to bury its prized possessions. Typical of a dragon-blooded creature. So greedy, Cassius shook his head in disdain. Thus, Cassius claimed the outer caves of the giant's maw as his first lair, sealing the inner passages with rocks for now. The Chimera was sent to a small cave on the opposite cliff to serve as the Red Dragon's guardian and caretaker. Cassius felt he'd been generous. He'd let the Chimera keep some savings, hadn't he? Plenty of companies didn't offer such benefits. Prestidigitation. With the spell, a 1 cubic foot area of the cave cleaned up, and the stench of blood disappeared. The Red Dragon worked like a janitor, using magic to scrub the cave bit by bit. This dumb beast really trashed the place. In a cultivation novel, this would be a blessed cave, but it turned it into a slaughterhouse, Cassius muttered as he surveyed the bloody remains. Ahead lay another pile of bones, and as he prepared to clear it out, he noticed a skull with goat-like horns. This skull didn't seem too old, just a few weeks, with bits of flesh clinging to it and flies buzzing around. Judging by its humanoid shape and a broken tailbone, it was likely a tiefling. Tieflings were human-descended, roughly human-sized. However, their infernal heritage marked them with horns, a 4 to 5 foot tail, monochromatic eyes, and varied skin tones. Tieflings often gathered in human towns, and while not inherently evil, they faced distrust and prejudice. Cassius pondered for a moment, recalling a mission thread from his previous life. It is a tiefling. Could it be the batch from Tragedy of Northwind Fortress? Tragedy of Northwind Fortress. Northwind Fortress, also known as Kawanna's Fortress, lies at the edge of the northern United Kingdom, bordering storm-high cliffs. It houses over 30,000 residents, including more than 1,000 tieflings, under the rule of Count Rackman. 100 years ago, the elderly Duke Brad Rackman, tormented by the ravages of time, struck a pact with a dark necromancer and transformed himself into an immortal vampire. Recently, he awoke, agreeing to sacrifice 1,000 lives within 10 years to the necromancer to achieve his ascension. In the following months, many residents mysteriously disappeared, with no bodies found. Duke Rackman seized the moment to deliver his infamous bloody speech, blaming the devil-born tieflings, claiming they sacrificed humans to devils. A righteous slaughter ensued, as enraged citizens stormed the town, dragging unsuspecting tieflings to the pyres, branding them devil's accomplices and burning them alive. The former guard captain, tiefling paladin Meserash, resisted to the death, escaping the Duke's soldiers and leading 300 survivors north to storm-high cliffs, where they established the tiefling refuge, the Broken Home. One of the main quests for players in the early stages was to ally with the tieflings, expose Duke Rackman's true nature, and slay the brutal vampire. Northwind Fortress was also the primary hub city. Could the tiefling refugee camp be nearby? Maybe I could leverage this quest line to seize Northwind Fortress. This was the player's main city. Gaining control of it would grant influence over the players. Knowing the value of players from previous expansions, Cassius saw immense potential benefits. With this in mind, Cassius summoned the Chimera, pointing to the remains on the ground and asking, "Where did you encounter these creatures?" The Chimera approached, sniffed the bones with its lion head, and answered, "Horned humans, not tasty." Cassius glanced at the Chimera's injured wings, which seemed incapable of long flights. He decided there was no need to rush. His forces were still insufficiently strong. He could recruit the surrounding creatures first. Return and rest. Yes, master. In one corner of storm-high cliffs, within Ogre Valley, over a dozen ogres were gathered around a charred boar, tearing into it with gluttonous enthusiasm, leaving a mess in their wake. "Mine, it's all mine." "You idiot, you think you can fight me for it?" The largest and fattest ogre clubbed a nearby companion over the head, snatching the boar leg from its grasp, and greedily devoured it, licking his fingers with satisfaction. His name was Long Poo, leader of the ogre tribe. Long Poo had been noticing he was getting smarter, and his underlings frequently said as much, though they used simpler words, usually saying, "He sure knows how to find food." But clever Longpu understood their meaning and took great pride in it. In ogre terms, knows how to find food was the highest praise, whether it was with brute force or clever thinking. Between bouts of gluttony, Longpu would often pore over books he'd taken from little snacks he'd encountered, learning all sorts of useful things. For instance, from Adventures of Sheen, he learned to place a chest or sprinkle gold along a path, dig a deep pit ahead, cover it with brush, and soon enough, he'd have more littles. This was known as a trap, and Longpu liked the sophisticated sound of it. But what fascinated him most was the concept of spells in Idiot's Guide to Fireball Spells, which described how he could cast a fireball as big as a boar's head, easily roasting a mammoth to perfection. Longpu used this method to secure plenty of food, gathering nearby scattered ogres into a tribe of over 20. Those who refused were turned into roasted meat and ended up in the others' bellies. It was a groundbreaking achievement in ogre history, at least from Longpu's perspective, so he named the tribe the New Era, a term he learned from his books. Unfortunately, none of the other ogres understood the name. One had even suggested calling it Big Meat Tribe, for which Longpu smacked him soundly over the head. Longpu often felt frustrated with his underlings' lack of potential. Whenever he tried to organize them into formation for an ambush, as outlined in comprehensive military drills, the ogres would simply shout, "Meat! Meat!" and charge with their clubs. He wanted to teach them common to extort more food from humans, but they only managed to remember eat, meat, and food. Sigh. Too few smart ones in this tribe. Longpu would often think and sigh as he ate. The other ogres, however, had no such concerns and were already snoring loudly, sound asleep after their meal. Recently, he'd been grooming an ogre named Big Head. True to his name, he had a large head, almost double the size of others. Longpu believed that a larger head might mean more brains. "Boss, there's food over there," one of Longpu's scouts shouted from a hilltop with excitement. "Big Head, what kind of thing?" Longpu spat out a bone and climbed up the slope. After all, ogres were never full. "It's a big lizard, loads of meat." Big Head gestured wildly with his club. A fire lizard? Or maybe a wyvern? Several images he flashed through Longpu's mind, none of which were creatures to be trifled with. "Describe what it looks like." "Let's see, same color as fresh meat, red, for legs, 2 wings, 1 tail." The more Longpu listened, the more something felt off. He scrambled up the hill himself and saw the big lizard on the opposite side. His face turned pale, and he gave Big Head a hard whack, making the already large head swell even more. "You fool! That's a damn dragon! A real dragon!" Longpu's anger flared, and he chased the dumbfounded ogre, beating him as Big Head yelped in pain. Big Head protested, "Boss, why are you hitting me? What did I say wrong? It's just a big lizard." To be fair, compared to most of his kind, he was smart enough to recognize it as a lizard rather than just yelling, "Meat!" This was already impressive. "You're still talking. I'll give you something to talk about." "Stop hitting me, boss. That, dragon is coming over here." Big Head clutched his swollen head, shouting. Longpu lowered his club and looked up, annoyed. Above him, the red dragon was descending, wings spread, casting a shadow over him. Longpu gathered his thoughts with his clever mind, hesitating before he spoke. Mighty, noble, and glorious red dragon, Big Head is an uncivilized fool. I will discipline him well, and hope you won't lower yourself to his level." Considering the dragon's noble stature, Longpu carefully phrased his words, drawing from the Noble Etiquette Handbook. The flowery language almost made Cassius stumble mid-air. The red dragon did not respond, merely looking down at this unexpectedly eloquent ogre, his slit pupils showing a hint of surprise. "Based on your strength, you are able to observe the following information. Ogre Mage. Name, Longpu. Type, large giant, neutral evil. Race, Ogre. AC, 12, beast hide armor. Attributes, strength 18. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the once fierce red dragon was now covered in wounds, moaning softly, her body scarred deeply, with a golden radiance seeping into her injuries, constantly corroding them. Her wing membranes were tattered like torn cloth, each flap making a whistling sound through the gaps, adding to the desolate sight. Yet she only considered this opponent troublesome, not believing that they could completely defeat her. After all, she was a red dragon, wielding Tiamat's power, possessing scorching flames, and having various means yet unused. Boom! The red dragon struggled to land on the mountain, causing the rocks to rumble and loose stones to fall. For the first time, hesitation crept into her voice. Half-elf, you are strong. Unlike those mortals, your power far surpasses theirs, so you are worthy of a noble true dragon's attention. Become my vassal, and together we can rule the Anzita wilderness. But the half-elf paladin did not respond, only slowly raising her silver sword, her gaze resolute. Her slightly charred silver armor still faintly glowed. To pursue sworn foes or banish lesser evils, I vow to challenge greater wickedness. And to sworn enemies, there shall be no mercy. Rhea leaped lightly into the air, the silver sword in her hand emitting a light akin to the glow of a setting sun. Though not particularly bright or intense, it carried a steadfast resilience, a light that would shine even in the darkest hours. This was the origin of the name Twilight Blade. Spirit of vengeance. With a clear shout, countless ethereal spirits appeared around the half-elf paladin. They were children burned to death in a fire, mothers crushed under collapsing homes, men who raised pitchforks to fight only to be turned to ash by dragon flames, warriors who stood against evil but were crushed by claws, and paladins burning with a will for vengeance. Rhea began to fly, ethereal black wings sprouting from her back, making her resemble an avenging angel. At that moment, she was high above the mountain peak. Roar! Arclenia let out a furious roar, her absolute red dragon pride refusing to let any lesser creature dare look down on her. Now, the power flowing through her bloodline surged to its peak, unleashing primal, brutal physical strength, using the red dragon's specialty, close combat. She launched herself forward with unmatched momentum. Boom! The impending clash of two mighty forces caused the mountain to tremble and the entire Anzita wilderness to shake. This sight made Cassius, who was fleeing for his life, unable to resist turning his head to sneak a glance at the terrifying scene. Holy slash! Rhea gathered all her strength, gripping her silver sword and striking down, disregarding the red dragon's ferocious, gaping maw. The silver longsword was cloaked in twilight's radiance, slicing diagonally. Swish! The sword sliced through the dragon's scales, harder than armor, with ease, tearing through her searing, pulsing veins and flesh. The ethereal spirits around her formed a massive legion, roaring and charging at the red dragon's wounded neck. Each impact drove the wound deeper by several feet. In immense pain, Arclenia threw her head back and let out a wail, but the reflexive movement only worsened the wound, sending hot blood gushing like a spring. Ow! The red dragon started with a painful cry, but once her throat was completely severed, she could no longer make a sound. It all happened so fast that the red dragon didn't have time to swing her mighty claws or lash her thick tail. She didn't even have time to unleash her unmatched power granted by Tiamat. But the silver sword had mercilessly severed her throat. The red dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, struggled midair before her wings went limp, and she fell heavily onto the mountainside. Boom! The earth trembled as her massive body rolled down the slope, bringing an end to her evil and greedy life. Her soul might be claimed by Tiamat, or it might be shattered by the spirits of vengeance. But one thing was certain. This red dragon was dead. Meanwhile, at the foot of the southern slope of Cloud Peak, an avenging angel with wings, a top-tier black knight, truly terrifying. Time to go, time to go. Cassius couldn't help but sigh. Near legendary level power, a top existence even in the 4.0 version of the previous life, with only a few hundred among tens of millions of players reaching that level. and those who could step into the legendary path were even rarer. With this in mind, the young red dragon became even more determined to escape, quickly using the ability of the swift mage's ring he had swallowed to cast a spell on himself. Grease the Sauls. Instantly, his speed became even swifter. Cassius dashed like a red streak of lightning, sprinting toward the distant forest. As for flying, he dared not risk it now. If luck ran out and this near-legendary paladin sensed him, he might be struck from hundreds of meters away with an anti-evil slash, sending him directly to Tiamat. That was a near-legendary paladin, after all. Having innate divine sense was only natural. Cassius was too busy with his frantic escape to think of anything else. He had no idea that the half-elf paladin now stood atop the mountain peak, her body drenched in the still warm dragon blood, looking down toward the southern slope of Cloud Peak, the very direction the young dragon was fleeing. A trace of doubt flickered in Rhea's amber eyes. For in her perception of evil vision, the young red dragon in the distance was not cloaked in the black aura representing the evil alignment typical of red dragons. Instead, he bore the colorless aura representing the neutral alignment. A neutral red dragon? How could that be? After a brief moment of thought, she raised her silver sword, pointing it in the young dragon's direction, deciding to investigate further. Monster hold! As her silver sword pointed, a glimmer of magical light shot into the distance. If it hit, that young red dragon would be immobilized, unable to move. But just as the light was about to touch the dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Cassius, blocking the monster hold completely, then shattering. Spell nullifying barrier. Dexterity 8. Constitution 16. Intelligence 17. Wisdom 8. Charisma 12. Skills: Arcana +3, Hunting +4, Traps +3, Reading +6, Military +2, Leadership +4, Herbology +2, Persuasion +2, Deception +2. Senses: Passive perception 14 feet. Languages: Common, Draconic, Giant. Actions: Slam, Bite, Pound. Combat equipment: Ring of Insightful Study. Created by a grand mage for a dim-witted noble student, it locks intelligence at 17. Arcane Ring. Arcana +1, Reading +4. Albert's Mithril Bracelet. Allows daily immunity to 1 4th level spell. Class level: 5th level wizard. Caster level: 5. Spells: 1st level, none. 2nd level, none. 3rd level, fireball. Challenge rating: 6, 2100 XP. This is a rare ogre mage. He's genuinely intelligent. Never underestimate him, or he'll teach you the consequences of scorning a wizard with a fireball. Arcana, military, leadership, herbology, a well-rounded talent who knows magic. This guy's quite the find. Cassius couldn't help but marvel. With an intelligence of 17, in any human city, he would be a bona fide scholar, and in an orc tribe, he might be called a seer. But here, in a tribe of ogres who knew only eating and sleeping, he was merely the overworked leader finding food for his subordinates. That headband granting intelligence was practically legendary gear for early levels. If Cassius were on a mage path, he'd find a way to snatch it, but he'd already chosen the path of a sorcerer and wasn't planning on multiclassing anytime soon. For now, it might be better to recruit a wizard under his command. The multiverse was vast, with endless possibilities. If an ogre could become a wizard, what else was impossible? Silence hung in the air. The red dragon and the ogre stood there, locked in a standoff, eye to eye. Longpu looked at the dragon, who seemed to be deep in thought, clutching his club tightly, sweat beading on his brow as he mentally prepared to cast his spell. Amid the tense atmosphere, Cassius finally spoke. I see that you have an unusual bone structure, sharp-witted. You're a talent. No, a magical talent. Are you willing to become my retainer? Longpu, relieved, stopped casting the fireball spell. He answered obsequiously, from the perspective of submission to strength, I would certainly be willing to be your retainer, especially since you're a mighty red dragon. But before the red dragon could reply, he cautiously raised his head and added in a low voice, "However, I'd also like to know, becoming your retainer, what's in it for me and my tribe? This ogre sure isn't easy to fool. He's a clever one. If it were any other red dragon, he'd already be reduced to ashes from a single breath of fire. Only I can see his potential." Cassius couldn't help but silently grumble. But considering the rarity of spellcasters, the red dragon decided to show humility toward this ogre. Channeling his inner leader, he began to speak slowly. "I can see that you're not like the typical ogre. You're smart and seek knowledge and wisdom." Longpu nodded, somewhat pleased. Who could understand the frustration of being surrounded by ogres who only knew how to eat? But do you truly wish to spend your days in this narrow valley, eating and sleeping away the rest of your life? Are you content to be among these kin, only to one day become a bounty for adventurers breaking into the valley? Seeing the ogre slightly moved, Cassius intensified his persuasion, tempting the ogre like a devil from hell. "Don't you want to wield greater power, see a wider world, and have your name sung by bards? Submit to me, and I can provide you with endless food, unimaginable power, knowledge as vast as the stars. Your talents will truly have a purpose as I establish a great empire." The red dragon paused, his tone commanding. "Imagine yourself as part of my grand vision." Cassius's promises grew grander and grander. Since they were just words, the more, the merrier. I. The ogre was too overwhelmed to speak. Longpu pondered, his gaze still tinged with hesitation. These words had a profound impact on him, prompting him, as an ogre, to consider for the first time if life could hold more meaning than just eating. Meanwhile, his fellow ogres had already gathered around, too afraid of their leader's wrath to interrupt, yet unable to contain their cheers at the mention of food. Submit, food. Though they couldn't understand the rest, food was enough for them. "Now, I need an answer. Are you willing to be my retainer?" Cassius's tone was impassioned. At last, determination shone in Longpu's eyes. He lifted his head, his bulky form half kneeling, and solemnly declared, "With the gods as witness, I, Longpu, chieftain of the ogres of the Valley of Gluttony and the smartest ogre in the world, am willing to be your retainer to conquer this world for you." The red dragon wasn't moved by the grand pledge, only feeling slightly parched. He thought to himself that this clever ogre had indeed stayed in the mountains too long. Had he experienced the hardships of human society, he'd be less easily swayed, even with 17 points of intelligence. "Cassius, your master. Remember this name well. Yes, my honorable master, I am willing to be your sword and shield, to charge into battle." The ogre's tone grew impassioned, as if already lost in the great vision. "Don't speak like that." Cassius interrupted Longpu's impromptu dramatics. A 3-meter-tall, 1-ton ogre speaking in the manner of a bard. It sounded strange no matter how one looked at it. "Yes, master." The ogre mage wiped the sweat from his brow. Oh. The ogres cheered again, waving their mismatched maces, wooden clubs, and giant bone sticks. In truth, they didn't know what had happened, only that they seemed to have a new boss. According to the tribe's second smartest ogre, Big Head, they would have more food now, and this made these gluttonous creatures very happy. "We got a new boss." The smart one among the ogres, Big Head, cheered. Longpu sternly corrected him. "Not a new boss, but master, or his majesty." "All right, old boss." Longpu, at his wit's end, raised his club again. "Old boss, why are you still hitting me?" "Ouch." Leading the ogres to relocate to his new domain, the red dragon curiously asked the ogre mage, "Where did you learn magic and get those books?" Longpu scratched his head, recalling for a moment before answering. "A few months ago, I ate a mage traveling by carriage. He was soft and tender, quite delicious, and his carriage held many books." Lost in memory, the ogre couldn't help but lick his lips, a look of bliss on his ugly face, proving that even wisdom couldn't change the gluttonous nature of ogres. "As long as you serve me, avoid eating humanoid creatures." "Yes, master." Longpo looked a bit disappointed. Those soft and tender mages were indeed tasty, but for the sake of the great vision in his heart, he had to accept this harsh demand, a true sacrifice for an ogre. For Cassius, though, it was a necessary request, not out of compassion, but because he planned to enlist many players in the future. If his minions retained a taste for human flesh, players might turn against him. Right, take me to see that carriage. The red dragon's expression turned a bit odd. He had a good guess about what had happened. Following Longpo to a hidden spot in the valley, Cassius saw the broken-down carriage. Though abandoned for some time, its ornate, gilded decorations still exuded a sense of grandeur, and on the inner wall was a gilded badge, an emblem featuring an all-seeing eye and two crossed wands. Amid the tense atmosphere, Cassius finally spoke. "I see that you have an unusual bone structure, sharp-witted. You're a talent, no, a magical talent. Are you willing to become my retainer?" Longpo, relieved, stopped casting the fireball spell. He answered obsequiously, "From the perspective of submission to strength, I would certainly be willing to be your retainer, especially since you're a mighty red dragon." But before the red dragon could reply, he cautiously raised his head and added in a low voice, "However, I'd also like to know, becoming your retainer, what's in it for me and my tribe? This ogre sure isn't easy to fool. He's a clever one. If it were any other red dragon, he'd already be reduced to ashes from a single breath of fire. Only I can see his potential." Cassius couldn't help but silently grumble. But considering the rarity of spellcasters, the red dragon decided to show humility toward this ogre. Channeling his inner leader, he began to speak slowly. "I can see that you're not like the typical ogre. You're smart and seek knowledge and wisdom." Longpo nodded, somewhat pleased. Who could understand the frustration of being surrounded by ogres who only knew how to eat? "But do you truly wish to spend your days in this narrow valley, eating and sleeping away the rest of your life? Are you content to be among these kin, only to one day become a bounty for adventurers breaking into the valley?" Seeing the ogre slightly moved, Cassius intensified his persuasion, tempting the ogre like a devil from hell. "Don't you want to wield greater power, see a wider world, and have your name sung by bards? Submit to me, and I can provide you with endless food, unimaginable power, knowledge as vast as the stars. Your talents will truly have a purpose as I establish a great empire." The red dragon paused, his tone commanding. "Imagine yourself as part of my grand vision." Cassius's promises grew grander and grander. Since they were just words, the more, the merrier. I. The ogre was too overwhelmed to speak. Longpo pondered, his gaze still tinged with hesitation. These words had a profound impact on him, prompting him, as an ogre, to consider for the first time if life could hold more meaning than just eating. Meanwhile, his fellow ogres had already gathered around, too afraid of their leader's wrath to interrupt, yet unable to contain their cheers at the mention of food. Submit, food. Though they couldn't understand the rest, food was enough for them. "Now, I need an answer. Are you willing to be my retainer?" Cassius's tone was impassioned. At last, determination shone in Longpo's eyes. He lifted his head, his bulky form half kneeling, and solemnly declared, "With the gods as witness, I, Longpo, chieftain of the ogres of the Valley of Gluttony and the smartest ogre in the world, am willing to be your retainer to conquer this world for you." The red dragon wasn't moved by the grand pledge, only feeling slightly parched. He thought to himself that this clever ogre had indeed stayed in the mountains too long. Had he experienced the hardships of human society, he'd be less easily swayed even with 17 points of intelligence. "Cassius, your master. Remember this name well. Yes, my honorable master. I am willing to be your sword and shield, to charge into battle." The ogre's tone grew impassioned, as if already lost in the great vision. "Don't speak like that." Cassius interrupted Longpo's impromptu dramatics. A 3-meter-tall, 1-ton ogre speaking in the manner of a bard. It sounded strange no matter how one looked at it. "Yes, master." The ogre mage wiped the sweat from his brow. "Oh, Oh. The ogres cheered again, waving their mismatched maces, wooden clubs, and giant bone sticks. In truth, they didn't know what had happened, only that they seemed to have a new boss. According to the tribe's second smartest ogre, Big Head, they would have more food now, and this made these gluttonous creatures very happy. "We've got a new boss." The smart one among the ogres, Big Head, cheered. Longpoo sternly corrected him. "Not a new boss, but master, or his majesty." "All right, old boss." Longpoo, at his wit's end, raised his club again. "Old boss, why are you still hitting me?" "Ouch." Leading the ogres to relocate to his new domain, the Red Dragon curiously asked the ogre mage, "Where did you learn magic and get those books?" Longpoo scratched his head, recalling for a moment before answering. "A few months ago, I ate a mage traveling by carriage. He was soft and tender, quite delicious, and his carriage held many books." Lost in memory, the ogre couldn't help but lick his lips, a look of bliss on his ugly face, proving that even wisdom couldn't change the gluttonous nature of ogres. "As long as you serve me, avoid eating humanoid creatures." "Yes, master." Longpoo looked a bit disappointed. Those soft and tender mages were indeed tasty, but for the sake of the great vision in his heart, he had to accept this harsh demand, a true sacrifice for an ogre. For Cassius, though, it was a necessary request, not out of compassion, but because he planned to enlist many players in the future. If his minions retained a taste for human flesh, players might turn against him. "Right, take me to see that carriage." The Red Dragon's expression turned a bit odd. He had a good guess about what had happened. Following Longpoo to a hidden spot in the valley, Cassius saw the broken-down carriage. Though abandoned for some time, its ornate, gilded decorations still exuded a sense of grandeur, and on the inner wall was a gilded badge, an emblem featuring an all-seeing eye and two crossed wands. As expected, it's the Arcane Hermitage, and this is even a high-ranking member's badge. TSK, what a waste. Cassius sighed inwardly. The Arcane Hermitage. This was a renowned wizarding organization of later eras, founded by the legendary Archmage Trelifar Lamlo. Members would regularly gather to share spell knowledge and research findings, sometimes cooperating to root out evil. Its branches spanned Eraziga, with one located in Anzita. Cassius mused at the fickle hand of fate, a young noble mage apprentice, destined to join the Arcane Hermitage, carrying the hopes of countless people. Yet with little actual magic ability, he suffered from the typical mage's pride. Defying orders and refusing family aid, he likely uttered words like, "I control my own fate," filled with youthful idealism. He ventured into the wilderness to make a name for himself, slay monsters, rescue princesses, seize treasure, and craft his legendary tale. Yet this unfortunate apprentice hadn't traveled far before an opportunistic ogre knocked him out with a club and devoured him. Thus, his chest of valuable books and family's treasured magical items fell into someone else's hands. In a twist of fate, it was the very ogre who killed him, a crude, ugly ogre named Longpoo, who would become a rare ogre mage. Cassius stepped forward, removed the badge from the carriage wall, and used a cantrip to infuse it with fire elements. In the flames, a message appeared. The Anzita chapter cordially invites you to join. Meeting date, December 1st, 1723. Location, Stravboard. Teleportation coordinates. An Arcane Hermitage identification badge. Interesting. This gathering should be in a few years. Cassius pocketed the badge with satisfaction. "And the books?" the Red Dragon asked. "Right here, all hidden away. I was afraid those fools would use them for cooking fires." Longpoo chuckled awkwardly, shuffling aside the pile of bones to reveal a camphorwood chest stuffed with finely bound books. The noble's manual on military drills, building a regiment that looks impressive. A foolproof guide to Fireball. The apprentice's encyclopedia. How to explain the weave to your son. Sion's adventure log. The Bard's Court poetry collection. How to be a real noble. Surviving in the wilderness. A compendium of wild herbs. Power and discord. A chronicle of the court intrigues of the kingdom of Arcanus. A Guide to Female Giants. Seeing this absurd assortment of books, Cassius was stunned. He finally understood why this ogre had such a bizarre, bard-like manner and felt that this noble mage apprentice truly hadn't died in vain. Even if he hadn't perished in an ogre's belly, he would have likely met his end due to his strange hobbies. Not bad. Keep collecting, Cassius said, still speechless but offering polite praise. Longpoo scratched his head bashfully, and for the first time, Cassius realized that the word bashful could apply to a 3-meter-tall, 1-ton ogre. Longpoo, I need you to establish camps and fortifications in the Giants' Valley. From now on, this place will be the base of my retainers. In the future, it will no longer be known as Giants' Valley. Instead, it shall be called. The Red Dragon pondered briefly, deciding to adopt the name from his previous life. Let it be known as the Nest of Embers. Yes, my lord, Longpoo replied, his face alight with excitement. In his mind, visions of world conquest arose once more. Sadly, the rowdy ogres nearby had no grasp of the refined sentiments of a thinker, promptly shattering his fantasy. Boss, when's dinner? Yeah, I'm starving. I used to be so full I couldn't see my toes. Now I can, complained an ogre called Longfong, his yellowed tusks quivering in frustration. Eat, eat, eat. That's all you think about. Get to work. Longpoo roared, waving his club with a fierce expression. Yet, aside from the more absurd titles, Longpoo's, or rather, the young noble's collection of books indeed contained valuable information. For instance, a foolproof guide to Fireball and the Apprentice's Encyclopedia Asterisk contained detailed and accessible descriptions of magic application, which greatly benefited Cassius, enhancing his understanding of the weave. With his so-called New Era Ogre Tribe, 30-odd ogres, and a fireball-wielding ogre mage, Cassius had established a notable force within several miles. After subduing both the Chimera of Giant's Mouth Cave and the ogre tribe in the Valley of Gluttony, the Red Dragon finally had a retinue and firmly established his name. Nest of Embers. Within just 2 days, the Hobgoblin warlord arrived at Giant's Valley with over 400 goblins seeking allegiance. The goblins chattered incessantly, but upon seeing the imposing figure of the Red Dragon towering above them, they fell silent. A few even fainted in terror. The one leading them was not a goblin, but a tall hobgoblin warlord. Related but distinct from goblins, hobgoblins were much stronger and far more intelligent. Accompanying the warlord were a few tall, muscular creatures, bear goblins, the warlord's personal guards. The hobgoblin warlord had reddish-brown skin, dark gray hair, and yellow eyes under a pronounced brow, and his large mouth displayed sharp yellow teeth. It was evident he was male, as his face sported a large red nose, a mark of hobgoblin masculinity and strength. At this moment, he knelt before the Red Dragon, humility etched on his face. Cassius looked down at him from above. Based on your strength, you gain the following information. Hobgoblin Commander. Medium humanoid goblinoid lawful evil. Race, Hobgoblin. AC, 17, half-plate armor. Strength, 14. Dexterity, 13. Constitution, 14. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 10. Charisma, 11. Perception, dark vision 60 feet. Passive perception, 10. Skills, command +6, hunting +4, military tactics +4, construction +4. Languages, common, goblin. Features, battle advantage, military cohesion. Actions, multi-attack, greatsword command. Challenge rating, 4 1100 XP. Evaluation. The war horns sound, trebuchets hurl boulders, hobgoblins march onto the battlefield, their boots thundering across the land. In frontier settlements and outposts, inhabitants must constantly contend with these humanoid invaders and their endless lust for conquest. The Red Dragon regarded the hobgoblin leader and asked slowly, "Why do you wish to become my retainer?" The hobgoblin kept his head bowed, expression unchanged. Goblins always submit to the strong. His tone paused briefly. Moreover, you are a mighty red dragon, driven by boundless ambition. I, too, can serve under you and make full use of my talents." The red dragon narrowed his eyes. "What makes you think I can trust you? A mere goblin." The hobgoblin remained unfazed by the term and responded deliberately. "I will prove my loyalty with blood and fire." Cassius thought for a moment, ultimately deciding to accept the goblins. His domain was still in its infancy, and a workforce of goblins would be invaluable, especially one led by a capable hobgoblin. Hobgoblins possessed an intense desire for conquest and often didn't live to die of natural causes due to their aggressive ways. Placing him in command of troops was far more preferable than relying on the half-baked tactics Long Pu had gleaned from the noble's manual on military drills. "Well said, but time will tell. I grant you and your kin entry to my domain. Seek out my retainer, and he will instruct you on what to do." "At your command." Hearing that the mighty red dragon had accepted them, the goblins erupted into a cheer. As weak creatures barely a meter tall, a single goblin could hardly even defeat a human farmer. Only by grouping together and latching onto the strong could they barely survive in the wilderness. And now they had latched onto the sturdiest pillar, a red dragon. It was little wonder they were so ecstatic. After nearly a month of recovery, the red dragon's territory is thriving. Under the direction of Long Pu and the hobgoblin, the goblins and ogres have already constructed a makeshift stone fortress within the giant valley. The walls reach over 5 meters high, with watchtowers positioned on elevated terrain. Long Pu, with his extensive reading, has named it Bastion of Stone. This makes the already defensible valley even more impregnable. Even if a human army were to attack, the red dragon is confident they could be kept at bay. "Move faster, no slacking," a 3-meter-tall ogre shouted down from the top of the watchtower. However, the wooden watchtower looked fragile under the ogre's towering, overweight body. One could even hear the creaking sounds of the wood, almost as if it were lamenting the half-ton weight upon it. Heave-ho! The ogres hoisted massive logs, struggling to lift them as they built the framework for the bastion's watchtower. Being close kin to giants, ogres possess enormous strength. Besides their gluttony and laziness, they make excellent laborers. The goblins, accustomed to building camps, combined with over 400 of their kind and the ogre's immense strength, could complete a basic fortress easily under the direction of Long Pu, who boasted an intelligence of 17 and the hobgoblin's leadership. Beneath the over 5-meter-high walls, a group of goblins were swinging pickaxes, vigorously chipping away at the stones. "Hurry up! You hit my foot!" As naturally lazy creatures, they once often slacked off. But after an enraged ogre overseer turned one feigning sleep into minced meat, such incidents had never recurred. After all, Long Pu's discipline was merely a temporary pain for the dumbfounded ogres, but for the goblins, it meant a permanent end. They understood this well. "Awoo! What is that?" The goblins paused in their work, looking up, startled by the huge shadow in the sky. They saw massive shapes approaching from afar, resembling a giant black cloud, a group of over 10 wyverns. Sensing the call of dragon blood within them, they gathered in a swarm to see if there was a worthy being to serve. Among these wyverns, the largest spanned over 7 meters, fierce and menacing, its size almost rivaling Cassius himself, though it was far more slender. Unlike true dragons, wyverns lack 2 limbs and wings. They possess 2 scaly legs and a pair of strong wings. The wyverns' tails were thick and powerful, their tips equipped with their most deadly weapon, a venomous stinger. This venom, highly toxic, could corrode the hearts and arteries of victims through backflow of blood. The lethality of wyvern poison makes it a coveted resource among hunters and alchemists for concoctions and weapon coatings. The wyverns crouched on the ground, their wing membranes folding back. They landed, hissing and roaring, summoning the land's ruler. The nearby goblins panicked, fearing they would be devoured or crushed by the wyverns, and hurriedly scurried away. Being so weak, even a minor movement from these powerful creatures could mean death for them. Meanwhile, the ogre mage stood at the fortress wall, preparing a fireball spell. The chimera in the cliff cave also became alert, its 3 heads showing varied expressions. Master, a group of wyverns has arrived. Roar! The red dragon flew out from the giant's maw cave, letting out a long, distant roar, descending in front of the wyvern swarm. Submit to me, in Draconic, Cassius commanded. The wyverns emitted a cacophony of hissing sounds before lowering their long necks and bowing their heads to show submission. But the largest wyvern in the group, seeing that the red dragon before it was merely in its juvenile stage and close to its own size, let out a challenging roar. Clearly, it was intoxicated by the rare opportunity to claim leadership. A leadership contest? A time-honored tradition among dragonkind. 2 would duel, with the victor becoming the group leader, while the loser would be expelled. But for a proud, pure-blooded red dragon, a lowly wyvern challenging him was a severe insult. If Cassius had been a full-blooded red dragon, he would have been enraged enough to release steam, ready to tear it apart. You've made the worst choice. In Draconic, Cassius was fuming, though his anger was focused on his own size. How much longer until he reached the stage of an adult red dragon, able to inspire immediate submission with a mere presence? And I shall grant you death. In Draconic, the red dragon flapped his wings, soaring high above, looking down upon the wyvern. Based on your own power, you observe the following information. Wyvern, large dragon, no alignment. AC, 13, natural armor. Speed, 20 feet, flying 80 feet. Strength, 19. Dexterity, 10. Constitution, 16. Intelligence, 5. Wisdom, 12. Charisma, 6. Skills, perception +2, hunting +4. Senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 14. Languages, understands Draconic. Actions, multi-attack, bite, claw, sting. Challenge level, 6, 2,300 XP. Evaluation. Sometimes, travelers in the wilderness look up to see the shadow of a wyvern carrying prey through the sky. These relatives of dragons also hunt within the dense forests and caves. They are ruthless hunters, and when they appear in packs, they often incite waves of terror along civilization's fringes. The wyvern on the ground slightly arched its slender neck, raised its menacing head, and let out a hissing roar, the sound coarse, almost snake-like. Hiss! Immediately, the large wyvern flapped its forelimbs, lifting off, its powerful tail swaying in the air, the sharp stinger glistening with a cold sheen. Flame breath. Before it could fully leave the ground, the red dragon spewed a scorching cone of flame, aiming straight at the wyvern's body. The wyvern hastily adjusted its body, slanting its wings mid-air, attempting to anchor its forelimbs to the ground to escape the attack, but couldn't avoid the blazing fire breath. Its chest scales were burned black, the flesh beneath scorched by the intense flame, leaving it in a sorry state. Awoo! The wyvern let out a pained howl, but immediately propped itself up with its forelimbs, shakily rising into the air again. It had little time, as the red dragon's next breath was imminent, with the orange-yellow glow deep in his throat resembling an erupting volcano. Boom! Another sound of flames scorching the air followed, as another blast of crimson fire shot down from above, trailing the wyvern's flight path. The nearby atmosphere turned searingly hot, causing the wyvern to panic. It could only desperately flap its wings, darting and dodging in the sky, with no means of counterattack. Finally, the flames ceased temporarily. Perhaps it was intentional, or maybe due to a lack of reserves. The red dragon remained suspended high in the sky, coldly watching the wyvern below. By now, the wyvern was scorched black, battered, and in complete disarray, showing none of its earlier bravado. Yet its inherent recklessness and combativeness prevented it from thinking of escape in its injured state. Instead, it was furious and humiliated. Roar! The wyvern let out an almost maddened roar and vigorously flapped its wings, charging straight up towards the red dragon. Its thick tail curled slightly, muscles tensed, and a sharp stinger was ready to pierce, injecting deadly wyvern venom upon contact. Just as it was about to close in, as it approached the dragon's scales. Thunderwave. In Draconic. Boom! A thunderous crack erupted beneath the clear sky. From Cassius's body, a powerful sonic wave burst outward. The invisible wave instantly knocked the unprepared wyvern several meters away, throwing it off balance and causing it to lose control, spiraling downward. The goblins watching below quickly covered their ears, and some of the more timid ones hid behind rocks, too scared to look up. As the wyvern plummeted, Cassius continued testing his spells. Witch Bolt. A blue spear of crackling energy shot from the red dragon's mouth, racing toward the wyvern. The wyvern, unable to dodge, was struck by the energy spear, its scales crackling as the lightning energy left it writhing in extreme pain. But it wasn't over. A continuous arc of electricity linked Cassius and the wyvern, delivering a relentless flow of magical lightning that enwrapped the creature in faint sparks. Boom! The wyvern crashed to the ground, smoke rising from its charred body as it rolled lifelessly. It's falling. Help! Run! The goblins panicked, scattering in all directions. Still, a few unlucky ones were crushed by the wyvern's massive body, meeting their end. Cassius paid no mind and descended gracefully. He walked step by step toward the fallen wyvern. A dozen wyverns had submitted to him. This wyvern, however, was unnecessary, a perfect candidate to set an example. Grr! The wounded wyvern weakly raised its head, emitting a feeble whimper, attempting to convey submission at the last moment. But the red dragon extended a powerful claw, pressing down on its slender neck and applying force. Crunch! The sound of bones snapping echoed sharply. The wyvern's head froze in its terrified expression, devoid of life. The other wyverns, who had come alongside it, were stricken with fear, quickly flapping their wings and gathering around the red dragon. The wyverns bowed their long necks, lowering their menacing heads, emitting low, groaning sounds to signify their absolute submission to a stronger dragon. Cassius Claudius Nerixius, your master. In Draconic. Roar! Standing atop the wyvern's corpse, the red dragon let out a triumphant roar. The wyverns, quick to follow suit, raised their heads and screeched, their voices rough and hoarse, as though celebrating the birth of a new ruler. After a long while, the red dragon finally released the wyvern beneath him, utterly lifeless, and ordered the wyverns to take residence in the cliffside caves within the valley. Hang its head on the wall, extract the venom from its tail, and make arrows. The red dragon instructed casually. Yes, my mighty lord, your power is unrivaled, the hobgoblin said nearby, flattery in his tone, and promptly ordered the goblins to carry out the task. Yes, sir, I'm afraid it might still be alive. The goblins hesitated, fearful, unwilling to approach the massive corpse. Useless. What's the point of you? The hobgoblin's already red face flushed as he waved his whip. With the accompanying scolding and whipping, the goblins reluctantly overcame their fear and moved closer. From the distant cave, the chimera watched the dead wyvern, a hint of fear in its gaze. Longpoo gazed at the wyvern's corpse, marveling at the red dragon's strength and delighting in the effortless victory. Our master will surely conquer this world. Beside him, the ogre Bighead leaned in and whispered, Boss, there's so much meat on that big lizard. Can we let the boys have a bite? Ouch! Another thump landed on him. This act of making an example out of the wyvern was quite effective, though perhaps the chicken here was a bit oversized. A translucent blue screen appeared in front of the red dragon. Achievement unlocked. Lord of Monsters. Lord of Monsters. You can't imagine what I saw. I sneaked into its lair. There was no legendary treasure, only remnants of broken bones. This place is a graveyard for adventurers, but a paradise for monsters. From the last words of an unknown adventurer. Passive trait unlocked. Monster Leader. Charisma +2. Command Proficiency +8. Gained Extraordinary Aura. Your power compels monsters to submit. You have acquired the ability Gift of Bloodline. allowing you to influence creatures within your territory and create bloodline-bound followers. A mysterious power surged through Cassius's body. His charisma was enhanced. Here, charisma doesn't refer merely to human standards of physical appeal. Influence is more fitting. Even if you are short and unsightly, possessing an extraordinary leadership aura that inspires soldiers to fight to the death alongside you to conquer the world would surely mark you as highly charismatic. In Erizig, a world filled with magic, intelligence represents memory and logic. Perception reflects the ability to receive external information and divine influence, while charisma embodies the power to project influence, whether through speech or innate spellcasting. As a sorcerer, Cassius's spellcasting relies on this charisma attribute, wielding his connection to the world to impose on the weave and shape reality through sheer willpower. The red dragon felt a deeper connection to the surrounding elements, a greater influence over reality itself, and a new thread of destiny linking him to his followers, allowing him to easily shape the world. He let out a contented roar, spreading his wings, and flew back into the giant's maw cave, overlooking his gathered followers. With his roar, the laboring ogres seemed invigorated, lifting massive logs and cheering loudly. The terrified goblins gazed blankly upward, as if seeing a god. Even the chimera, lurking in the cave and watching from afar, lowered its head, unable to resist the powerful aura compelling it to submit. Such was the fearsome influence of the Lord of Monsters. In the distant mines, kobolds felt the call, laying down their pickaxes and instinctively moving in his direction. Lizard folk in their shadowy camp lit fires and danced their primal dances. Meanwhile, a terrifying creature slithered deep within the caves, crawling and creeping across the ground. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the once fierce red dragon was now covered in wounds, moaning softly, her body scarred deeply, with a golden radiance seeping into her injuries, constantly corroding them. Her wing membranes were tattered like torn cloth, each flap making a whistling sound through the gaps, adding to the desolate sight. Yet she only considered this opponent troublesome, not believing that they could completely defeat her. After all, she was a red dragon, wielding Tiamat's power, possessing scorching flames, and having various means yet unused. Boom! The red dragon struggled to land on the mountain, causing the rocks to rumble and loose stones to fall. For the first time, hesitation crept into her voice. Half-elf, you are strong. Unlike those mortals, your power far surpasses theirs, so you are worthy of a noble true dragon's attention. Become my vassal, and together we can rule the Anzita wilderness. But the half-elf paladin did not respond, only slowly raising her silver sword, her gaze resolute. Her slightly charred silver armor still faintly glowed. To pursue sworn foes or banish lesser evils, I vow to challenge greater wickedness. And to sworn enemies, there shall be no mercy. Rhea leaped lightly into the air, the silver sword in her hand emitting a light akin to the glow of a setting sun. Though not particularly bright or intense, it carried a steadfast resilience, a light that would shine even in the darkest hours. This was the origin of the name Twilight Blade. Spirit of vengeance. With a clear shout, countless ethereal spirits appeared around the half-elf paladin. They were children burned to death in a fire, mothers crushed under collapsing homes, men who raised pitchforks to fight only to be turned to ash by dragon flames, warriors who stood against evil but were crushed by claws, and paladins burning with a will for vengeance. Rhea began to fly, ethereal black wings sprouting from her back, making her resemble an avenging angel. At that moment, she was high above the mountain peak. Roar! Arclenia let out a furious roar, her absolute red dragon pride refusing to let any lesser creature dare look down on her. Now, the power flowing through her bloodline surged to its peak, unleashing primal, brutal physical strength, using the red dragon's specialty, close combat. She launched herself forward with unmatched momentum. Boom! The impending clash of two mighty forces caused the mountain to tremble and the entire Anzita wilderness to shake. This sight made Cassius, who was fleeing for his life, unable to resist turning his head to sneak a glance at the terrifying scene. Holy slash! Rhea gathered all her strength, gripping her silver sword and striking down, disregarding the red dragon's ferocious, gaping maw. The silver longsword was cloaked in twilight's radiance, slicing diagonally. Swish! The sword sliced through the dragon's scales, harder than armor, with ease, tearing through her searing, pulsing veins and flesh. The ethereal spirits around her formed a massive legion, roaring and charging at the red dragon's wounded neck. Each impact drove the wound deeper by several feet. In immense pain, Arclenia threw her head back and let out a wail, but the reflexive movement only worsened the wound, sending hot blood gushing like a spring. Ow! The red dragon started with a painful cry, but once her throat was completely severed, she could no longer make a sound. It all happened so fast that the red dragon didn't have time to swing her mighty claws or lash her thick tail. She didn't even have time to unleash her unmatched power granted by Tiamat. But the silver sword had mercilessly severed her throat. The red dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, struggled midair before her wings went limp, and she fell heavily onto the mountainside. Boom! The earth trembled as her massive body rolled down the slope, bringing an end to her evil and greedy life. Her soul might be claimed by Tiamat, or it might be shattered by the spirits of vengeance. But one thing was certain. This red dragon was dead. Meanwhile, at the foot of the southern slope of Cloud Peak, an avenging angel with wings, a top-tier black knight, truly terrifying. Time to go, time to go. Cassius couldn't help but sigh. Near legendary level power, a top existence even in the 4.0 version of the previous life, with only a few hundred among tens of millions of players reaching that level. And those who could step into the legendary path were even rarer. With this in mind, the young red dragon became even more determined to escape, quickly using the ability of the swift mage's ring he had swallowed to cast a spell on himself. Grease the Sauls. Instantly, his speed became even swifter. Cassius dashed like a red streak of lightning, sprinting toward the distant forest. As for flying, he dared not risk it now. If luck ran out and this near-legendary paladin sensed him, he might be struck from hundreds of meters away with an anti-evil slash, sending him directly to Tiamat. That was a near-legendary paladin, after all. Having innate divine sense was only natural. Cassius was too busy with his frantic escape to think of anything else. He had no idea that the half-elf paladin now stood atop the mountain peak, her body drenched in the still-warm dragon blood, looking down toward the southern slope of Cloud Peak, the very direction the young dragon was fleeing. A trace of doubt flickered in Rhea's amber eyes. For in her perception of evil vision, the young red dragon in the distance was not cloaked in the black aura representing the evil alignment typical of red dragons. Instead, he bore the colorless aura representing the neutral alignment. A neutral red dragon? How could that be? After a brief moment of thought, she raised her silver sword, pointing it in the young dragon's direction, deciding to investigate further. Monster hold! As her silver sword pointed, a glimmer of magical light shot into the distance. If it hit, that young red dragon would be immobilized, unable to move. But just as the light was about to touch the dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Cassius, blocking the monster hold completely, then shattering. Spell nullifying barrier. The heavy wooden gates of Rock Fortress were lifted by the ogre guards, and the chaotic kobolds poured into the valley, assigned to some dark, damp underground caves, exactly the type of habitat these sensitive skin creatures favored. Fortunately, Giant Canyon was vast enough to accommodate these minions, or else with hundreds of kobolds coming in all at once, temporary overseer Longpoo would have been in a real bind. Cassius soared into the sky, gazing down at these feeble creatures. Based on your power level, you can see the following information. Kobold. Small humanoid creature, kobold. Lawful evil. AC 12. Speed 30 feet. Strength 7. Dexterity 15. Constitution 9. Intelligence 8. Wisdom 7. Charisma 8. Senses: dark vision 60 feet. Passive perception 8 feet. Languages: Common, Draconic. Skills: Construction +4, Traps +4, Digging +6, Stealth +6. Traits: Sunlight Sensitivity, Pack Tactics. Actions: Dagger, Sling. Challenge rating: 1 out of 8, 25 XP. Assessment: Kobolds compensate for their physical weaknesses with a talent for digging and trap making. With their frail bodies, they're no more than easy prey for predators, forced to band together due to their vulnerability. Challenge rating 1 out of 8. This was likely the weakest creature Cassius had encountered. The only reason to take them as minions was for mining and engineering work. On the battlefield, they'd be little more than cannon fodder. However, given the gold and the monster's intelligence, the Red Dragon still accepted them as minions. Because kobolds were too weak, the mysterious monster in the mine, consuming hundreds of them, didn't prove much. More detailed intelligence and strength assessment were still needed. But any creature that could grow larger than the Red Dragon himself wasn't likely easy to deal with. Thinking of this, he summoned the hobgoblin leader, Dolo. Backed by the Ember's nest, this ambitious hobgoblin warlord was done with his days of wandering and fleeing from human pursuit. He was living quite comfortably now. Even his rough, reddish-brown skin seemed smoother. Due to this, and combined with the aura of leadership, Dolo's respect for his master had only grown, his ugly red face full of smiles. "My mighty master, what are your orders? How is the training of your wolf cavalry coming along?" The so-called wolf cavalry refers to goblin soldiers riding wargs as mounts. Goblins have a unique affinity with wolves and can become excellent partners. Wolf cavalry is also the elite force of goblin armies. Dolo had once said during a hunt, "I'd rather sacrifice dozens of cannon fodder than lose a single wolf rider." And he did just that in that hunt, letting a dozen goblins be trampled to death by a mammoth to save a wolf rider who had been thrown from his mount. Very good. The wards are eager to taste the blood of their enemies. Dolo licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with that innate thirst for battle. Send a few scouting teams to the mine, where the kobolds reported the monster. Check out any nearby forces and report back immediately if you find any intel. Keep the losses minimal. As you command. The hobgoblin respectfully departed, mounted his warg, and raised his whip to call the wolf cavalry. After studying magic for so long, it's time to go on another rampage nearby and level up, the Red Dragon thought to himself. Previously, Cassius had been focused solely on studying magic, striving to master his power, and even deliberately restraining his experience gain and leveling up. Although the player interface allowed for quick power increases, Cassius wanted a more stable grasp over his power, understanding the structure of spells and the mechanisms of the world. He needed not just a strong body, but a strong mindset, so he wouldn't end up as a mere puppet of the so-called system. The Red Dragon spread his wings and took off. On an unknown high cliff, two terrifying creatures were tearing into chunks of flesh. Their prey, though shredded beyond recognition, could still be vaguely identified as human, or at least humanoid, based on the smooth skin, severed hand with 5 distinct fingers, and finely crafted clothing. They were huge, over 4 meters long, with lion-like bodies and a pair of dragon wings. Their thick manes stretched down their backs, and their long, slender tails ended in clusters of spikes. But the most chilling part was their heads, a smooth, hairless, human-like face, which made the bloody scene even more eerie. Manticores, notorious monsters, notorious for their preference for human flesh. Their appearance is often described in human children's tales meant to scare them to sleep, but they are all too real. They enjoy capturing humans and dragging them back to their cliff nests, where they feast at leisure. This time, however, a faint mist began to drift across the cliff. The mist quickly grew thicker, enveloping all creatures within in blindness. The manticores, creatures usually regarded as fearsome predators, were too busy devouring to notice the danger looming over them. A shadow flitted through the thick mist, followed by a bright glow faintly visible even through the fog. Flame breath. The red dragon burst forth from the dense mist, flames blazing from his mouth, and his fiery breath engulfed one of the manticores, setting its fur and flesh ablaze. Helpless, it could only scream in agony. It could only roll around in its nest. However, the nest, made of withered wood and dry grass, also caught fire, and the raging flames quickly consumed it. Seeing this, the other manticore let out an eerie, human-like shriek and immediately flapped its wings, preparing to flee the mist and flames. But Cassius would not give it that chance. Swift cast, cat's agility. With the zoo spell that enhanced attributes, the massive body of the red dragon instantly became much lighter. With just a slight flap of his wings, he soared, overtaking the fleeing manticore in an instant. The red dragon showed no mercy, stretching out his powerful claws and slamming the flying manticore against the cliff wall. The entire rock face shook violently, and large and small rocks tumbled down. The manticore let out a faint, strange whimper, a plea for mercy. "I surrender." Tears flowed from its human-like face, showing a begging expression, but in the eyes of any creature with normal aesthetics, it was profoundly eerie. Crack! The red dragon's claws suddenly exerted force, snapping the monster's spine without hesitation. He loosened his claws, letting the massive, ugly body tumble down, followed by a scattering of small rocks. From below the cliff came a thud, the sound of rocks hitting the ground, followed by faint, struggling noises, then silence. The red dragon stood atop the cliff, gazing at the mist-covered ground below. In the future, I'll need to occupy human cities and welcome player arrivals. I need minions who can follow orders, at least ones capable of suppressing their wild nature. For scaring people, chaotic and stupid creatures like that chimera will suffice. Besides, this thing is just too ugly. The mist dispersed, and Cassius looked down at the twisted human-like face on the ground, unable to hold back a mocking comment. A translucent light screen gradually unfolded. You killed Manticore, gaining 700 XP. You kill Manticore, gaining 700 XP. Class level increased to level 4. Cassius couldn't help but feel excited. In the system of Erazig, leveling up was actually quite difficult. For most professionals, every 4 levels marked a transformation, allowing for a substantial power boost, practically a minor leap in the early game. Choose to level up Sorcerer class. You may allocate 2 points to your attributes. After some thought, Cassius allocated both points to Charisma, enhancing his casting ability. The attribute points earned early on could only enhance stats below 20, and since the Red Dragon's natural strength was too high, it couldn't be boosted further. Choose to increase Charisma to 18. You gained an additional feat, Combat Casting. Combat Casting, General Feat. When casting spells or using spell-like abilities in defensive, grappled, or restrained states, you gain a concentration bonus. Due to Dragon Bloodline, you gained an additional Dragon Feat, Maximized Breath Weapon. Maximized Breath Weapon. Once per day, the dragon can release a fully maximized breath attack, dealing triple the damage of a normal breath attack, requiring 25 to 45 seconds to charge. Within the prior hour, the dragon must not have used a breath attack, and the energy expended in this attack will prevent further breath attacks for at least 2 hours. Due to Dragon Bloodline, you gained an additional Dragon Feat, Targeted Breath Weapon. Targeted Breath Attack. Once per day, the dragon can specify a precise target for its breath attack, rather than applying the usual area of effect spread. The dragon can also select up to 10 individual creatures to target with short, focused bursts from its breath weapon. Gained additional second-level spells Step of Illusion and Phantom Might. Step of Illusion. Second-level conjuration spell. You become briefly shrouded in silvery mist, teleporting to an unoccupied space you can see within 30 feet. Phantom Might. Second-level illusion spell. You designate a creature within casting range that you can see, creating an illusion rooted in its consciousness. The affected creature believes in the illusion's reality and even suffers direct harm from it. For example, an illusion of fire, an acid pool, or magma can burn the target. Gained additional first-level spells Hypnotic Gaze and Shield Spell. Several spells appeared in Cassius's mind. His spellcasting ability improved further, and his presence in the material world grew more pronounced. Cassius had no doubt that his current casting abilities alone could easily toy with his previous young dragon self. The interface he hadn't seen in a while unfolded before him. Red Dragon, Cassius. Name, Cassius Claudius Nerixius. Template, NPC, 9 years, 115 days, and 7 hours until server launch. Category, Large Dragon, Lawful Neutral. Race, Young Red Dragon. AC, 22, Natural Armor, Gilded Scales. Base Attributes, Strength, 23. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 20. Intelligence, 12. Wisdom, 12. Charisma, 18. Skill Proficiencies, Arcana +4, Deception +4, Persuasion +4, Leadership +8, Stealth +6, Perception +8, Hunting +4, Evasion +4, Knowledge, Future +4. Damage Immunities, Fire. Senses, Blind Sight 10 feet, Dark Vision 60 feet, Passive Perception 16. Language, Draconic. Actions, Bite, Claw, Tail Attack, Flight, Enhanced Breath Attack, Fire. Special Abilities, Maximize Breath, Fire, Targeted Breath, Fire, Gilded Carapace, Bloodline Boon. Feats, Gilded Scales, Maximized Breath Weapon, Targeted Breath Weapon, Combat Casting, Exceptional Aura, Evasive. Battle Equipment, Magic Nullifying Amulet, Swift Mage's Action Ring, Blazing Staff, Soul Amulet, Lava Spreader, Blade Resistance Ring, Silent Step Amulet, Owlbeast Perception Mask. Equipped Spells, Once Daily, Anti-Magic Field, Speak with Dead, Grease Spell. Twice Daily, Owlbeast Perception, Burning Hands. Thrice Daily, Scorching Ray, Blade Ward. Class Level, Sorcerer 4. Caster Level 4. Spells, Cantrips, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Precognition, Arcane Trick, Message. First Level, Fog Cloud, Charm Person, Magic Missile, Shield Spell, Thunder Wave, Witch Bolt. Second Level, Enhance Ability, Step of Illusion, Phantom Might, Invisibility, Scorching Ray. Third Level, None. Challenge Rating, 11, 7,600 XP. Assessment, a red dragon sorcerer with a rare talent who tirelessly pursues power. How terrifying. Typically, dragon sorcerers are driven by a desire surpassing even wealth and power. They strive to master both their inner power and that which stirs within them, seeking out mysterious, perilous knowledge and first-hand experiences with the untouched. When a challenge rating exceeds level 10, they gain a unique title. So, I'm already a minor boss, Cassius thought to himself. Power must continue to grow. In Legends, Cassius of a previous life signed a contract with a demon, encased in heavy red-black armor, with eyes blazing with vengeful fire from the abyss. In a mere 10 years, his challenge rating even broke past level 20, becoming an indisputable world boss, player's bane, and a nightmare for novices, leaving countless professional players defeated under his claws. Yet, the current Cassius, while seemingly much stronger, was still far from that level of power. Where exactly is the rumored demon of the mountains? In the depths of the Ansticum Mountains? Or in the northern Carba Mountains? Cassius didn't know, but he wasn't ready to look yet. He knew he wasn't strong enough, and, as a seasoned player, he understood the nature of abyssal demons all too well. From version 1.0 to version 4.0, from the Anzita Demon Tide to the Dark Moon Cataclysm, practically every main quest involved an abyssal demon invasion. They were pure, chaotic evil, devoid of morality and utterly unpredictable. They were dedicated to destruction, and in some scholars' accounts, the chaotic consciousness of the multiverse itself. One moment, it might drink with you, and the next it would turn you into minced meat as an appetizer. Compared to demons, even devils from hell seemed cordial. He deduced that the Cassius of a past life must have paid an unimaginable price. But eventually, I'll go and take a look. Even if it's truly a demon, I'll tear a piece of flesh off it. Cassius muttered to himself. With that, he took off from the cliff. The manticore's nest continued to burn, the flames gradually dwindling, leaving the massive nest charred. Mixed within were piles of scorched remains, nearly indistinguishable as either the manticores or the unfortunate victims. Roar! With a loud roar, the red dragon flapped its wings and swept past Rock Fortress. The ogre guards on the ground immediately waved their clubs, cheering, while the wyverns stationed on either side of the gate stretched their necks and raised their heads, letting out long cries to welcome the return of their lair's master. Upon Cassius's return to the giant's maw cave, even the chimera approached respectfully, not daring to show the slightest neglect. Long Poo, how have things been these past few days while I was away? Standing before him, the ogre mage was now wearing a finely crafted pair of silver-rimmed glasses, which he had clearly stolen from somewhere. The small glasses struggled to sit on his large head, making for an oddly comical sight. Long Poo adjusted his glasses deliberately, unfurling a scroll and flipping through it carefully as he spoke. The Ember's Nest now has 38 ogres, 435 goblins, 26 wargs, 27 bugbears, 121 kobolds, and 15 wyverns. He paused in his report before saying, 3 days ago, Hobgoblin leader Dolo sent out 27 ward riders to the Lost Mine. The losses were heavy. Only 6 riders returned, 3 of whom were injured. The remaining 21 ward riders are missing. Where is Dolo? He's still at the goblin camp. The goblin camp and the kobold's nest overlapped, so he's busy tearing down those pups' nests, the ogre mage said with a sly gleam in his eye. Understood. Continue studying your spells, the red dragon replied, his tone neutral. Lord Dolo, you can't tear this down. We have eggs to hatch here, the kobold leader with the golden tooth said, smiling obsequiously as he looked up at the towering hobgoblin. Get out of here, you filthy pups. Don't get in our way. Dolo waved his hand impatiently. Goldfong hesitated a moment, but still blocked the hobgoblin, saying, Sir, we specifically reported to Overseer Long Poo, who approved it. Changing things last minute seems a bit unreasonable, wouldn't you say? In the hobgoblin's warlike eyes, these weak kobolds were worthless, not even fit for cannon fodder, especially as their intel had indirectly led to the loss of dozens of ward riders, earning Dolo repeated mockery from Long Poo. Thinking about it, the hobgoblin leader grew even angrier, his already red-brown face flushing further as he kicked the kobold away and spat at it. Long Poo, Long Poo, Long Poo again. What's an ogre worth anyway? If it weren't for him getting recognized by the master, I'd have. Just as he was about to kick the kobold again, he realized the shadow was now covered by a massive silhouette, and the kobold looked up with a look of relief. You'd have done what exactly? The red dragon's voice was cold. Dolo's face immediately underwent a complete transformation, switching to a fawning smile as he turned and said, Master, you're back. I apologize for neglecting to greet you at the gate and wasting time here instead. Goldfong, meanwhile, knelt on the ground, snot and tears streaming down his face as he cried, Master, please defend us kobolds. Lord Dolo means well, but without a nest, how will we? Dolo shot him a vicious glare, then turned back to Cassius with a sycophantic smile. You misunderstand. I was supervising the construction progress at the goblin camp when this pack of kobolds came and disturbed things, so Cassius had had enough of the farce and cut in directly. Enough, Dolo. Make room for the kobolds. Don't stir up any more trouble. Goldfong, satisfied, kept pouring out words of praise, his lips moving so fast they nearly left a blur. Oh, great master, your mercy and justice are unmatched. Your power. Go back and continue working on your nest. The red dragon ignored Goldfong's flattery and instead spoke casually to the hobgoblin. "Bring the surviving warg riders. I want to see what exactly caused them to suffer such heavy losses." Hearing the mention of the warg riders, Dolo grew a bit uneasy, but seeing the red dragon wasn't particularly angry, he sighed in relief and went to carry out the order. With the howls of wolves, several wargs carrying goblins rushed out from the barracks, gathering submissively before the red dragon. The 6 goblins before him looked terrified, most of them injured, with one barely held on the back of a warg, covered in charred wounds and wrapped in medicinal herbs, looking like it wouldn't survive long. Dolo cracked his whip, commanding harshly, "Tell our mighty master what you experienced." It was a terrifying monster," one of the goblins said. "It ate everyone," added another. It was a shadow. Much like the kobold's earlier description, they spoke of a creature that devoured everything, its form obscured in the dark mine, appearing as only a vague shadow, but large in size. "Is there no useful information at all?" the red dragon demanded. Sensing the red dragon's frustration, Dolo cracked his whip louder, yelling, "Your cowardly retreat has shamed our master. Now you have a chance to redeem yourselves. Can't you be of any use?" Although afraid of the whip, the goblins truly knew nothing. They were too dim-witted to even invent a decent lie. Dolo looked up at the red dragon with a pleading expression. "Master, trust me once more. I'll make these wastes useful. Next time, I swear." Just as Cassius was starting to feel disappointed, the goblin lying on the warg's back weakly opened his eyes and struggled to speak in broken words. I saw lightning. It could use lightning blue." The goblin's mind was already half gone, but evidently, the lightning had left a deep impression on it. Lightning? Blue lightning? Could be a blue dragon? But Cassius quickly shook his head. Blue dragons preferred deserts, not the depths of dark mines, and their pride would never allow them to hide in darkness. Besides, blue dragons are notoriously territorial. They wouldn't tolerate kobolds or smugglers intruding into their domain. "It seems I'll have to go personally and investigate," thought the red dragon. Under the current circumstances, sending minions would only deplete his forces further. According to the warg riders' descriptions, even if he sent wyverns, they'd likely just be offering themselves up as easy prey. And he wasn't about to let this gold mine escape his grasp. Late night, at the Baron's residence. Smack! A pair of pale hands slammed heavily on the table. "Useless! You're all useless!" The man cursed loudly, spittle flying. His face was harsh, filled with gloom, his thin body wrapped in formal attire. A small, intricate medal bearing the image of an eagle and sword was pinned to his chest. Those with knowledge would recognize it as the Northwind Eagle, the crest of the Lackman family. His name was Todd Lackman, one of the lesser-regarded sons of the old Duke, perhaps the 12th. He had been granted a barony in a remote place. Standing before him was Hart, a stout, middle-aged man, once a slave trader who had since become a steward at the Baron's estate. "My lord, I had no choice. So you're telling me that all the kobolds ran off, and the gold mine was abandoned?" No, let me explain. I don't want explanations. I want gold. Gleaming gold. Without gold, I can't sustain this barony, I can't support the army, and I certainly can't compete with my dear brothers back in the family. All I can do here in this forsaken place is starve. Todd grew angrier as he spoke, finally kicking the man in front of him, completely disregarding any noble decorum. Hart got up from the ground without a hint of resentment, saying only, "My lord, it all happened so suddenly. Half of the mercenaries we brought simply disappeared. According to those guarding the kobolds in the mine, their companions vanished without even a scream. There really is a monster in the mine, and we know nothing about it, its habits, or why it suddenly attacked. Given the circumstances, to avoid further losses to your resources, I had no choice but to retreat." Todd sneered. "That just proves you and your mercenaries are useless. If you were even a bit competent, you wouldn't have fled without even glimpsing the enemy." Hart wiped the cold sweat from his brow and forced a fawning smile. "Of course, my lord. How could lowly commoners like us ever compare to you, the noble blood of the Northwind Eagle and a powerful spellcaster?" Todd adjusted his collar, saying slowly, "That's more like it." "Well said." The Baron sat back in his leather chair behind the desk, half reclining with his fingers interlaced. "Since it's come to this, do you have any remedy? I need you to provide me with a solution." Relieved that Todd had calmed down, Hart exhaled deeply, saying, "My lord, we could request a few Eagle's Guard from the Duke to secure the mine." "What do you think? Eagle's Guards?" Todd interrupted coldly. "I can't believe you'd even think of that. Do you not realize they're all spies for my father? Letting them into the mine would mean the gold would be lost to us completely. It would just be shipped straight to Northwind Keep." Hart hurriedly amended, flustered, "My apologies, my lord. That was a trivial suggestion. Surely, with your wisdom, you have a far better plan. It's just enough. If I don't see gold by next month, I'll go to the mine myself." Todd cut off his excuses, fixing Hart with a chilling stare. "Why, yes, my lord. My patience is limited. There won't be a next time, Hart. There really won't." Todd's fingers drummed rhythmically on the table. "Understood, my lord," Hart replied, bowing his head quickly, not daring to meet the Baron's gaze. "Look up, Hart. Do you really understand?" Hart reluctantly lifted his head to meet the Baron's eyes. Todd's gaze was cold, a faint red glimmer in his pupils, looking not at a subordinate, but rather at meat on a plate. "Yes, yes, my lord," Hart's voice trembled. "Prepare yourself, and gather those useless mercenaries." "Yes, yes. My lord, I'll take my leave." After receiving the order, Hart left without hesitation, almost as if fleeing for his life. Huff, huff. Outside the door, Hart panted heavily. He knew he still had some use to the Baron. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so easily. Inside, Baron Todd Lackman adjusted his collar in front of the mirror, unconsciously licking his lips, revealing his unusually sharp teeth. Another distinctive trait of the Lackman family. "Is this the place?" The Red Dragon stood atop a high hill, gazing at the seemingly bottomless mine in the distance, with a kobold held in his claws. "Master, yes, this is the place." Goldfong rubbed his head involuntarily, barely recovering from the dizziness of high-speed flight. "Then take me in." "Oh, my great master, I am but a humble kobold." This cold sweat appeared on Goldfong's scaly forehead. The mine was like a nightmare to the kobolds. Nearly all his kin had been devoured by that monster, and having barely escaped once, he dreaded returning. Even with the Red Dragon's support, he still felt uneasy. After all, a dragon wouldn't care about the life or death of a single kobold. "What? You're unwilling?" Cassius asked. "Of course I am willing. Absolutely willing." Sensing the dragon's displeased tone, the kobold hastily replied, "Serving you is the greatest honor of my life. It's just what? Just that. I need a little time to recall the path through the mine." Cold sweat dripped from the kobold's chin. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Suddenly, the sound of horse hooves interrupted their conversation, allowing the kobold to breathe a sigh of relief. Looking down the road, several riders galloped towards them, each one wearing leather armor and carrying crossbows at their belts. The Red Dragon crouched low, hiding his form as much as possible, and whispered to the kobold with a message spell. "Who are they? Do you recognize them?" Peeking out, the kobold observed the human's armor and carefully noted a few of their faces before speaking. "Master, it's those slave traders who once enslaved us. Their leader, I remember his name, is Hart." "Human slave traders? Are they also here to claim the gold mine?" "Master, these seem to be scouts. They had over 20 people before, including some professionals. The main force is likely waiting behind," the kobold added. "How convenient. They'll make fine pathfinders." Cassius's eyes narrowed. "Boss, we barely got out of this hellhole. Do we really have to go back in?" The archer Krull stared at the dark mine entrance in front of him, still somewhat fearful. Hart, dressed in leather armor, was applying sword oil to his longsword. "The Baron has given orders. If we don't dig up some gold, we're all dead." The barbarian Scar, wrapped in bear fur, said displeased, "That so-called Baron is just some brat. What right does he have to send us to our deaths?" He snorted coldly. "If it weren't for the gold, I'd have quit a long time ago." Krull chimed in, "Yeah, if I'd known, I'd have taken the gold and run." Hart finished oiling his sword, stood up and said seriously, "He's not just some brat. If you offend the northern wind eagle, who could survive around here? You think you can outrun the eagle guards?" Scar spat angrily. "I don't care if it's an eagle. Even if a dragon shows up, it can't treat us like cannon fodder." Hart only replied, "Save your energy. We're already in a line of work where we put our heads on the line. We finally got ourselves a legitimate identity, connected to some real power. Don't waste it. That accident was just an unfortunate mishap. Even if there really was a monster, it's eaten so much by now that it should be hibernating. Besides," he shifted his tone, "I also got the Baron to give us a good number of serfs, loyal and honest peasants as the kingdom officially calls them, to work as miners." He looked behind him, where over 100 frail humans carrying baskets were slowly approaching, walking numbly under the whiplashes of the overseers. Their only pay was food, just enough not to starve. However, what awaited them was not mere survival, but a deep, dark mine and the unknown monsters lurking within. "Grab a spear for yourself," Hart ordered. "This is a special gift from the Baron for your self-defense. If you encounter a monster, retreating is a dead end. Don't be afraid. Just throw the spear at it. If someone sacrifices themselves, don't worry. The Baron will remember their merit, reduce their family's taxes, and provide food as compensation. Oh, right, also take a pickaxe." These serfs were cannon fodder Hart had specifically recruited from the Baron. In such a dangerous place, there was no way he'd let his men go first, much less lead the way himself. From his years of experience in the wild, he knew the best way to deal with large monsters was spear throwing. With enough people, even a massive mammoth could be killed easily. And if they failed, the monster would be too full after eating these human shields to chase them further. "Get in. Move. Hurry up. Don't dawdle." The tricked miners picked up their weapons and stumbled into the cave. Even if someone sensed something was wrong and wanted to flee, the merciless whips of the overseers forced them to obey orders. But why did dozens of armed men, facing only a few overseers, not resist? Perhaps it was something deeply ingrained within them. Facing an unfamiliar and unknown area, the ones forced to lead the way raised their torches with trembling hands, moving forward under the threat of whips and swords. Watching from behind the line of serfs, Scar clicked his tongue in amazement. When it comes to slave trading, these noble lords sure know what they're doing. They don't even need to sell the goods. They can turn people into slaves without lifting a finger. Enough talking, hurry up and get in. Soon, Hart's team was fully inside the mine, leaving only a few soldiers at the entrance as support. They failed to realize that something else had quietly followed them into the cave. Nor did they realize that a spell called invisibility existed, allowing one to completely conceal their presence from ordinary mortals. "Boss, something feels off." Krull's senses were sharp enough to pick up that something wasn't right, but he saw nothing as he looked around. "Stop being paranoid. We haven't even gone that deep. There's a long way to go," Scar scoffed. Hart, quietly walking behind, said in a low voice, "Keep your voices down and watch what's up ahead." Following the crude markers they'd previously set up, the group gradually moved deeper into the mine. The space within was spacious. This was where the kobolds had once worked diligently, broken pickaxes, mining carts, and fallen or were scattered on the ground. A miner couldn't resist picking up a gold or from the ground and secretly tucked it into his rough burlap shirt. However, Scar's sharp eyes caught the action. The barbarian walked over, grabbed the frail man by his thin body, shook him, and the glittering gold were clattered to the ground. "You're just as filthy as those kobolds." With one hand, Scar flung him to the ground, stepped forward, and easily stomped down, breaking the man's arm, making him scream in agony. "Remember, everything here belongs to the Baron. You're here to mine, not to steal. If anyone breaks the rules again, don't think you'll ever leave this mine." Scar grinned. He enjoyed this feeling of holding others' lives in his hands, a rare pleasure in his life as a slaver. At the back of the group, Hart was carefully examining the mine's damages: the smashed wooden doors, the deformed furnace, human limbs, and the fences torn apart by immense force. Looking at these traces, sweat began to bead on Hart's forehead. A terrifying monster. Its strength might rival that of a frost giant. For him, this was high praise, as those giants who came with the northern winds were among the kingdom's most feared enemies. Hearing Scar's boisterous boasting beside him, Hart grew increasingly irritated. He rushed forward, lowered his voice, and said to him, "That monster might still be here. If you're looking to die, just say so. Don't drag me down with you." "But boss, our gold." The thoughtless, violence-loving barbarian tried to respond, but strange noises echoed from deeper within the cave. "Shut up and listen closely," Hart frowned. Thud, 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 thud. A heavy, footstep-like sound reverberated through the dark mine, making everyone's hearts pound and sink. The sound is coming from the rock wall, Hart thought. He looked around the walls, but it was still pitch black. "It's in front, to the left." "No, it's above," Kroll said in a low voice. The sound seemed to shift around the cave, echoing and moving, making it impossible for the group to pinpoint its origin or direction. But the sound seemed to be getting closer. Panic began to spread among the crowd, and soon someone suggested returning to the surface. Even the overseers couldn't help but grow anxious. "Don't panic. Grab your weapons." Hart's back was soaked in sweat. He had never encountered the monster up close before, and the chaotic situation was far beyond his expectations. "Don't be afraid. Raise your torches. It's over. This isn't some ordinary monster. It's a fearsome hunter creating chaos to trap us all," Hart thought. The rustling noises continued without pause, and in the dark cave, everyone was on edge. People instinctively quieted down, fearing something might attack from the darkness, making the sounds in the cave clearer, mixed with the pounding of their hearts. Suddenly, a massive shadow flashed past a corner of the cave, sweeping across a part of the crowd. A miner couldn't even scream before falling silent. "Ah!" Gulp. Next came a sound of something swallowing, of food being crushed. In the deathly quiet of the cave, where even a pin drop could be heard, everyone clearly heard this swallowing sound. Instantly, people's fear became almost uncontrollable. The crowd began to surge toward the exit of the cave. Hart pushed his way to the center of the group, trying to keep his voice steady. "Everyone, don't panic. If you see anything unusual, throw your spears at it. It's just some timid beast hiding in the dark. All we have to do is..." Gulp. As if mocking him, another swallowing sound cut him off mid-sentence. Another unlucky soul had evidently lost their life. The crowd erupted into chaos, and survival instincts overpowered everything else. "No, don't eat me. There's a monster. There's really a monster. Run. Damn it, get out of my way." Screams and shouts filled the air, and the entire cave descended into a frenzied mess. Not even the overseers' whips could restore order. Some overseers themselves were even thinking of slipping away. "I just want to live. Almost there. Once we get out, we'll be..." But amidst this chaos and cacophony, countless people were silently swallowed in the dark. Meanwhile, as the foremost group frantically scrambled upward, hoping to escape, a massive figure was already lurking in the shadows. Several of the leaders were immediately engulfed by that shadow, disappearing without a trace. In the brief glow of torchlight, people saw only a massive, bluish creature flash by. In an instant, the place where several people had stood was empty, their torches extinguished, plunging them back into darkness. Those in the back, unaware of the danger, continued pushing forward. Those at the front, having seen the horror, dared not advance, but were shoved forward, forced to continue exploring. The swallowing sounds were drowned out by the crowd's noise. Hart watched the scene in the cave, sweat dripping from his forehead and chin. He was nearly consumed by despair. How to proceed? How to escape? The monster needed only a moment to devour a person. All it had to do was wait at the cave entrance, and people would walk straight into its bottomless stomach. Throw your spears forward. Kill that monster. Desperate, the miners had no choice but to follow orders, throwing their spears into the boundless darkness. But all they heard was the crisp sound of spears hitting rock. People screamed and cried. To them, the dark abyss had become a symbol of death. Suddenly, A raspy laugh echoed from the darkness. Humans, your little tricks are quite amusing. Today, I've already eaten 3 giant bats, 2 goblins, 8 humans, but I think I can still fit all of you. The monster slowly slithered out of the shadows, and under the weak torchlight, its form was barely visible. The monster only revealed its grotesque head, with vertical pupils glowing eerily in the dim cave, and its enormous, curved horns protruding menacingly from the sides of its head. Its gaping maw alone looked big enough to swallow several people at once. Its long, scaled body, resembling a cross between a crocodile and a centipede, extended back into the darkness, covered in numerous legs. In the flickering torchlight, a chilling smile appeared on the monster's twisted face. I wouldn't want to miss this opportunity. Such a meal, delivered right to me, will surely fill me up. No, don't eat me. We're done for. We're done for. We're all going to die. Help! It's charging at us. In utter panic, people began to retreat, huddling together in a desperate attempt to escape this hellish place. Trampling, shoving, and screaming ensued. Yet, the monster only leisurely followed behind them, slithering along like a shepherd herding sheep, occasionally picking off 1 or 2 people. I don't mind playing a game with you. Run, go on, run to your heart's content. I'm still quite entertained. The monster's raspy voice sounded like a call from the Grim Reaper, plunging everyone deeper into despair. Smack! Krull's arrow struck the monster's body. Weak spears, small arrows, and poor-quality swords hit its scaled body in vain. Even when they managed to break its armor, the minor wounds were insignificant compared to its massive form. Finally, Scar, the barbarian, could no longer tolerate this cat-and-mouse game. He stopped, turned, and faced the monster. Yet his once proud, strong physique seemed as small as a mouse before the creature. Scar took a deep breath, raised his war hammer, and cursed. All these years, I've only toyed with others. I've never been someone else's damn plaything. Arg! With an angry roar, Scar's eyes turned blood red, signaling the onset of his barbarian rage. Losing all reason, he lifted his war hammer and charged at the monster's massive body, like a knight charging at a windmill. But as the berserk barbarian charged, the monster remained motionless, watching him with amusement as if observing an amusing toy. Frenzied strike, Scar shouted, his arm muscles bulging as he hammered down on the monster's chest. Bang! 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 One blow after another struck the monster's body. He even managed to shatter a few scales on its chest, causing thin streams of blue blood to seep out. Interesting human, I'll grant you a fitting death. The monster laughed eerily, seemingly unfazed by the barbarian's attacks, while it slithered slowly across the ground. Scar grew even more furious, hammering wildly, again and again. But soon, he noticed the monster's massive body had gradually coiled around him. Perhaps coiled wasn't quite accurate. It was more like the creature had trapped him with its enormous body, forming a blue-green cage around him. Scar felt the space around him tighten, his muscles crushed as his breathing grew labored. Who would have thought? I'd be suffocated to death. That was the last thought to flash through his mind. The monster moved slowly, its body writhing. The barbarian trapped within its coils had blood-filled limbs, bulging veins, and an agonized, twisted expression, but had already lost all signs of life. How boring. The raspy voice sounded again. It coiled up, opening its massive maw, preparing to swallow its meal in one bite. Seeing a living person swallowed whole, the crowd erupted in shock once more, yet they had no escape, and their minds were nearly numb. Rest in peace, Scar, but a painful death suits the deeds you've done. Hart watched helplessly as his subordinate of over 10 years died, humiliated, gritting his teeth silently, praying he might escape this place. He felt droplets on his head and instinctively wiped them off, but strangely, it didn't seem like cold sweat, nor were they tears. It felt like warm sweat. But why is it so hot in this cave? A slight confusion arose in his mind. He hadn't noticed this earlier, overwhelmed by the fight to survive. Now, Regaining his senses, he realized the cave felt like a massive steamer, with waves of heat coming from above. Hart instinctively looked up, and his mouth dropped open in shock. An enormous creature, over 8 meters long, suddenly appeared atop the rock wall. It was a dragon. Even more shocking, terrifying white-yellow flames were brewing in its mouth, like a miniature sun, illuminating the entire cave as if it were daylight. Both humans and the monster looked up in astonishment and were left utterly speechless. "Got you," a strange voice echoed from above the cave. Cassius released the accumulated flame breath in an instant, draining a significant portion of his energy. Maximized flame breath. A column of intense flames descended from above, with an inner core of blinding white and an outer flame of vivid orange. Boom! With a deafening roar, the coiled monster let out a painful shriek. The scorching flames distorted the air, and it writhed within the blazing fire, trying to escape. The tough scales it had prided itself on were instantly incinerated, turning into charred blackness. "Despicable dragon, you are a shameless ambusher." It struggled in the flames, roaring hoarsely. The terrifying breath lasted several breaths' time before the monster slithered into the darkness, and the flames gradually subsided. To withstand that hit directly, truly terrifying, Cassius muttered, looking into the shadows of the cave. Twin light dance. Several beams of light shot from the red dragon's claws, illuminating different parts of the cave. The entire cave lit up, leaving the monster nowhere to hide. For the first time, its full form was revealed. The creature was an enormous 17 to 18-meter-long hybrid of centipede and crocodile. It had 12 pairs of legs densely packed on each side of its body, intimidating to behold. But now, the monster was in a pitiful state, with large patches of scales burned off and huge areas of flesh seared black. The red dragon fixed its gaze on the monster, a hint of excitement on its face at encountering a formidable enemy. Based on your power, you can observe the following information. Bluefoot drakesnake, man A. Type, giant monster, neutral evil. AC, 18, natural armor. Speed, 50 feet, climb 40 feet. Strength, 23. Dexterity, 16. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 7. Wisdom, 14. Charisma, 12. Skills proficiencies. Perception +6, stealth +7, hunting +4. Senses, dark vision 90 feet, passive perception 16. Damage, immunity, lightning. Languages, common, draconic. Actions, lightning breath, multi-attack, constriction, bite, swallow. Traits, cave predator, enemy of dragons. Challenge rating, 11, 7,200 XP. Evaluation. The bluefoot drakesnake slithers across ground and walls, hunting its prey. Its lightning breath can incinerate most creatures, and even stronger ones can be constricted and swallowed whole by the drakesnake. A formidable opponent. This was Cassius's assessment of it. The monster, or rather, the bluefoot drakesnake, realizing it was fully exposed, stopped hiding. A young dragon sorcerer? How peculiar. Those snake-like eyes stared directly at the red dragon, not only with the anger of an ambush, but also with a deep-seated hatred from its very bloodline. In ancient, long-forgotten times, giants and dragons waged near-endless wars. It is said that the storm giants created the first bluefoot drakesnake as a weapon against dragons. Thus, bluefoot drakesnakes retain a natural hatred for dragons, with inherited methods to combat them. Seeing its enemy severely wounded, the red dragon decided to pursue it relentlessly. Scorching ray. Several fiery beams shot from the red dragon's mouth. Though injured, the bluefoot drakesnake swiftly climbed with its 12 legs, its massive body moving nimbly along the rock walls. With sheer speed, it dodged 2 of the consecutive flame beams. But it was hit by the third, the scorching ray splitting its flesh and making it howl in pain. Enraged, the bluefoot drakesnake raised its head, and dazzling lightning gathered in its mouth. Lightning breath. In an instant, bolts of lightning spewed from its mouth. Each bolt was as thick as a bowl, capable of incinerating most creatures in an instant, far more powerful than the red dragon's level 1 spell, Magic Missile. Knowing he couldn't fully evade the lightning breath, Cassius leaped to the side, relying on his metamagic expertise to cast spells instantly. Quicken Shield. An invisible shield appeared in front of the red dragon, blocking part of the lightning. But soon, the invisible shield shattered under the onslaught of lightning, and several bolts struck the red dragon directly. Cassius felt a strong electric current conducted through his scales, penetrating his skin and flowing through his body. Pain shot through his body, muscles spasmed, and several scales were scorched black. Thankfully, the red dragon's natural resilience allowed him to withstand it. A human might have sustained internal injuries or even been burned to a crisp. Such a terrifying breath, taking it fully would have caused serious injuries. Feeling the lingering pain and slight muscle twitching, Cassius licked his lips. There was a faint excitement in his tone. It's been a while since I felt the taste of injury. Since arriving in this world, apart from the initial desperate escape, he had rarely encountered an evenly matched opponent. After all, a red dragon's starting point exceeded the end point of most creatures. This was the first opponent in a long time that truly excited him, an exceedingly rare occurrence. Cat's Grace. Grease on my feet. As the Bluefoot Drakesnake was preparing another lightning breath, Cassius cast several speed-enhancing spells on himself. His body became exceptionally agile, leaping lightly through the cave, closing in on the Drakesnake. Although the red dragon's strength was far less than the Drakesnake's, and their sizes were vastly different, that wasn't the only factor in close combat. He was confident he could prevail in a melee fight. The Drakesnake spat out several bolts of lightning, but the red dragon, having anticipated this, dodged easily, shifting left and right. The Drakesnake, noticing Cassius's intent for close combat, let out a raspy laugh. Foolish dragon, you dare to challenge me in this cave? Without the advantage of flight, what are you even worth? Its 12 pairs of legs scuttled rapidly across the rock walls, moving faster than the spell-enhanced red dragon. It charged toward the red dragon like a streak of green lightning. Bull's strength. The Drakesnake's advance was exactly what the red dragon wanted. He instantly cast a strength-boosting spell, causing his muscles to swell with power, steam rising from his body. Forewarned Strike. Cassius's golden, slit-pupil eyes glowed with purple magical light, locking onto the Drakesnake, attempting to predict its next move. Ridiculous dragon. You're as feeble as those cowardly human mages. Seeing Cassius covered in enchantments, the Drakesnake was unfazed, lunging forward with its gaping maw. The red dragon, anticipating this, sidestepped and prepared to counterattack with his claws. Yet he didn't expect the Drakesnake's bite to be a feint. As Cassius dodged, it suddenly shifted, springing forward and coiling its massive body around him like a lasso. It was constricting him. The Drakesnake slowly tightened its muscles, compressing the space around Cassius, trying to crush him. Its body was more than twice the length of the red dragon's and far stronger, and once it had constricted, the outcome was decided. Seeing his predicament, the red dragon used his sharp claws to continuously tear at the Drakesnake's scorched, exposed flesh, causing blood to splatter. The Drakesnake let out a pained hiss, but did not release its hold. It knew that loosening its grip would mean defeat, and if the constriction succeeded, even a red dragon would lose its strength. However, Cassius's attacks were far fiercer than the barbarian's. His claws dug several feet into its flesh, ripping the Drakesnake apart. You're merely my prey. Furious, the Drakesnake let out a long howl. Even while covered in wounds, its body continued to coil tightly around the red dragon. You're in your death throes. It had succeeded. The red dragon was bound by its massive, elongated body, trapped like a beast in a snare, with no escape. He couldn't move his claws, helplessly struggling, his sharp teeth delivering weaker and weaker retaliations. About to kill a red dragon. This made the Drakesnake's blood surge with excitement, almost forgetting its own pain as it tightened its muscles with all its might. This was the dreadful power of an ancient biological weapon, its hatred for dragons carved into its very blood. Yet, in the next moment, the situation took a drastic turn. Misstep. The red dragon, firmly constricted, uttered a spell. As a skilled battlecaster, he could still cast spells effortlessly, even in such a restrained state. Instantly, the drakesnake felt the coils around its body go slack, with only a silver mist left where its prey had been. Cassius had teleported 10 meters away to the top of the cliff. "Damn it!" it shouted in shock. The drakesnake, having exerted too much force, was twisted into an awkward position. Cassius could have escaped as soon as the drakesnake began constricting. But he chose to play along, letting it think he was trapped, thus further exhausting his opponent. The red dragon let out a victorious roar, leaping from the cliff, diving straight toward the drakesnake. "Now tell me, who's the prey?" The drakesnake, still tangled and unable to dodge, had no choice but to face him in desperation. It barely managed to lift its head to bite, but Cassius's agility now far surpassed that of the drakesnake. The red dragon effortlessly sidestepped to the left, dodging the attack. Taking advantage of the opening, he pounced behind the drakesnake, biting into its exposed, bloodied torso. Flesh and blood splattered. Warm blood sprayed into his mouth. His teeth sank deep, tearing through muscle fibers, sinking even deeper. The sensation filled the red dragon with exhilaration. Roar! The drakesnake let out an ear-splitting screech, thrashing wildly in an attempt to break free. But the red dragon's mouth held firm, his claws digging deep into the drakesnake's body, tearing recklessly. The drakesnake thrashed desperately, but Cassius refused to let go. Boom! The two giant beasts engaged in a brutal, primal struggle. The rocks in the cave rumbled. It was as if the entire cave was shaking, with fragments of stone continuously falling from the ceiling. Woo! Finally, the drakesnake seemed to falter, letting out a weakened whimper. Yet Cassius refused to relax. He was nearing exhaustion himself, and if his foe had any tricks left, he'd be helpless. Was it finally over? Cassius felt the drakesnake's body growing weaker, its thrashing subsiding. A burst of blue-green blood mist suddenly erupted. Bang! It escaped. The drakesnake had severed part of its body to break free. The remaining 7 pairs of legs crawled rapidly along the rock wall. Although gravely wounded, the drakesnake moved even faster without the burden of its severed half. It managed to escape after all. Cassius released his bite, struggling to pull his claws from the remaining half of the drakesnake's body. He watched as it fled into the darkness. There was nothing he could do. He was nearly at his limit. Moreover, this cave was the drakesnake's domain. Without the ability to fly, it was difficult for the red dragon, relying on his 4 legs, to catch up with the drakesnake, even in its diminished state. His light spell had expired, but the torches provided faint illumination. Cassius simply watched the deep, dark path where the drakesnake had escaped. The unique tapetum in the red dragon's eyes allowed him to see in the dark, giving his gaze a ghostly glow. However, his vision now was only in black and white. That direction leads to the Ember's nest. Cassius's sense of direction was sharp. Even in a dark cave, he could pick up on environmental cues to determine his bearings. The bottomless pit. Cassius suddenly recalled something. Cassius relied on his night vision to steadily exit the cave, only to find that the people hadn't run far. Though the battle just now was intense, it hadn't actually taken much time. It would take ordinary humans quite a while to escape from such a deep cave, especially in the midst of such chaos. Goldfong greeted him at the cave entrance, bowing with exaggerated reverence. "Oh, my great master, your power is unmatched. Even a mightiest monster cannot withstand your flames." The humans looked on in terror at the blood-covered red dragon emerging from the cave, their faces filled with fear. The monster in the cave had been horrifying enough. What kind of power would the dragon that defeated it possess? They mustered all their remaining strength to flee in panic. Many had been devoured by the monster in the cave, and some had been crushed by falling rocks. Out of over 100 people who had entered, only about 50 managed to escape. The rest were forever entombed in the dark depths of the cave. Goldfong sidled up obsequiously, asking, "My great master, what do you plan to do with these wretched humans?" A cunning glint flashed in the kobold's eyes. Having once been enslaved by humans, it now saw an opportunity for revenge. "I have my own plans." The red dragon was indifferent, struggling slightly as he flapped his wings and took to the sky, pursuing the fleeing crowd. The people below were thrown into a frenzy, terrified, running with all their might. But how could running compete with flight? Soon, the shadow cast by the red dragon loomed over the panic-stricken crowd. However, the anticipated flames, claws, or gaping jaws did not come. "Humans, you have trespassed upon the territory of the Ember's nest. But the merciful red dragon is willing to forgive your transgressions. This time, I will punish only the instigator." The red dragon dove down, sweeping over the ground and grabbing the most conspicuous figure in armor, Hart. Then he flew back to the cave entrance. Hart, who had been seized by the dragon, was thrown to the ground. Kneeling, he dared not rise, trembling as he stammered, "Lord Dragon, I was wrong. And no, don't eat me. I'm not tasty." The once arrogant slaver now quaked with fear. Cassius gazed down at him, noting that Hart was actually a level 3 warrior. Feigning anger, he said, "Who gave you the courage to invade the Ember's nest territory and steal a dragon's gold?" In the red dragon's shameless proclamation, the gold mine had become his personal property. The kobold, seeing his former master now in such a wretched state, couldn't help but taunt him. "You're just a lowly human, daring to invade the great dragon's possessions, enslaving his kin. Your only fate is to be torn to pieces." Hearing the words "torn to pieces," Hart collapsed in terror. His face was streaked with snot and tears, muttering repeatedly, "It wasn't me. I was ordered by someone else, forced to come here." Hearing there might be someone behind this, Cassius grew interested. "Who? Tell me the name of that thief." Realizing there was a glimmer of hope for survival, Hart clung to it desperately, answering without hesitation, "It's Baron Todd Luckman." At this, Cassius's interest grew, and he inquired further. "Luckman family? The so-called Northern Wind Eagle, ruler of Northwind Keep?" Hart nodded repeatedly, scrambling to answer, his tone earnest in this life-and-death situation. Yes, Lord Dragon, it's Luckman." Hart knelt, cautiously lifting his head, his face full of tears. "Lord Dragon, please, you must avenge me. This Baron Todd, he used vile magic to control me, threatened my family's lives, forced me to follow his orders, which is why I violated your property." Given the situation, Hart abandoned any pretense of loyalty, prioritizing his life. Any blame could fall on the Baron. How interesting. From what Cassius knew, the Luckman family's old duke was a vampire, and many of his offspring had become revenants or new vampires. This Baron Todd was likely a vampire as well, a potential lead for gathering intelligence on Northwind Keep. The red dragon grinned. "This Baron Todd you mentioned, where is he now?" Hart hesitated briefly, then quickly replied, "Lord Dragon, I can take you to him. He must compensate you for your losses. A full-fledged turncoat." "Very well, but we'll wait a while first." The red dragon grabbed the human and, flapping his wings, flew directly back to the Ember's nest. The Ember's nest. Cassius landed amid the welcome of his dragonkin. However, this time, his numerous wounds drew whispers of speculation among his followers, wondering who could have injured him so badly. But no one dared voice their thoughts, fearing to anger the wounded red dragon. Dolo, the hobgoblin chief, led a squad of ward riders to greet him, his face fawning. The red dragon tossed Hart casually in front of Dolo, saying, "Watch this human. Don't let him escape, and don't let him die." "Yes, my great master. I will fulfill your orders without fail." Dolo agreed eagerly, snapping his whip to signal the guards. Soon, several burly bear goblins stepped forward with a hide stretcher, carrying the human off to the camp's dungeon. Having given his orders, The red dragon flew directly back to the giant's maw cave. He headed straight to the deepest part of the cave, moving aside the stones that had previously blocked the entrance. I see now. No wonder I felt uneasy earlier. It's time to clear the hidden threats within my nest. Cassius muttered to himself. He leaped into the pit. Inside, magma splashed and white steam billowed out. Yet the scorching magma was merely warm water to the red dragon, and the sulfurous heat made him feel at home. Descending for a long time, plunging countless meters deep, he finally spotted another entrance, blocked by a steady flow of magma. Splash! The red dragon burst out of the magma. Molten rock splattered, scorching the solid rock around him. It was an incredibly narrow tunnel that stretched endlessly. The entrance was just over 4 meters high, and Cassius had to retract his wings tightly to barely fit as he continued to explore forward. The scene before him was entirely different from before. Compared to the previous heat, it was darker here and much colder. The space was vast, almost like a small world, with rugged, steep terrain and various unique plants growing on the rocks. Cassius recognized some of them: spore mushrooms, green dust algae, and the horn of the mad toad man. All plants that only grew in the deepest parts of the underground. Glowing rocks, luminescent crystals, and phosphorescent moss, lichens, and fungi faintly illuminated parts of the area. Unknown clusters of crystals grew along the cliffs, casting a ghostly blue glow that tinted the nearby rocks a dark navy color. Is this the Underdark? No. The depth here clearly exceeded the cave's range, reaching a deeper and darker domain. This was the hidden world beneath the surface, commonly known as the Underdark. Yet, this region of the bottomless cavern seemed closed off, isolated from the outside, more like an unnaturally formed subterranean world. Cassius extended his forked tongue, using his extraordinarily keen sense of smell to analyze the various pheromones in the air until he found the familiar scent: the blood of the bluefoot drake snake. He looked toward a corner of the cliff. Under the glow of the luminescent crystal, the area's color was noticeably different, with traces of blue-green blood marking the path he could follow to track his escaping prey. Found you, bluefoot drake snake. He wasn't going to let this enemy escape again. He would ensure a decisive kill. Cassius had just experienced an exhilarating fight, depleting his spells, so he tapped into his fauna magic to restore his spell slots. A surge of magical energy poured into his body. Invisibility. He muttered the incantation silently. Instantly, his 7-meter-long form merged with the darkness once more. In a distant corner, the bluefoot drake snake was weakly licking its wounds. Its once massive 17-meter body was now less than 10 meters, its back end a gruesome, raw stump rather than a tail. Torn muscles, damaged organs, and a constant trickle of blue-green blood showed the severity of its injuries. The sight alone revealed the grave extent of the bluefoot drakesnake's wounds. It was likely that its lower body might never fully recover, leaving it as a crippled drakesnake, though it still had 7 pairs of legs. Damn dragon, it muttered. Remembering the dragon's sorcerer responsible for its suffering, hatred flared in its eerie blue eyes, a deep-seated loathing drawn from both bloodline and the wounds inflicted. Bluefoot drakesnakes never nested near dragons. If a dragon attempted to nest within dozens of miles of a drakesnake's territory, it would have to kill or drive it away. Only if the dragon was too powerful would the drakesnake abandon its nest and seek a new one elsewhere. Its last departure had been for that very reason. A strange gust blew along the shadowy rock wall, causing the drakesnake to shiver. This feeling, for some reason, an intense dread emerged from deep within its bloodline. Alerted, it rose, pressing its 7 pairs of legs against the rock wall. But it was already too late. Got you. The red dragon materialized from above, seizing the bluefoot drakesnake with powerful claws. This time, he grabbed not its body but its neck. Cassius, learning from his previous encounter, didn't believe the drakesnake could sever its head to escape. Arg! The drakesnake looked at the red dragon in disbelief. Its massive body writhed in desperation, its 7 pairs of legs clawing and scraping at the rock wall, thrashing as it tried to break free from the dragon's chokehold. Crash! Its body smashed against the rock wall, sending chunks of stone crashing down. Yet the red dragon's claws held firm, biting into the drakesnake's neck with sharp teeth that sank deep into its flesh. His long, muscular tail also struck repeatedly at the drakesnake's wounds, splattering its blood everywhere. The drakesnake let out pitiful whimpers. Its struggles grew weaker with each passing moment. Cassius didn't release his grip, applying even more force until he was nearly exhausted. At last, he heard a sharp crack as the drakesnake's bones broke. Cassius let go in relief, watching as the drakesnake's massive body fell from the cliff and crashed heavily to the ground. Roar! Standing atop the cliff, the red dragon spread his wings, releasing a long, triumphant roar. Defeated Bluefoot Drakesnake. Mane gained 7,200 XP. Your class level has increased to 5. A dense spell list appeared before him, filling Cassius with joy. Receiving rewards after an intense battle. Nothing could feel better. Upon reaching level 5, a sorcerer gained 2 additional level 3 spells. When selecting his spells, Cassius avoided the famed Fireball, favoring supportive spells instead. His dragon ability, Empowered Breath Weapon, already provided ample damage, making Fireball unnecessary. After some thought, Cassius made his choice. You have gained a level 3 spells Blink and Protection from Energy. Blink, level 3 transmutation spell. For the duration, there's a 50% chance you disappear from your current plane and enter the ethereal plane. While in the ethereal plane, you can see and hear the material plane, but everything is in black and white. Other creatures can only interact with you if they are also on the ethereal plane. Protection from Energy. Level 3 Abjuration spell. For up to 1 hour, a willing creature you touch gains resistance to one type of energy damage of your choice. Acid, cold, fire, lightning, or thunder. With these 2 spells, Cassius wouldn't have been so wary of the drakesnake's lightning breath and wouldn't have needed to engage in close combat. These spells materialized in Cassius's mind. They were far more intricate and versatile than his previous spells, so much so that he struggled to fully understand them at first. Standing in place, he spent a long time contemplating, gradually grasping the basic use of each spell. Each layer of the weave's magic grew exponentially more complex and difficult to understand. Fortunately, Cassius was a sorcerer of artistry. He only needed to grasp the basic function, bending reality to his will, without needing to calculate every detail or construct an intricate model. Regardless, Cassius had finally taken a significant step forward, reaching the 3rd layer of the weave. After leveling up, Cassius leapt down the shadowed cliff, hoping to salvage some spoils from the Bluefoot Drakesnake. But as he reached the bottom and looked around, he suddenly realized things were far from simple. Scattered across the ground with the drakesnake's corpse were other massive, ancient bones. Each skeleton was over 10 meters long, and from their grim, snake-like skulls and elongated spines, he could tell these remains belonged to Bluefoot drakesnakes. There were hundreds of them. The massive bones covered the entire ground at the base of the cliff, forming a spectacular road of white bones, making the drakesnake's body blend almost unnoticed among them. Hundreds of Bluefoot drakesnakes. What kind of concept was this? Just one Bluefoot drakesnake had pushed the red dragon to his limits to barely claim victory. 10 drakesnakes swarming together, with their powerful lightning, would reduce the red dragon to charred remains. And what about hundreds? No exaggeration, such a force could easily wipe out an entire human kingdom. These bones, some must be thousands of years old, almost turning to dust. What is this place? Cassius felt a chill run down his spine, exhaling a breath of sulfur-laden air. Now, he ignored the drakesnake's corpse, wanting only to uncover the secret of this terrifying bone road. Crunch! His claws pressed down on the ancient skeletons, producing brittle sounds. The red dragon treaded lightly on this road of bones, stepping slowly into the depths of darkness. The cliffs on either side rose steeply, almost vertical. He walked for a long time. At the end of the path stood a massive stone door. Thick stone pillars flanked it, carved with inscriptions. The door bore simple carvings with a primal design, not intricate but exuding a sense of raw power and wildness, barely depicting an eye within a storm. Storm giants, Cassius murmured to himself. The ancient empire of giants had spanned vast distances, with storm giants holding the highest rank among them. Few in number, these storm giants lived in remote, hidden corners of the world, reminiscing about their lost glory, known as reclusive and contemplative sages. He carefully examined the inscriptions on the pillars. Ancient giant script. The red dragon didn't recognize this ancient language. It likely perished with the fall of the giant empire. But a translucent blue panel quietly appeared. The wisdom of the sorcerer lets you trace back to more ancient knowledge. The writing before you stirs memories from the depths of your bloodline. The memory of the long, unending war between dragons and giants, etched deeply within your veins, flowing through every vessel in your body. Cassius felt a wave of dizziness, falling into a trance. He saw a terrifying army of dragons, with wings so numerous they darkened the skies. Giants stood in formation, their massive bodies dominating the horizon. The two sides clashed, shaking the heavens and earth. It was a primal, brutal confrontation. Storm giants hurled devastating lightning, cloud giants summoned rolling clouds, and stone giants hefted mountain-sized boulders. You have gained valuable knowledge from the ancient times. Skill proficiencies gained. Ancient Draconic +4, Ancient Giant +2. When the red dragon awoke, his mind was filled with newfound knowledge. Cassius read the words inscribed on the pillars aloud. I searched for the great relics, reclaiming the remnants lost with the fall of our empire. In the end, I discovered that the gods abandoned us. I witnessed the rise and fall of royalty, the triumph and defeat of wars, and grew weary of the endless battles between good and evil. So, I descended from the skies, sinking into the deep abyss, with the weapons of old guarding my gate. Mortal traveler from afar, approach humbly. Do not disturb my rest, or else the enraged storm giant shall bring forth utter destruction. This is my final prophecy as a sage. Storm giant elder Ranta, resting here eternally. Finishing the inscription, or rather, the epitaph. Cassius's breathing quickened, and he exhaled another cloud of sulphurous smoke. This is a tomb of a storm giant, and those bluefoot drake snakes were merely its guards. How extravagant! Meaning, this tomb may contain immensely valuable treasures. Deep within his bloodline, Tiamat's greed urged him repeatedly to open this stone door. But the epitaph prophesies that he'll bring forth utter destruction. Best to be cautious. Cassius was not a pure-blooded red dragon with only brawn in his head. Reason took precedence. But this didn't mean he would abandon exploring the tomb. Rather, he planned to play it safe until he fully recovered and prepared before proceeding further. So, the red dragon temporarily settled down here. Yes, he settled down. Cassius returned to the spot where he had fought the drake snake, intending to devour its broken body. The drake snake's strength was immense, making its flesh especially chewy with a slight electric tingle, a result of the magical energy infused in its body. Tastes like the spicy hot pot I had in my previous life. Cassius mumbled between large bites. This was the highest praise the red dragon had given any food in this world so far. Dragons could easily digest half their body weight in meat each day, converting the food into elemental energy for future use. This stored energy would be used for his breath weapon and his many growth spurts throughout his life. Thus, the red dragon spent his time eating drakesnake meat, studying the inscriptions, and occasionally dozing atop the bone piles. Days passed this way. Cave scavengers hid within crevices at the cave ceiling. These giant worm-like creatures, blue-black in color, blended seamlessly with the background. They waited silently in the cave. When prey neared, they would rise, spread their four-hooked tentacles, and expose a snapping, hungry maw. Yet, as one of them lay still, awaiting prey, a massive, gaping mouth suddenly appeared, yanking it from the cave hole. The worm's soft, rubbery body struggled for a moment before being shoved into Cassius's powerful jaws. "Tastes like chicken, nice and crunchy," Cassius remarked as he chewed on the tough flesh. What was a terrifying monster for ordinary adventurers was merely a snack for the red dragon. Now, Cassius's scales were vibrant and glossy, all his wounds healed, his energy replenished, and his spells fully restored. "It's time to see this so-called destruction," Cassius mused to himself while continuing to munch on the cave scavenger. In his past life's memories, someone had once obtained legendary-level equipment from a cave in the northern lands. This might be that fabled location. After killing the Bluefoot drakesnake, he felt as if he had triggered something, sensing a force brewing that might destroy this place completely. Missing this rare opportunity was out of the question. For a young dragon like him, surrounded by powerful enemies, such a significant power boost was a rare chance indeed. Time to risk it all. Turn the bicycle into a motorcycle. Cassius, feeling the energy coursing through his restored body and spell reserves, steeled himself with this thought. Fully satiated and restored, Cassius returned to the imposing stone door. He didn't push it open immediately, but instead prepared himself with spells. Bear's Endurance. Cat's Grace. Owl's Wisdom. Bear's Endurance made his body more resilient. Cat's Grace enhanced his agility, and Owl's Wisdom heightened his perception, giving the red dragon an all-around boost. After layering himself with what he jokingly called the zoo suite, Cassius still felt a bit uneasy, knowing this was the legacy of a legendary druid and could contain unpredictable surprises. Gilded Sheath. The accumulated gold elements within him gathered on his scales, giving them a metallic golden sheen that, at a glance, could make him look like a gold dragon. Protection from lightning damage. With a low growl, an invisible field formed around his body, protecting him from lightning attacks. Being a spellcaster, of course, means we have to go all out with spells. Got to put on a proper show. After all these preparations, Cassius glanced down at his spell-lit body, feeling much more confident. The red dragon fixed his gaze on the stone door, took a deep breath, and stepped forward resolutely. Knock! His claws shimmered with magical energy as they touched the stone door. Boom! With a resounding echo, the heavy stone door rumbled and slowly began to lift. The view beyond opened up, and what lay before him was astonishing, even for a red dragon. A vast, open space lay ahead, large enough to hold an entire mountain. But directly in front of him was only a narrow stone bridge, while the rest of the ground was sunken dozens of meters below. The cliffs on either side were perfectly straight, as if sliced down with a sharp blade. Looking down from the stone bridge under the glow of the eternal blue lanterns, he saw piles of objects below. Shattered giant statues, broken remains of grand buildings, obscure inscriptions, all sorts of old, broken weapons, and even colossal giant skeletons. Looking up, the high ceiling was covered with murals, not intricate, but filled with a primal power. He could see scenes of ancient wars between giants and dragons, the sprawling empire of the giants, the towering forms of giant gods, and the tragic fall of their empire. This wasn't just a mural, it was a history book. This must be the legacy he collected from the giant empire. Cassius marveled as he cautiously walked across the stone bridge. His wings spread slightly, his steps light, ever alert to his surroundings and ready for any sudden danger. The red dragon focused on the end of the stone bridge. There stood a throne, made of stone, towering over 20 meters high. It was sparsely decorated, with only ancient and mysterious carvings. And upon it sat the lifeless body of a storm giant, its purple-gray skin covered in thick dust, as if it had been resting here in silence for thousands of years, watching the arrival of visitors. Strangely, it had not decayed into bones. The last storm giant sage. Is this Ranta? The red dragon was curious about this storm giant. How did he alone create such an impressive tomb? The sheer magnitude hinted at the giant's formidable power in life. Cassius continued along the stone bridge, stopping a few dozen meters from the giant's remains. Suddenly, a change occurred. One of the giant's eyes snapped open. In that eye swirled an endless storm, glaring at the intruding visitor. Unknown crystals in the surroundings began to pulse with violent elemental energy. These raging elements quickly gathered together. Not good. Cassius sensed a horrifying magical force rapidly expanding. This power. The red dragon raised his head slightly. A churning, seething storm cloud formed around the giant's body, spreading wildly like a ravenous beast, threatening to consume everything in the cavern. It was filled with thunder, lightning, and howling winds. The storm of vengeance. Thunder roared. It was a primal roar from ancient times. Boom! Even the aftershock of this thunder made stones on the cave ceiling crack and fall. Buzz dash. The thunder's boom left Cassius's ears ringing, as if struck by a hammer, rendering him temporarily deaf. The black cloud spread rapidly, about to engulf him. Sensing the peril, the red dragon ignored his pounding head and summoned a spell through the pain. Quick cast blink. Cassius activated the spell with all his will, silently hoping it would work. This destruction from the druid far exceeded his expectations. Blink had only a 50% chance of shifting him to the ethereal plane, avoiding the storm's devastation. If he failed, he'd have to withstand the storm head-on. It worked. Cassius felt a surge of relief as he sensed himself slipping beyond the boundary of reality. You have cast Blink. Special status into the ether acquired. The ethereal plane is a conduit between the material plane and inner planes touching the material. Planes void in parallel. One can see the material plane from the ethereal, though all appears in black and white. He now hovered at the edge of this plane. Instantly, everything before Cassius turned monochrome, with chaotic lines twisting in his vision. In his ethereal state, he couldn't move freely and could only drift in this void. In the next moment, he watched his former position swallowed by the raging storm clouds. Acid rain poured down first, pocking the stone bridge with countless holes. Then hail crashed from the cloud, pelting the stone with sharp clinks. Powerful bolts of lightning descended, gouging deep craters in the ground and spawning a lightning storm that tore through where Cassius had just stood. Thunder and lightning filled the sky. A crisscrossing prison of lightning formed, incinerating all caught within. Boom, boom, boom. Several bolts struck, shattering parts of the stone bridge and causing massive rocks to plummet below. Had such strikes hit the dragon, survival would have been slim. Relentless wind and icy rain battered the area, turning it into a complete ruin. From his vantage in the ethereal plane, Cassius saw the once impressive tomb reduced to a blackened, white graveyard. Narrowly avoiding the storm with Blink, Cassius still felt lingering fear. If he'd remained there, not even his protective spells would have shielded him from the relentless lightning and freezing rain. Cassius sensed a powerful force trying to pull him back into the material plane, mending the gap he'd opened. Despite resisting with all his might, Cassius was too weak to oppose the planar laws, forced to yield. Lost special status into the ether. The red dragon reappeared in his original spot, utterly stunned. What the hell dash? The elements surged again. Endless wind and icy rain whipped against his body, and lightning arcs on the ground surged up his limbs. In the clouds above, thunder rumbled as lightning gathered once more, sounding like a low, pent-up growl. The worst of the spell had passed, but even these lingering aftershocks were formidable. Cassius spread his wings, soaring over the collapsing stone bridge. But he wasn't fleeing. He was flying directly toward the storm giant's corpse. The hurricane winds buffeted him wildly, arcs of lightning chasing him, each bolt striking down just behind, leaving blackened pits in the ruins. The red dragon twisted and dodged through the turbulent air, flapping with all his might against the howling storm, wobbling yet pressing forward toward the storm center. The closer he drew, the more violent the elemental forces became, with lightning sparking through every inch of air. After several breaths, the red dragon was covered in wounds. Though protected by several spells, the fierce elemental reactions had burned black marks into his scales. His golden scales were pitted from the acid rain, arcs of electricity crackling over his body with every wing beat. Finally, he was within 10 meters of the corpse. Boom! Another lightning bolt, thick as a bowl, struck Cassius before he could react. Spell nullification field. An invisible barrier appeared, barely absorbing the bolt before shattering, saving him once more and leaving Cassius shaken. He couldn't waste any more time. Roar! The red dragon let out a hoarse, almost juvenile roar, straining with every sound. Then, gathering all his strength, he beat his wings furiously, his powerful body forcing its way through the intensifying storm, finally drawing close to the storm giant's corpse. "I have to reach it," Cassius shouted. By now, the thunder had formed a hellish cage around him, where even a small step could mean instant incineration. He had no way back. Ignoring the lightning closing in, Cassius focused on the storm giant's eye. That eye, amber-like in texture and surrounded by radiant lightning, held an unimaginable, terrifying power. It wasn't merely the corpse of a giant. It was a formidable, magical relic. This was the ultimate manifestation of the storm giant's control over natural disasters, executing his final prophecy, total destruction. This eye had unleashed the dreadful spell. "Come to me." Cassius tensed his muscles, pouring all his strength into the effort. As the lightning closed in, about to consume him, he tore the eye from the storm giant's socket, clutching it tightly in his claw. Sizzle, boom. Instantly, the Storm King eye channeled surrounding lightning, creating a terrifying vortex of electrical energy in the weave. The red dragon's entire body convulsed as his flesh began to vaporize. Blinding blue lightning glowed between his claws, making his palms nearly transparent, even showing the bones beneath. Yet he gripped it tightly, knowing that letting go could mean obliteration, reduced to ashes by the surrounding lightning. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Several breaths passed. With his ragged breathing, the light in his claws gradually dimmed. Rumble. Suddenly, the oncoming lightning receded like a tide, and the rolling clouds above slowly dispersed in the wind. The violent storm ricocheted off the cave walls, losing power, and finally settled. Everything returned to darkness and silence. But where once stood the grand tomb was now rubble. Just another collapsed cavern, with no trace of the giant empire's ancient glory. "It's over." Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfur-laden air. Carefully, he opened his claw. His scorched palm was riddled with burns, scales melted into ugly lumps, but the red dragon didn't care. His eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation. The amber-like eye lay quietly in his claw, like a beautiful gemstone fit for a noblewoman's gown. Only its faint blue glow hinted at the terrifying lightning and the storm that had so deeply shaken him. "The ancient storm has yielded to your strength. You have acquired the legendary equipment, Storm King's Eye." The Storm King's Eye. Quality, legendary. Creator, Randa Hurricane Allgates. Description: the legendary druid and storm giant elder Randa once observed the starry skies and deep oceans from his floating fortress, seeking traces and omens left by Anam. Though the storm giants could control the weather and change the fates of thousands in a moment, Randa knew that some matters remained beyond intervention. So, Ranta buried his lifetime collection underground, sealing this cataclysmic power within his eye, waiting silently for himself and the remnants of his empire to be forgotten. Naturally, if a rude intruder were to arrive, Ranta would not hesitate to grant them utter destruction. An enraged storm giant will bring complete annihilation. This is my final prophecy. Ranta. Effects: Storm of Vengeance. Charge Release. Control Weather. Usable once per week. Body of Storm's Resonance. Contact inflicts lightning damage, and after multiple hits, there's a chance to summon lightning and gain partial lightning immunity. Storm of Vengeance, Storm Off Vengeance. 9th level conjuration spell. A churning storm cloud spreads to a radius of 120 meters from a point you can see, filled with lightning, thunder, and howling winds. Creatures within may suffer prolonged deafness. Depending on your control, the storm produces effects such as acid rain, hail, and intense lightning, cloaking the area in a severe storm. Strong winds disperse smoke and similar effects in the area. Control weather. 8th level transmutation spell. For the spell's duration, you control the weather within a 5-mile radius, freely altering precipitation, temperature, and wind. You can summon extreme weather like hail, thick fog, and blizzards, and the weather gradually returns to normal when the spell ends. This, only worthy of a legendary druid's legacy. Cassius's eyes widened, pupils dilating to reveal deep orange, flame-like irises. Artifact. That was Cassius's only evaluation of this equipment. With just the Storm King eye, his life-risking gamble had paid off. In his past life's black market, it would have fetched a price in the billions. Storm of Vengeance was a prestigious 9th level spell. Unleashing it could easily decide the outcome of an entire battle. Control Weather was another invaluable 8th level spell, with an extensive range of uses. Even the passive body of Storm's Resonance was a powerful tool in melee combat. Clutching the blue gem tightly, Cassius feared dropping it, finally understanding Chimera's frenzy when hoarding gold. Boom! Massive rocks fell from the ceiling, nearly hitting the red dragon before shattering into rubble on the ground. Cassius looked up to find cracks spreading across the ceiling like a spiderweb. Not good. This underground world is about to collapse. Time to get out. The red dragon flapped his wings, weaving around the falling rocks. Fortunately, his enhanced agility allowed him to move more nimbly than most red dragons. Overjoyed with his new treasure, yet aware of the danger, Cassius felt a mixture of pain and exhilaration. Boom, boom, boom. Huge boulders crashed down one after another, hitting the ground with a thunderous noise. Cassius dodged in midair, shifting directions rapidly, displaying an unimaginable speed. Few would believe this was a red dragon, known for its brute strength and bulk. Crack! A sharp breaking sound echoed from the cave ceiling. Mid-flight, Cassius glanced up and noticed the rocks above the entrance beginning to crumble. The red dragon's expression grew tense as he swiftly tucked in his wings and limbs against his body. Whoosh! Like an arrow released from a bow, he shot straight downward. In the final moments of the collapse, Cassius dashed out of the cave, his tail narrowly grazing the falling rocks. Boom! A resounding crash followed as dust filled the air. Then silence. This tomb was now buried beneath the rocks, never to be explored again. Though the process had reduced it to ruins, in a sense, it had fulfilled the Storm Giant Elder's last wish to rest in peace, sealed away in history. Rest well. Cassius took a final look at the buried entrance, murmuring softly. He gently tapped the ancient inscriptions on the stone pillar by the doorway and turned to leave. The red dragon opened his claw. With a Storm King eye glowed in eerie blue light, still nestled within. This thing's power is immense. I can't just swallow it. I'll need a container. He was still shaken by the terrifying storm he had just survived. Storm Highlands, the Ember's Nest. On the fortress walls of Rockhold, many goblins, kobolds, and even a few ogres lay dead, most taken down by arrows from the sky. Overhead, not only were wyverns roaring, but 40 large eagles circled as well. These giant eagles, with glossy feathers and scale armor covering vital parts, spanned over 6 meters across. On each eagle's back sat a knight clad in heavy plate armor, their faces hidden except for their eyes. The emblem of an eagle and crossed swords was emblazoned on each of their chests. These were the Eagle Guard of the Lackman family. The Lackman family earned the title Eagle of the North Wind because their ancestor, Telgai Rackman, had stolen giant eagle eggs from the highest cliffs of the Storm Highlands, raising them on his lands and training elite giant eagle riders as his personal guard. These eagle riders could fend off frost giants, wyverns, and other invaders and served as deadly forces in the wars between lords. Known as the Eagle Guard, these riders had continued their lineage for hundreds of years. The aerial battle raged on. 40-plus Eagle Guards, armed with bows or lances, maneuvered their giant eagles in a massive circle around the 8 wyverns. They flew in a tight formation, creating a massive encircling ring. With extensive experience in fighting wyverns, they knew not to engage these massive creatures head-on, leveraging the wyvern's size and lack of agility against their own nimble tactics. Thus, they used a circle formation. The Eagle Guards covered each other, flying in circles and disorienting the wyverns. Any wyvern that lunged at them would be met with arrows, and if it missed, it faced a spear attack from behind. On the ground, the goblin forces were helpless against these fast-moving aerial targets, firing only flimsy arrows that barely made an impact. The arrows, slowed by air resistance, bounced harmlessly off the Eagle Guard's armor, like an itch at most. The ogres roared and bellowed, hurling stones wildly at the sky. One ogre didn't even bother aiming, throwing a rock skyward on a whim. Thud! The stone traced a perfect arc, miraculously striking an unlucky Eagle Guard, knocking him out of the sky. Oh, got one. Nice one, big head. Knock those little flies and tin cans down. The ogres cheered, rushing over to tear the fallen eagle and rider to pieces. At the highest point on the wall, Longpu was unwilling to be outdone, brandishing his club skyward. Fireball, a fiery ball shot toward the giant eagles in the sky. But one eagle, under its rider's expert control, circled and dodged. The fireball scorched past its chest, leaving only a trail of charred feathers. Though the attack missed, it had a strong deterrent effect, making the Eagle Guards instantly wary. There's a spellcaster. Stay away from that section of the wall. Damn it, why is there an ogre mage? Watch out, there's a spellcaster over there. Longpu scowled. The eagles were so maneuverable that his fireballs were ineffective, often soaring out of reach before he could even complete the spell's formation. And even if they got lucky and knocked one down with a rock, it was only by chance. Adjusting his small spectacles, Longpu muttered, "Can't rely on these goblins, and these mindless wyverns are useless. It'll have to be that beast, or let Master handle it when he returns. No, it's only a few dozen humans. Master would be disappointed in me." With this thought, the ogre mage turned toward the cave on the cliff wall and bellowed in Draconic, "Chimera, if you don't get out here, Master will tear you apart when he returns." Roar! A furious roar echoed from the cave. The enormous creature, bearing the heads of a goat, lion, and dragon, charged out of the dark cave, spreading dragon-like wings and taking to the sky. "It's the Chimera!" An Eagle Guard shouted in alarm. "Break formation!" A steady voice rang out from above. The voice belonged to Alger Yeoman, captain of the Eagle Guard and a seasoned warrior. Beneath his heavy, standard-issue plate armor, his eyes remained calm and focused. Unlike the others, he wielded not a lance or bow, but a massive sword engraved with an eagle spreading its wings. The Chimera ascended to the highest point, wings outstretched. Howl! It let out a piercing cry. Then, in its familiar manner, it swooped down, unleashing a torrent of fire from its mouth. The Eagle Guards abandoned their formation, scattering to evade the flames. But the Chimera's rapid descent caught 3 Eagle Guards off guard, engulfing them in fire as they burned and plummeted to the ground, screaming. Seeing his comrades fall, Alger shouted sharply, "I'll handle the Chimera." Continue surrounding the wyverns. He leaned forward, gently stroking his eagle's feathers, speaking softly, "Eagle, it's time to go." Living and fighting together, the eagle and rider understood each other's intentions without words. Screech! A sharp eagle cry echoed through the air. The Chimera's dive was over, leaving impressive results. With just one attack, it had downed 3 Eagle Guards, eliciting a loud cheer from the creatures in the Ember's nest. Even the usually prideful, red dragon subservient wyverns raised their heads and let out triumphant roars. Roar! The 3-headed beast reveled in its success, each head emitting a harmonious, thunderous roar of satisfaction. It beat its wings forcefully, riding the currents to climb for another assault. "Monster, your opponent is me." A dark shadow streaked past the chimera from behind. Alger's expert riding skills, combined with the eagle's aerial acrobatics, allowed the eagle to ride the chimera's air currents, staying in its blind spot. Leaning forward, Alger swung his sharp sword, slicing into the chimera's tough hide. Blood splattered in midair. Ah! Feeling the wound on its back, the chimera let out an enraged howl. Immediately, it twisted in mid-air, whipping its muscular dragon tail toward the position behind it. "Igor," Alger called to his partner, gripping tightly with his legs. The eagle understood instantly, rolling sideways in the air to deftly avoid the strike. The dragon tail swished through empty air, leaving the chimera furious. It accelerated, twisting its dragon head around to spew searing flames at the pursuing eagle guard. Boom! Flames ignited the air, but the chimera's neck couldn't swivel all the way around. Alger, steering with one hand, only needed a slight sidestep to evade the fiery breath. Using his maneuverability, he angled himself again to the chimera's blind spot directly above. To master the sky is to master all, the old instructor always told them. Seeing this persistent eagle guard still behind, the chimera dove downward again. Swish! With a precise wing spread, it abruptly halted, hoping to make the eagle guard crash into the rock wall. However, Alger wasn't falling for it. He calmly tailed the chimera, making a controlled turn. But during this maneuver, his keen eagle-like vision caught an unusual detail. The chimera's left wing extended half a beat slower. In that brief moment, Alger's sharp eyes detected it. Its left wing has an old injury. Alger spoke with excitement. He gently stroked his eagle's feathers, prompting a sharp screech as the eagle dove. Swish! This time, the blade sliced across the chimera's hind leg. Alger was patient when dealing with large beasts. He didn't expect to kill it in one strike, aiming instead to wear it down with his mobility. Against such creatures, a patient hunter often claimed the prize, while a reckless fool risked his life. Of course, barbarians were an exception. Knowing that the chimera's wings were injured, limiting its agility, the eagle guard captain's attacks became bolder. This time, the eagle even hovered directly below the beast. Unleash the tide. Alger's muscles tensed, and his movements accelerated. Within seconds, he swung his sword multiple times, each slash slicing through the thick lion hide, cutting deep into the chimera's flesh and even grazing its soft internal organs. Ah! The chimera howled in agony, then, suppressing the pain, swiped its clawed paw downward. But by then, the eagle rider had already shifted to its side, spotting yet another weak point. Follow through. As he finished one slash, Alger swiftly shifted to deliver a side slash, precisely slicing the chimera's descending claw. The chimera roared again, lifting all three heads in unison. Eagle feathers and blood flew. Under Alger's expert skills, the eagle passed over the chimera's back, side, and belly time and again. Each strike drew blood, yet the chimera failed to lay a claw on even a single feather. This was the difference between a beast and a warrior. The wyverns attempted to help, flapping forward, but they were already struggling. Each wyvern soon found itself encircled by small formations of 7 to 8 eagle guards, left only to roar angrily as they flailed, swinging their tails aimlessly. Igor left side up. Alger's tone held a note of excitement. Taking down such a large creature always stirred his blood. I'm going to slice off this thing's wing. Screech! With a piercing eagle cry, Alger and his eagle became a dark blur, diving towards the nowadays chimera. Just as his sword was about to strike the dragon wing. Fireball! A blazing fireball shot up from the ground toward the eagle. The ogre mage Longpoo had been waiting below, watching for just such a moment of distraction. Igor! Alger shouted, adjusting his body to steer. Mid-dive, the eagle managed to bank sharply, narrowly dodging the fireball. Only the edge of its right wing was singed, leaving a charred line. However, this mid-air adjustment had thrown them off balance. The chimera, regaining its senses, seized the rare opportunity. Frustrated by its mounting injuries, it simply wanted to unleash its fury. With a roar, it swung its lion's claw. Bang! Feathers and blood scattered. The eagle, along with its rider, was sent flying over 10 meters. Even as they spun and tumbled through the air, Alger held tightly, refusing to fall from his eagle. Igor veer right. Not only did he manage to stay mounted, but he adjusted his balance, helping the injured eagle to stabilize its flight. Seeing Alger still airborne, the chimera grew even angrier, lunging forward again. Eagle Guard assemble. The chimera's nearly done. Alger raised his sword high. The surrounding eagle guards disengaged from the wyverns, gradually surrounding the chimera in a coordinated formation, ready to continue harrying it. Arrows flew from all directions, accompanied by sudden spear thrusts from behind. The chimera, now covered in wounds, was visibly struggling. Though not highly intelligent, the chimera knew that if this continued, it would meet its end. It could no longer tolerate the pesky flies swarming around it. So, all three heads let out hoarse growls, feinting a few lunges. When the eagle guards backed off slightly, the chimera turned and fled. It was heading toward the cave to establish a defensive position. Alger immediately recognized its intent. It's trying to escape. Eagle Guard, prepare for a mass assault. Screech. The giant eagles let out piercing cries as they formed ranks, diving down toward the retreating chimera. But just as they were about to catch up from behind, a red figure appeared at the cave's entrance. The fleeing chimera, upon seeing the figure, felt like it was granted mercy and shouted in the little draconic it knew. "Master, save me!" Cassius observed the line of giant eagles trailing behind the chimera, his gaze filled with curiosity. Spotting the knights in thick armor with eagle emblems on their chests, his confusion deepened. These are the Eagle Guards. He'd only been underground for a few days. How had the Eagle Guards made it to his lair? Could it be that Longpu had been so blinded by the grand vision that he launched an attack on the Northwind Fortress? But seeing the formation of eagles diving down, he could only prepare for battle. Forming such a tight formation, are they just waiting for me to barbecue them? Having gone without a proper fight for a while, Cassius licked his lips, releasing a breath tinged with sulfur. The savage instincts deep in his dragon bloodline were awakened. Alger, originally commanding from high above, directed the Eagle Guard's assault with his sword. But the instant he saw the red figure in the distance, his expression changed drastically, his voice betraying his first signs of panic and tension. "Dragon! It's a red dragon!" Alger shouted with urgency. Dragons, no matter the type, were the last enemies he'd ever want to face in battle. Be it their armor-like scales, endless breath attacks, or myriad spell-like abilities, they were the stuff of nightmares for the giant eagle riders. Scatter! Scatter! Yet not everyone possessed his sharp instincts and refined riding skills to detect danger at high speeds and halt the charge. The Eagle Guards were already in formation, advancing toward the cave entrance. It was too late. Cassius slightly opened his jaws, his unique draconic blood vessels channeling flame energy from his entire body to his lungs. Those searing elements gathered in his chest and throat, glowing like molten lava, a sign of an impending dragon's breath. Fire breath. In an instant, a torrent of scorching flames erupted from the red dragon's mouth, and the raging fire mercilessly engulfed the front line of the Eagle Guards, turning the entire cave entrance into an inferno. The flames consumed everything, and those in the front ranks barely had time to see the reflected firelight in their eyes before they were turned to ash. Compared to some of their companions, they were even considered lucky, as their deaths were at least swift. Behind them, however, over a dozen Eagle Guards were also ignited, each turning into a blazing fireball. "Ah, I'm on fire. It's so hot. Help! Help!" They could only scream and struggle, some burning to death, others falling from their eagles to meet fatal impacts, all unable to escape the deadly clutches of the red dragon. The red dragon, unhurried, flapped its wings, hovering above to watch the eagle guards being consumed by flames. The chimera cowered behind the red dragon, shrinking its neck as it watched the slaughter, feeling the satisfaction of revenge and realizing that resisting its master was now unthinkable. The wyverns raised their heads in unison, screeching in celebration of their master's return. The ogres cheered, wielding clubs and hammers. Goblins raised short spears in jubilation. Kobolds prostrated themselves as if before a deity, witnessing the immense power of their master. In an instant, the tide had turned completely. Seeing dozens of comrades perish in moments, Alger's eyes reddened slightly, yet he held his composure, directing his eagle higher while raising his sword. The wind whistled through the eagle-engraved grooves on the blade, creating a piercing, eagle-like cry. With a commanding shout, he ordered, "Retreat! Everyone retreat! Disperse and retreat!" The remaining 20 or so eagle guards, having witnessed the hellish carnage, knew they stood no chance and wasted no time scattering in all directions. Eagle guards required extensive resources to train, so from a young age, they were taught the importance of preserving lives. Hovering high above, Cassius beat his wings slowly. Watching the eagle guards flee, a barely perceptible smirk crossed his face. "They've attacked my lair, and now they think they can just leave? Isn't that underestimating a dragon a bit much?" The red dragon ascended to the highest point, filling his lungs with fire energy again. However, this time, he didn't concentrate it as he had before. Alger, watching the dragon from below as he retreated, instantly recognized the danger. "Dragon breath! Another dragon breath! Get out of the way!" he shouted with all his might to warn his comrades. Cassius only slightly opened his jaws, releasing a stream of blazing light. Directed breath weapon. This time, instead of a wide-area breath attack, the red dragon fired several concentrated fireballs. Each fireball precisely targeted the fleeing eagle guards, shooting out with scorching energy toward their marks. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions rang out as fireballs hit, with several knights plummeting in flames. Alger, targeted as well, narrowly avoided the blast by making swift rolls and sharp turns in the air. What is this? This wasn't just a breath. It was as if the dragon wielded fire magic with surgical precision. Watching one companion after another fall, Alger took a deep breath, speaking decisively. "You all retreat first. I'll draw the dragon's attention." Alger stroked his eagle's singed feathers gently, whispering, "Igor, this may be our final charge." The eagle understood, letting out a sorrowful cry. They weren't just knight and mount. They were lifelong companions. "It's a shame we never repaid the Duke's kindness or rid the world of those damned devils." Alger murmured to himself. Years of training had made him intimately familiar with every aspect of flight, every air current, making him and the eagle one seamless entity. He expertly guided his eagle, ascending higher and higher until they were above the dragon, becoming a tiny black dot to onlookers. Alger began a dive from the highest point. He aimed directly at the mighty red dragon, charging toward it like a modern-day Don Quixote tilting at a windmill. Screech! A commanding eagle cry echoed through the sky. Cassius lifted his gaze, noticing the eagle guard's descent, his golden pupils widening slightly. "Interesting. So, you're a high-level warrior?" Alger dove rapidly, planning to leverage the red dragon's massive, unwieldy size to bypass its side and strike from a blind spot at the rear. Strike first, gain the upper hand. Cassius's slit-pupil eyes glowed with violet arcane light, instantly discerning Alger's flight path. His powerful claws followed the trajectory and struck. "Igor." Alger squeezed his legs tightly around his giant eagle, jerking the reins to sharply veer right, executing a course change mid-dive to barely evade the swipe. Whoosh! The sound of the air being sliced came from behind. Alger guided his eagle to the side, brow furrowed, heart pounding in his chest. Looking back, he could still see the few surviving eagle guards, just within sight, pursued by roaring wyverns. At the very least, I have to hold out until they escape completely. Alger muttered to himself. It felt as if he'd taken a lap around death's doorstep. The creature before him was uncannily agile, nothing like an ordinary red dragon. It could even sense his attack vectors, making typical feints and harassment tactics ineffective. Cassius, meanwhile, was intrigued by this agile eagle knight. Annoying like a fly, but they'd make for quite a formidable unit. He watched the eagle flying in tight circles, releasing a breath of sulfur-scented heat. Alger continued his circular maneuver, searching for an opening in the dragon's defenses until he identified a blind spot. There it is. Once again, he dove headlong, unwavering. Gripping his silver sword, Alger slashed toward the dragon's body with all the momentum of his dive. Clang! Not only did he fail to injure the dragon, but the impact left his arms numb. The struck scale gleamed with a metallic golden sheen, as if he'd struck solid metal. Body of Storm's resonance. Cassius let out a slight hiss, and a surge of lightning flickered across his claws, quickly spreading across his body. Alger immediately retracted his sword, but the electricity traveled down the silver blade, shocking both him and his eagle. A sharp screech echoed as the eagle's feathers flared, standing upright, arcs of electricity surrounding its body. Pain shot through it, leaving it paralyzed and weak. A red dragon. Yet, how could it? Although Alger's physique was resilient, the surge of electricity still brought intense pain, though it wasn't enough to incapacitate him completely. He barely managed to control his eagle, maintaining balance to prevent a crash. However, each wing beat triggered crackling sparks, forcing him to glide at a low speed with minimal movement. A spellcaster. This red dragon was a spellcaster, and this lightning wasn't innate but learned magic. Alger cursed inwardly. Facing a dragon mage or dragon sorcerer was the worst possible scenario. He looked back to see the red dragon grinning, teeth exposed, its golden eyes gleaming ominously. His instincts screamed danger, and he tried to close his eyes, but it was too late. Spectral bind. A heavy, searing hot iron chain coiled around Alger. He wanted to believe it was an illusion, yet the scorching pain was undeniably real, nearly impossible to resist without dedicated training. The more the target believed in the illusion, the more vivid and convincing it became. Now, in Alger's vision, his body bore charred, blistered wounds from the fiery chains. Both he and his eagle spiraled downwards, dragged by the chain's weight. No, this isn't real. I haven't avenged my family yet. I can't. Die here. Alger let out a hoarse, defiant shout. Summoning his willpower, he forced himself to shut his eyes, relying on his sense of airflow to guide the eagle into a gliding maneuver, overcoming the spell's grip by sheer determination. When he opened his eyes again, everything had vanished. The chains, the flames, the wounds. Even Cassius, high above, seemed momentarily impressed. Impressive, evading a fully effective spell. Truly the Northern Wind's captain. This remarkable feat jogged Cassius's memory of the Eagle Knight's reputation. Alger Yeoman, the infamous gatekeeper boss in his past life, known as the Eagle's Claw and the Razor of Lackman, captain of the Northern Wind's Eagle Guard. He had led countless hunts against tieflings under Duke Brad, gaining notoriety as a merciless executioner, destined to become a Death Knight in the future. Alger had lost his parents as a child, and under Brad's manipulation, grew up believing they were sacrificed by tieflings to devils, becoming the Lackman family's most loyal warrior and instigating the horrific tiefling camp massacre. But when Alger approached the truth behind his parents' deaths, his once revered duke transformed him into a mindless Death Knight, leaving him to eternally wander the duke's grounds atop a skeletal eagle. With this knowledge, Cassius resolved to spare Alger, not out of mercy, but as a strategic play for his plans to seize Northwind Fortress. To Cassius, goblins and kobolds were expendable. Losing a few was inconsequential. Yet, Someone like Alger, a devoted member of the Duke's Guard and an elite Eagle Knight, could yield immense value in his scheme. The red dragon swooped down, reaching the slowly gliding Eagle Knight from behind. Before Alger could react, Cassius cast twin spells simultaneously, targeting both knight and mount. Sleep spell. A flash of magical light enveloped them, and the exhausted knight and his eagle succumbed to a deep slumber, drifting down until Cassius's powerful claws caught them midair. Ordinarily, Alger's strength would have made him immune to sleep spells, but after the grueling battle, he was drained and unable to resist. So, you resisted an illusion, but can you resist physical control? With a dismissive smirk, Cassius tossed them to the ground. Due to your strength and the enemy's sleep status, you gain access to the following details. Northern Wind Eagle Guard Captain. Name, Alger Yeoman. Type, medium humanoid, human, lawful neutral. AC, 18, Mastercraft Plate Armor. Speed, flying 90 feet, walking 30 feet. Strength, 17. Dexterity, 16. Constitution, 14. Intelligence, 11. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 12. Class level, Fighter, Eagle Knight, level 8. Mount, Enzita subspecies Giant Eagle, level 4. Martial weapons, Longsword, Shortsword, Greatsword, Longbow, Heavy Crossbow Lance. Simple weapons, Dagger, Shortbow, Light Crossbow. Proficiencies, Riding plus 14, Military Strategy plus 9, Hunting plus 7, Athletics plus 6, Perception plus 4, Leadership plus 4, Survival plus 4, Investigation plus 2, Tracking plus 4, Stealth plus 4. Passive Perception, 14. Languages, Common. Actions, Group Attack, Commander Strike, Diving Attack, Aerial Break, Quick Turn, Slash, Pierce, Rapid Strike, Second Wind. Feats, Alertness, Follow Through, Great Weapon Master, Heavy Armor Use, Riding Expert, Flight Mastery. Combat Equipment, Eagle's Cry Silver Sword, Lackman's Standard Plate Armor, Eagle Guard Cloak. Challenge Rating, 9, 5000 XP. Quite the impressive stats. Cassius clicked his tongue in admiration. In principle, Death Knights are traditionally transformed paladins, but for this setup, let's not worry about that too much. Alger was blindfolded, winding through twists and turns in the passageway. When the cloth was removed, he stood before a cavernous expanse, with the red dragon resting atop a massive rock in the center, eyes half closed, as if dozing. The bugbear shoved Alger forward, forcing him to kneel before bowing respectfully, saying, "Master, I've brought the human." The dragon lazily opened its eyes and casually said, "Well done. You may go now." Alger could feel the sulfuric heat from the dragon's breath. "Yes, master." The bugbear withdrew respectfully. Struggling to rise from the ground, Alger gritted his teeth and declared, "Wretched dragon, whatever scheme you have, I won't let you succeed, not even if it means my death." He shut his eyes, standing tall, prepared to face the dragon's wrath. Whether he would be met with searing flames or razor-sharp claws, he was fearless. But to his surprise, the dragon's tone wasn't angry. It merely asked, "Why did Brad Lackman send you here?" Alger kept his eyes closed, refusing to answer. Observing Alger's reaction, coupled with the timing, Cassius deduced the mission's purpose: the infamously brutal Tiefling camp massacre of his previous life. Hundreds of Eagle Guards would scour the area, slaughtering any Tiefling they encountered, sparing no one, young or old, burning the site and obliterating all witnesses. The operation was meant to be swift and clean. Unfortunately for them, they encountered the Ember Nest. Eyeing Alger's silence, Cassius mockingly asked, "Alger Yeoman, do you know how your parents died?" At this, Alger's expression shifted drastically as a hidden wound was ripped open. He couldn't help but open his eyes and shout, "That's impossible. How do you know?" The dragon unhurriedly replied, "You don't need to know how I know. Just answer truthfully." Cassius repeated, "So tell me, how did your parents die?" "They were..." Alger didn't notice the faint red glow flickering in the dragon's pupils, nor the same light reflecting in his own eyes. They were sacrificed to devils by those damned tiefling scum. His eyes turned red as he recalled the traumatic memories, his voice seething with hatred. Cassius indifferently asked, "And who told you that?" It was the Duke." "Then why is it?" "I know otherwise." "What do you know?" "I know that your beloved Duke, in his quest for eternal life, in his desire to become an undead bloodsucker, sacrificed thousands from the city, among them." Cassius paused. "Were your parents?" The dragon loomed over him, like a demon from hell, weaving words that chipped away at Alger's mind. No, that's impossible. You're lying." Alger's voice shook with desperation. But Cassius's persistent questions forced him to confront the terrifying possibility that his benefactor, his godfather, his duke, was also his greatest enemy. Cassius pressed on, spreading his wings to cast a shadow over Alger, gazing down at him. "Think carefully. Has your beloved Duke ever left his fortress? Has he ever stood in the sunlight, outside the shadows, even while delivering his noble speeches? With your keen senses, have you ever heard the cries of victims from the Lackman Fortress's backyard, or smelled the stench of blood mixed in the soil? When you slaughtered innocents, did you realize they would be sacrificial offerings for the Duke's quest for immortality?" Cassius's words triggered images of blazing fires, crying children, and mothers clutching their babies flashing before Alger's eyes. No, I didn't. Alger staggered back, shaking his head. His mind was reeling, his head throbbing, memories once blurred, now painfully clear, as though all the pieces fit this horrifying truth. "No, you're lying. Try to manipulate me. I refuse to believe you, the Duke." Alger sank to the ground, mumbling, his eyes clouded with shadows. After a long silence, clarity returned briefly to his eyes, and he stammered, "Dragon, what did you do to me?" Cassius looked down at him coldly, replying, "Just a little trick to help you accept the truth. Besides, after all you've done, do you think you're in any position to call me a wretched dragon? No, I don't believe it. This must be part of your scheme. You're deceiving me, aren't you? You bewitched me. I won't believe your lies. Your tricks mean nothing against the loyalty of the Northern Wind Eagle Guard." Alger forced himself to his feet, trying to suppress the terrifying thoughts, but his denials sounded hollow and desperate. "I have no reason to deceive you, and you'll see for yourself soon enough." Cassius didn't argue further. He merely lay back down, calling the bugbear at the door. "Take him back to the dungeon." "Yes, master." 3 burly bugbears approached, dragging the struggling Alger away. As they lifted him to carry him out, he continued to shout, voice choked with anger. "Dragon, you won't fool me. You'll never slander the Duke. You're in league with devils." Years of loyalty training had instilled an unbreakable sense of duty. He was just one of the family's blades, a weapon without morality. His task was simply to execute orders. That's what his old instructor used to say. And so, as a dutiful Eagle Guard, Alger had learned to clear his mind, refusing to think about right or wrong, habitually deceiving himself, especially during massacres, especially when facing defenseless refugees. But now, for once, Alger found himself questioning it all. And now that he had begun to question, his defenses showed cracks, just a little more, and they'd crumble entirely. Cassius had achieved his goal. The interface unfolded before Cassius. You have broken someone's mental defenses with words, earning the achievement Silver Tongue. Achievement Silver Tongue. My tongue could be a thorned rose or a poison-coated sword. It all depends on your choice. A quote from an unnamed devil of the underworld. New passive trait acquired, Persuader. Persuasion +6, Deception +4, and an additional spell suggestion. You are a rare persuader, wielding words as your strongest asset. Your rhetoric can drive others to follow you to any end. Your wiles can disguise all crimes. Your words can turn black into white and plunge the world into chaos. Suggestion. 2nd level enchantment spell. You influence a creature within range by implanting a suggestion. Your words must sound reasonable to encourage the desired action. Not a bad passive trait. It'll come in handy in the right circumstances. That was Cassius's evaluation. Although it's not particularly useful in combat, having more skills is never a bad thing. Sooner or later, it'll prove its worth, especially with a rare second-level spell included. The recent intrusion by the Eagle Guards had dealt significant losses to the Ember Nest, which was still in its infancy. According to Long Poo's tally, 2 wyverns, 7 ogres, 86 goblins, and 95 kobolds perished, with countless more injured. Even the Chimera was severely wounded and temporarily unable to fight. This incident had alerted Cassius. Goblins and kobolds were expendable. He could quickly replenish their numbers. By next year, there would be hundreds of new recruits, and he might even need to cull the population a bit. But the loss of wyverns, which were both powerful and slow to reproduce, stung Cassius. Moreover, if he hadn't returned in time, the losses could have been far worse. This was not a good sign. Cassius realized that the quality of the Ember Nest's minions was beginning to lag behind his rapidly growing power, which could lead to a dire situation. In the future, after one battle, his lair could be completely wiped out by the enemy before he even had a chance to rest. With this in mind, Cassius turned his gaze to the special ability on the interface, Bloodline Gift. Bloodline Gift. You are a natural leader, capable of influencing creatures within your territory through your powerful aura. By performing a ritual with your own blood, you can create bloodline-bound minions. Once the ritual is complete, they will be bound by your bloodline's power, becoming your eternal vassals, along with their descendants. Spending a bit of blood to create loyal and reliable subordinates seems like a fair trade, Cassius thought. With that decision, Cassius let out a distant roar, summoning all his minions to gather in the valley's clearing. Roar! This was the first major assembly for the Ember Nest, a summons from the Red Dragon himself. It seemed something significant was about to happen, and each leader of the various groups took it very seriously. Longpoo lectured the ogres on discipline. Dolo donned his intimidating leather armor. Goldfong polished his scales, and even the wyverns growled in low tones, exchanging words of curiosity. The entire Ember Nest was abuzz, with only essential guards left at their posts while the rest poured out. Over 1,000 monsters of every kind filled the valley, crowding, bickering, and creating a cacophony. Even goblins and kobolds clashed with each other. Both numerous and relatively weak, goblins and kobolds were naturally at odds. The goblins believed they were the original founders of the nest, while the kobolds felt they had a closer kinship to the dragon and regarded the goblins as mere cannon fodder. "Move it, goblins. This is our spot. You came late, so go to the back." Some of the taller kobolds chattered defiantly, blocking the front. The goblins, enraged, tried to force their way through, and the kobolds surged forward in response. "Step aside. You're blocking us." The goblins parted, and the towering hobgoblin leader, Dolo, stepped forward. Several burly bugbears flanked him, promptly kicking the kobolds back several meters. Despite the low status of common goblins, the hobgoblins and bugbears commanded powerful respect as the military and construction overseers of the nest, a power even Goldfong, the kobold leader, dared not challenge. The rebuffed kobolds slinked away, muttering quietly. Next came the lizard folk, leading their tribe. They numbered just over 50, larger than goblins and kobolds, about human-sized, resembling a cross between upright lizards and crocodiles. They bore crude wooden spears and carapace shields, showcasing their formidable strength. However, as newcomers to the Ember Nest, still lacking a stable foothold, they refrained from provoking any other tribes. This was the Blackfong lizardfolk tribe, who joined while the dragon was away in the depths. They had previously dwelled in abandoned caverns, fleeing a calamity caused by a green-footed drake, and had been temporarily accepted by Long Poo, who managed the lair in Cassius's absence. They had yet to receive the dragon's formal approval. The lizardfolk chieftain had yet to meet the Red Dragon in person, only having glimpsed his majesty in battle, which solidified their resolve to submit. Their leader, Aklong Fong, bore the name for his dagger-like large teeth. Unlike typical lizard folk, his massive, muscular frame stood over 2 meters tall. His head fin rose high, vibrant like a crown, signaling both strength and a tool for attracting mates. He wielded a trident made of crocodile bone, the symbol of leadership in his tribe. Yet, Ak Longfong felt uneasy, unsure whether the mighty red dragon would accept him. He glanced at the elderly shaman beside him, coat of black scale, a bent, grizzled lizard folk with cloudy eyes and a single black scale on his chest. "Coda, do you think we'll find refuge here?" The lizard folk shaman did not respond, merely smiling knowingly and gesturing behind them. Several brawny lizard folk were carrying heavy chests, guarded on all sides. From the cracks in the chests, glints of gold shone through, filled with assorted golden treasures, some looted from human caravans, others unearthed from caves, representing years of wealth accumulated by the Blackfang tribe. "You can always count on a red dragon's greed." The old shaman spoke softly, reciting an ancient proverb. The lizard folk spoke in Draconic, believing it to be a language imparted by the ancient dragons. Lizard folk tribes living within a dragon's domain often offer tribute to gain its favor. Evil dragons, in turn, utilize lizard folk for their own sinister purposes, turning them into raiders and pillagers. Thus, the old shaman made what might have been a wise judgment, drawing on ancient traditions. Let us hope so. I only wish to lead our tribe to survive. Seeing the valley already filling up, Ak quietly led his tribe to a more secluded corner. Previously, they had lost over 20 members to the monsters lurking in the darkness of the caves. They could not afford further losses. "It will be as you wish." The old shaman observed the various minions moving around and said this calmly. Unlike inherently evil races, these lizard folk were more like cold-blooded reptiles. They held no traditional moral compass, considering good and evil to be foreign concepts. As true neutral beings, they would kill when necessary and do whatever it took to survive. Meanwhile, territorial disputes continued. Rare, 12 wyverns roared as they descended, claiming the largest rock in the valley. The goblins and kobolds quickly scattered, fearful of being crushed by an unwary wyvern, which would mean certain death. But then an even louder roar echoed from above. The Chimera, indisputably the hero of the recent battle, arrived to join the assembly, still scarred but brimming with a fierce aura, driving the wyverns away. Taking up a large area for itself, the Chimera lay there, and no one dared approach. Brainless beast, Long Pu, standing at the forefront, glanced sidelong at the boasting Chimera and deliberately adjusted his disproportionately small silver-rimmed glasses with a lofty air. Yet, as the official elder of the valley and the Ember Nest steward, and one of its few spellcasters, he had every right to feel superior. Indeed, everyone knows you're the master's true confidant. Kobold Goldfong squeezed next to Long Pu, grinning obsequiously, sycophantically praising him. Standing beside the 3-meter-tall ogre mage, his own stature appeared even smaller and more hunched. After offending hobgoblin leader Dolo last time, Goldfong had resolved to cling to the ogre mage's mighty legs. Only by doing so could he secure his position among the kobolds and barely compete with the goblins. Long Pu snorted, but his heart brimmed with smug satisfaction. "Boss, I'm so hungry. Is the master going to give us meat? With so many goblins here, surely he'll let us feast on goblin meat." The ogres discussed their hunger loudly, sending shivers down the spines of the nearby goblins, who instinctively moved further away. Some even considered reporting this to Dolo. Long Pu's face darkened as he saw this, smacking the ogre big head on the head with his staff. Eat. All you think about is eating." Big Head rubbed his head, looking aggrieved, and tried to speak in his defense. Long Pu sternly called the ogres over. He drew a goblin figure on the ground with a stick, writing "ally" beside it in common, and pointed to it, saying as gently as he could, "Now, repeat after me. Ally." "Food," the ogres shouted in unison. Long Pu's smile froze, and his face darkened, his grip tightening on the staff as veins popped on his hand. Although they had been allies for some time, the goblins nearby felt even more terrified, wishing to slip away immediately lest they become some ogre's snack. Hobgoblin leader Dolo stood not far off, watching Long Pu's efforts with the ogres, and a flicker of resentment crossed his small yellow eyes. After all, it was this ogre mage who had recently embarrassed him before the master. Look at these ogres. I wonder if their brains can hold any thoughts beyond food. How could creatures like this ever manage the Ember Nest? With his arms crossed, Dolo muttered to the nearby bugbears, his voice low but clear enough for everyone nearby to hear. The ogres couldn't quite understand his words, but they picked up on the mocking tone, hefting their clubs and glaring in response. Roar! Roar! Keen to be goblin snacks. The bugbears instantly formed a protective line in front of Dolo. Although not as tall as the ogres, they were just as brawny and far better trained. Even the regular goblins hesitantly stepped up, standing as a reluctant support. What's that supposed to mean? Ugly giant, back off. The ogre mage eyed Dolo coldly from behind the bugbears before saying, Leader Dolo, the master already warned you last time. I hope you've learned your lesson and won't cause trouble again. Though phrased as advice, Dolo took it as a veiled insult. He immediately flared with anger, his already red skin darkening further. Long Pu, what do you mean by that? The ogre mage looked down at him and said, The master personally called this gathering. If you cause trouble here, well, I don't need to spell out the consequences, do I? We'll see. Follow me. Dolo snorted, then turned and led his followers to another spot. His face looked especially sour. He hadn't intended to clash with the ogres at such an important gathering. He'd only wanted to score some points verbally to undermine Long Pu's influence. But instead, he had lost face entirely. Goldfong sidled up to Long Pu with a few kobolds, smirking and continuing his flattery without restraint. Those rude goblins really don't know their place. Your wisdom is beyond anything they could hope to match. The kobolds found great amusement in seeing the goblins get put in their place. Roar! A distant, imposing roar came from above. Instantly, the various monsters in the valley, regardless of whether they had been bickering, shouting, or scuffling, stopped what they were doing and looked skyward. Silence fell over the valley. The cacophony ceased. From above, the red dragon descended, spreading his wings as he landed atop the highest cliff. His shadow stretched out, blanketing his gathered minions. The host of this assembly had finally arrived. Cassius gazed down upon his minions, noticing the unfamiliar faces observing from a corner. Long Pu had reported to him about this black-fang lizard-folk tribe. Observing their sturdy physiques, far more suited for an army than the current goblins and kobolds, he spoke. Why have you come? The minions instinctively made way for them. Lizard-folk chief Ak Longfong, visibly uneasy, stepped forward, with the old shaman following calmly behind. Ak knelt, took a deep breath, and said, We fled here after monsters overtook our caves, and your immense power has awed us. The Blackfang tribe is willing to submit beneath your mighty wings, to serve as the most loyal of your minions, O great red dragon. This is the highest sincerity our tribe can offer, and we present it all to you. The lizard-folk shaman gestured with his staff, and several strong lizard-folk stepped forward bearing heavy chests. They opened the chests to reveal glittering gold. The other minions couldn't help but widen their eyes at the sight, though they quickly averted their gaze. This was treasure meant solely for the dragon, and any who dared to covet it would bear his wrath. Even the normally greedy chimera averted its dragon head, stealing only brief glances from the corner of its eye. From his high vantage point, Cassius's expression remained unchanged, though his pupils reflected the gleam of gold. His first interest, however, was not the gold, but the old shaman standing behind the lizard-folk chief. Based on your power and the other's state of submission, you can observe the following information. Lizard-folk shaman, medium humanoid, lizard-folk, absolute neutral. Name, Coda Blackscale. AC, 13, natural armor. Speed, 30 feet, swim 30 feet. Strength 15. Dexterity 10. Constitution 13. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 15. Charisma 9. Skills: Perception +4, Stealth +4, Survival +6. Senses: Dark vision 30 feet, Passive perception 14. Languages: Draconic. Actions: Multi-attack, Bite Claw. Special abilities: Hold Breath. The lizard folk can hold its breath for 15 minutes. Shape change: Can magically transform into a crocodile for up to 1 hour. Class level: Druid level 5. Spells: Lizard folk form only. As a 5th level caster, the lizard folk shaman has prepared the following druid spells. Cantrips: Druid Craft, Produce Flame, Thorn Whip. Level 1. Entangle, Fog Cloud. Level 2. Heat Metal, Spike Growth. Level 3. Conjure Animals, Reptiles Only, Plant Growth. Challenge Rating: 5, 1800 XP. Evaluation: The lizard folk shaman is a unique presence within their tribe, often wise and powerful, leading their people. An unsolicited druid, is it? Interesting. Cassius thought. Shaman, are you a spellcaster? The old shaman took a step forward, bowing his head slightly, answering calmly, Great Red Dragon, your might and wisdom humble me. I have merely taken a few tentative steps on the path of nature and learned some small tricks. With that, he raised his gnarled staff and pointed to an empty patch of ground. Entangle. The powers of nature responded to the shaman's call, and a faint ripple shimmered in the weave. Vines and weeds began to grow and intertwine over the open ground. Unlike the arcane magic of sorcerers and wizards, druidic magic is classified as divine, drawing upon the divine powers of nature to tap into the weave. Cassius, intrigued by this volunteer spellcaster, spoke directly. Impressive. The gates of the Ember Nest shall open to you. Prove your loyalty to me. Praise to you, great master. The lizard folk retreated, returning to their dark corner without engaging in disputes over territory with the other minions. Cassius appreciated subordinates who knew their place. Lizard folk were cold-blooded animals with absolute neutrality, lacking desires and viewing morality as an external concept. Their only motive was survival, a principle that aligned well with Cassius's own methods. They would be excellent candidates for managing human cities or even players in the future, as they could maintain basic order without disrupting it for personal greed. Simple, useful tools. This was Cassius's high praise for them. Accepting the lizard folk was merely a side note. The main event was about to begin. Bloodline Gift. Surveying his minions, who looked at him with expectation, confusion, or anxiety, Cassius finally spoke in a measured tone. I once told you that my minions must not accept weakness. I would grant you strength and long life. Today is the day to fulfill that promise. To the worthy among you, I shall bestow the dragon's bloodline. At once, his minions erupted into astonished murmurs. Any with even a hint of understanding were awestruck. Ogre Longpoo's eyes teared up with gratitude, while the kobolds, with some kinship to dragons, were astounded, and even the former dragon-worshipping lizard folk marveled in disbelief. How is this possible? That's dragon blood. The master's generosity humbles me. Dragon blood was incredibly precious throughout Erzig. Apart from natural procreation, bestowing a dragon bloodline typically required true dragon blood, each drop of which was a potent magical reservoir in the draconic vascular system. Even willing dragons would suffer from exhaustion and weakness for days afterward. No one could imagine that a true dragon would be so generous with such a gift. Yet they didn't realize that Cassius required only ordinary blood as the ritual's catalyst. The remaining bloodline gift derived from an achievement-based special skill. It was practically a cost-free transaction. The bloodline gift was divided into a potent active gift for select exceptional minions and a subtle passive gift for all within the Ember Nest. In the valley's center was a massive, 3-meter-tall stone with a flat, spacious top. A shallow indentation lay in the center of the stone. Cassius had instructed Longpoo beforehand to issue an order forbidding anyone from approaching the stone. Initially, the minions had assumed it was Cassius's designated landing spot, so no one dared disobey the command. But now, their gazes on that stone grew fervent, realizing this wasn't a restricted zone, but a place of promised gifts. Goblins, kobolds, and even wyverns felt their breaths quicken with anticipation. Silence. You must submit to me completely. Cassius fully unleashed his commanding aura, causing a heavy, oppressive force to descend upon every minion present. Wyverns, the chimera, ogres, all instinctively bowed and prostrated themselves. Once all his minions were lowered to the ground, the red dragon Cassius slowly used his claw to make an incision on his palm. His palm, lacking scales but covered in thick, resilient skin, was hard even for him to cut open. The cut widened, and warm blood began to flow from the wound, gathering and dripping down. Drip, drip, drip. The crimson blood continuously trickled onto the massive stone, pooling in the shallow indentation. All the minions kept their heads bowed low, with an air of silence filling the surroundings. No one dared to glance upward, not even by accident, fearing the dragon's wrath. Bloodline gift, Cassius murmured. With his will activating the special ability, an unusual power within his aura connected him to the blood. Instantly, Cassius sensed that the flowing blood was no longer inert, but closely linked to his body and bloodline. It felt like an extension of his essence, reaching further and deeper. As the blood fully transformed, he felt a portion of his strength being divided. But it wasn't a mere act of giving. It was like sowing seeds that would, upon blooming, eventually give back to him. The still warm blood in the indentation began to flow gently. Contained within it was an unimaginable power. This was the gifted blood. The minions didn't know the progress of the ritual or its success, so they kept their heads down. The air in the valley was nearly stagnant, with thousands of creatures crowding together, yet in perfect silence. Finally, Cassius broke the silence himself. "You may rise." At their master's command, the minions sighed in relief, standing up en masse. But as they noticed the pool of flowing crimson blood in the indentation, they all held their breaths, brimming with nervous anticipation. Who wouldn't want to be the lucky one granted long life and powerful strength? Longpu, Cassius called the first name. This ogre mage was the red dragon's appointed steward, a rare spellcaster among monsters, and instrumental in the Ember Nest development. Even more valuable was his unwavering loyalty, devoted to Cassius's grand vision. Cassius needed him to embody strength and authority, a positive example for the other monsters. Longpu adjusted his glasses, tried to maintain a calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated being chosen. But truthfully, he'd been shaking with nerves, barely containing his excitement when Cassius called his name, forcing himself to look composed. Longpu clambered onto the stone, waiting silently. The blood rose up, flowing toward the ogre's mouth. Only a portion of the blood entered Longpu's mouth, far from enough for the 3-meter-tall ogre. Normally, he could drink the blood of an entire mammoth. Yet, as soon as the gifted blood entered his mouth, Longpu's body began to shake violently. His mass of flesh trembled continuously. Elemental energy surged down his throat. The ogre's eyes turned red, his face twisted in agony, and his massive mouth opened wide, abandoning all pretense of composure. The blazing fire element burned down into his stomach, inflaming his belly like a raging inferno inside him. Ogres boasted iron stomachs, capable of digesting anything. But for the first time, Longpu felt an unbearable pain in his gut. "It's burning, burning." Longpu collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony, his huge frame rolling and thrashing as he pounded the stone to relieve his torment. His fists hammered the rock with resounding booms as the dragon blood churned within him. In his convulsions, the blood infused with elemental energy was pumped by his heart, ready to transform his entire body. Panting heavily, he lay sprawled on the stone, his massive body bloated and red-hot, wisps of steam rising from his skin like an overinflated balloon on the brink of bursting. The dragon's power was almost too great for the lowly ogre's bloodline. Longpu's growls turned to faint whimpers, and his eyes regained clarity as his life force waned. The dragon blood greedily drained his vitality, filling him with a torrent of elemental energy. Was it failing? Cassius said nothing, watching in silence. If Longpu perished, Cassius would regret losing a useful subordinate, but only that. The other ogres clenched their clubs, anxious for their elder's survival. Though ogres felt little kinship, they still hoped for the survival of the one who always found food for them. Meanwhile, the hobgoblin leader, Dolo, watched with bated breath. He had been stifled by Longpu for too long, and if the ogre died, he could seize the chance to rise, becoming the true steward of the Ember Nest. The thought brought a slight smirk to Dolo's face. Just then, something unexpected happened. After a long silence, the ogre roared out. He crouched on all fours in a strange posture, his swollen body continuing to expand as he greedily absorbed the surrounding energy, leaving the air around him dry. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. His body swelled and shrank with each breath. His form expanded from 3 meters to 4, then over 5 meters before finally stopping. Spiny ridges emerged along his back. His hands and feet sharpened, transforming into something akin to dragon claws. His thick skin cracked, splitting open to reveal newly grown, hardened red scales underneath, like a snake shedding its skin. Cassius noticed that the ogre mage wasn't passively receiving the transformation, but channeling the elemental energy within the dragon blood to construct a fireball spell model inside his body, drawing even more deeply from the dragon blood. It was a high-risk move, but promised immense rewards. And thanks to Longpu's dedicated study, his spell control had reached an astonishing level. Thick white smoke filled the surroundings, obscuring the scene above, revealing only a faintly discernible giant shadow. Roar! Longpu let out a dragon-like roar. As the smoke dispersed, he tore off the discarded skin, supporting himself with both arms as he slowly stood up. Thus, the first dragon-blooded ogre of Erzig was born, if the dragon's taste and aesthetics wasn't so absurdly out of place. The creature before them could no longer be called an ogre. His body was over 5 meters tall and almost as wide. Even his former kin standing before him would seem like tiny gnomes by comparison. His still massive and robust frame was now covered with bright, crimson scales. His once short, stubby fingers had become long and sharp, transforming from humanoid hands to claws bearing dragon-like traits. Longpu slowly opened his eyes. His pupils were golden. Several rows of red horns protruded from his forehead, making his already hideous and terrifying head look even more ferocious. If one could slice into his flesh, they would find that the blood now coursing through the ogre mage was boiling with elemental fury, with structures resembling a dragon's own blood vessels gradually forming within his body. Compared to an ogre, Longpu was now better suited to be called a dragon ogre. After all, he was no longer a mere giant subspecies, but a dragon-blooded creature infused with true dragon blood, with a lifespan extended from mere decades to several centuries. Now, Longpu could even unleash a fiery breath. On Cassius' minion panel, Longpu's stats had undergone a radical transformation. Dragon-blooded ogre mage, Longpu. Name, Longpu. Gigantic dragon-blooded giant, fire, neutral evil. Race, dragon-blooded ogre. AC, 16, natural armor. Attributes, strength 20, agility 10, constitution 18, intelligence 17, perception 8, charisma 13, skills, literacy +6, arcana +4, hunting +4, leadership +4, herbalism +2, persuasion +2, warfare +2. Senses, passive perception 14 feet. Languages, common, draconic, giant. Actions, slam, bite, pound, claw, strike. Special ability, breath weapon, fire. Combat equipment, Ring of Wisdom Studies. Arcane Ring. Albert's Mithril Bracelet. Class level, 6 Mage. Caster level, 6. Spells. Cantrips, Firebolt. First level, Burning Hands. Second level, Scorching Ray. Third level, Fireball. Challenge rating, 10, 7,000 XP. Evaluation. This dragon-blooded ogre will roast you and swallow you whole. His challenge rating had leaped to level 10, with his strength, constitution, agility, and other key stats undergoing a drastic overhaul, granting him the special ability of breath attack. Simultaneously, Cassius could clearly feel that, due to the pressure emanating from deep within his bloodline, the bond between him and his minions had grown tighter, leaving them with no ability to disobey his commands. Even harboring thoughts of betrayal would be sensed. Quite an effective enhancement, Cassius remarked with satisfaction. However, this was something Langpuo had achieved at the risk of his life, using his deep understanding of the arcane network. Cassius knew this effect was not universal. Master, I succeeded. Langpuo's tone was filled with irrepressible excitement and joy, as well as the satisfaction of a mage whose experiment had succeeded. The creature on the boulder, who looked more like a dragon ogre, knelt down to thank the red dragon, then leaped down, causing a rumble upon landing. Boss, you're freaking huge now. Think of how much more food you can devour now. The ogres, upholding the simple principle that bigger is better, cheered wildly for their boss's new form. In their simple minds, all they could think of was how his larger size would let him consume even more. Meanwhile, Dolo's face grew even darker. Chimera. Cassius called the second name. The Chimera was the Red Dragon's first minion and the top combat power of Embernest. Moreover, as a distant relative of dragons, Cassius was eager to experiment and see the effects of this bloodline gift on dragon-blooded creatures. Even if it failed, the Red Dragon wouldn't feel a trace of regret. After all, such a chaotic, evil beast held little loyalty. The three-headed monster landed on the boulder, folded its wings, and submissively lowered its heads. Blood entered the dragon head's mouth. The Chimera let out a low, restrained roar as the blood boiled within its body. However, it did not suffer the same agonizing pain as the ogre. Dragon blood was not as challenging for this dragon-blooded creature to absorb. The surrounding monsters watched silently, the Chimera's reaction far less intense than that of the ogre. As the blood spread throughout its body, all three of its heads raised. The dragon head even released a fiery breath. Although the Chimera had 3 heads of different shapes, its mind was unified. Each head merely represented a facet of its personality. The dragon head drove it to attack, plunder, and hoard treasures. The lion's nature aroused its desire to hunt powerful creatures within its territory, and the goat head rendered it stubborn and unyielding. Previously, the lion's head had been the dominant one in the Chimera. However, as the blessing blood flowed throughout its body, the Chimera's dragon head began to expand, with bony spikes extending from its neck to its back, replacing the lush mane, and scales gradually grew in place of the lion's fur. Roar! The dragon head of the Chimera lifted up and let out a prolonged roar. Its body swelled quickly, growing visibly larger. Unlike the ogre's exaggerated energy absorption, it grew to over 8 meters before stopping. Its dragon head grew far faster than the lion and goat heads, with the dragon personality fully taking control. Compared to the previous mishmash of different creatures, the Chimera now resembled a mutated red dragon, with the goat and lion heads relegated to mere accessories. Roar! The Chimera completed its transformation and respectfully lowered its 3 heads, letting out a soft roar. Cassius could sense that, whether due to power or bloodline suppression, the Chimera was now entirely free of rebellious thoughts, solely focused on allegiance. As for the future, that was hard to say. Dragons certainly didn't have absolute loyalty in their nature. Cassius' minion panel also reflected changes. Pseudo-Dragon Chimera. Challenge rating 9, 5,000 XP. The Chimera's challenge rating rose to level 9, just below Langpuo. The power of the chimera's fire breath had grown more fearsome, and its body scales granted a significant boost to its natural armor, making it far more resistant to attacks than before. How could such a beast be granted favor before me? Seeing the chimera receive a blessing first, Dolo's expression grew even darker. Yet with the red dragon overhead, he could only suppress his anger, waiting in place with labored breaths. Dolo, Cassius called the next name. As the military chief of Ember Nest and the designer of defensive structures like the trenches, fences, gates, and guard towers within Rock Fortress, Dolo indeed needed a strength boost for protection. Dolo let out a sigh of relief. At least this proved that his position in Ember Nest hadn't diminished too much. After all, his love for power often outstripped even his fervor for war. Dolo climbed onto the boulder, kneeling on one knee as he awaited his turn. Blood flowed into his mouth. Intense heat. This was Dolo's only sensation. The blood entered his throat like scalding lava, roiling and scorching every inch of his body, and he finally understood Langpuo's agony. Yet, trembling all over, he maintained his kneeling posture, gritting his teeth so hard he nearly shattered them. I won't die here. I'll climb higher, higher than that dumb ogre at least. This was the sole thought in Dolo's mind. His skin, originally crimson, now glowed with a translucent red as the scorching elemental energy seeped through, faintly emitting a reddish glow. His body pulsed rhythmically. Each heartbeat, each breath pumped the dragon's blood throughout his form. Through his now slightly translucent skin, one could even see his pulsing veins. It might have a stronger effect on non-dragon-blooded creatures. Cassius observed Dolo's transformation calmly, making a mental note. Finally, unable to endure the burning heat, Dolo let out a scream. His body began to swell, with scale-like protrusions emerging beneath his skin. As his screams grew more guttural, Dolo's form expanded rapidly before their eyes. His height shot from about 1.8 meters to 2.5 meters, with crimson scales ripping through his fragile skin, emitting white steam as they were exposed to the air. Huff, huff! He parted his mouth slightly, exhaling wisps of white smoke. His once long, yellow teeth now gleamed as sharp as dragon's fangs. The scales spread across his face, creating ridges around his ears that fused into the scales on his cheeks, while two small, protruding horns grew from his forehead. A dragon-blooded hobgoblin had been born. His body had undergone a dramatic transformation, with a substantial increase in strength, his physique now on par with an ordinary ogre. However, as a creature more inclined to legion warfare, he had not gained fire breath. Instead, he could now cast the cantrip Firebolt, and had developed a dense coat of scales for added protection and heat resistance. Originally, Dolo's lifespan was similar to a human's, with many hobgoblins never living long enough to die of natural causes due to their love of warfare. Now, however, he had become a long-lived species, with an extended lifespan of about 300 years, though this was still brief by dragon standards. Dragon-blooded Hobgoblin Commander. Challenge rating, 7, 2,900 XP. Thank you for your generous blessing. I can't wait to taste the blood of enemies on the battlefield. Dolo panted heavily, his already red face flushed with excitement. Dolo could feel an unprecedented surge of power within him, and as a creature with an innate love of war, he had a powerful urge to unleash this energy on the battlefield. Not bad, Cassius remarked. With no spells to aid him, Dolo's growth was already remarkable. Smog, Cassius announced the next name. The largest wyvern among them heard the call and was immediately thrilled. Drooling with anticipation, it hopped onto the boulder, propping itself up with its wing bones and rhythmically swaying its barbed, venomous tail. This name was, of course, not native to this world, but rather a small indulgence of Cassius' dark humor. After killing the chicken to scare the monkeys, he had appointed the largest remaining wyvern to take charge as the new leader of the pack. As creatures of low intelligence, wyverns typically had no names. Seeing this wyvern bracing itself on its front limbs reminded him of the iconic Smog from movies in his previous life, and so he had whimsically given it that name. The wyvern called Smog cawed excitedly, with saliva dripping onto the stone. These creatures, with a blend of dragon and griffin blood, eagerly coveted the true dragon's bloodline. The blood merged into its mouth. Leaning on its wings, the wyvern emitted low growls. Although it already had dragon blood, that bloodline had been diluted over countless generations, leaving it a pale remnant compared to the true dragon's gift of blood. Thus, as the raging elemental energy flooded its body, the beast was still racked with pain. As the blood churned within, the wyvern rolled over on the stone. It let out a series of shrill, piercing cries. The sound was jarring, like the screech of metal fragments grinding together, making the watching creatures wince. The wyvern's body swelled visibly. Growing from over 5 meters to over 6, it continued expanding until it reached just over 7 meters before stopping. Its mucus-covered, wrinkled skin sprouted hard, crimson scales, and the fleshy protrusions morphed into bony spikes, while its maw, which once only emitted foul sludge, could now spew scorching fire. The wyvern now bore a closer resemblance to a true dragon, yet it still retained its slim, front-limbed stance. Atavistic wyvern. Challenge rating: 8, 3,900 XP. Good. At least it won't get easily beaten by the north wind eagles anymore. Cassius commented, expressionless. The wyvern spat flames into the sky before hopping down from the boulder, proudly lifting its head among its fellows. Fitting for a creature known as a beast. By now, there was little dragon blood left in the shallow pit. Only a thin layer remained. The blood moved gently. Its scent was enticingly pungent. According to the previous standard, there was just enough for one more blessing. At this moment, 1,000 pairs of eyes in the valley were locked on that remaining blood, each creature breathing heavily, their gazes intense with anticipation, almost aflame. Having witnessed several transformations, this blood had become an undisputed symbol of power. Though the transformation was painful, what was that compared to the allure of immense power? Now, with Ember Nest's highest-ranked members already blessed, could they too have a chance at the spoils? Silence continued to blanket the valley, yet the breathing grew heavier, and the pounding heartbeats became more pronounced, like a series of deep drum beats. Beads of sweat trickled down the foreheads of the bear goblins, dripping onto their fur and pooling at the corners of their eyes. Yet none dared blink, their gazes locked onto that pool of blood. In a darkened corner, the lizard folk stood motionless, watching from afar, silently observing, their eyes fixed on the blood as if dead. The wyverns stretched their necks, slightly parting their mouths, saliva oozing from either side, with a fierce longing glistening in their menacing eyes. Who will be the lucky one? They all waited in eager anticipation. In this feverish yet eerie silence, Cassius announced the final name, Goldfong. Instantly, all the creatures were dumbfounded. No one expected that the final recipient of the blessing would be the feeble kobold. Even Goldfong himself stood in shock for a moment, taking a few seconds to process. His grotesque face quickly filled with an ingratiating smile, and with the combined help of several of his kin as stepping stones, he managed to clamber up the towering boulder. How is this possible? Dolo glared at the fawning kobold, his breath hot with rage, teeth grinding as he fought the urge to tear him to pieces. His bear goblin subordinates clenched their jaws with fury, their muscular arms bulging with veins thicker than the scrawny waist of the kobold. Raised on storm heights, these creatures revered strength above all. Having a weak kobold elevated above them left them resentful and bitter. However, they didn't dare challenge the dragon's authority, forcing them to swallow their indignation. Cassius, for his part, wasn't concerned about the choice. After the previous blessings, Ember Nest's combat power had already grown considerably, enough to be a dominant force across the Enzita wasteland. Considering he needed the kobolds for gold mining, he thought it fitting to give them a bit of hope. Besides, kobolds were naturally dragon-aligned creatures. These egg-laying beings matured quickly and, as dragon-like creatures, could live over a century, serving as tireless gold miners for their masters. However, due to their frail bodies, few survive to die of old age. Over time, even their prolonged proximity to dragons could lead to unpredictable mutations. With this blessing, Cassius also wanted to conduct an experiment. If it failed, the loss was negligible, just a kobold with a challenge rating of 1/4. If he died, hundreds more would be born next year. The ritual began under Cassius's guidance. Blood flowed into the kobold's mouth. Due to his small, weak frame, he consumed far less blood than the previous recipients. A woo! The kobold let out a low, suppressed howl. The scalding blood flowed through his body, scorching his flesh, a faint red glow emanating from within. All the creatures watched the kobold with hungry eyes, some envious, others resentful or unwilling. Most were silently hoping the kobold would succumb to the pain. Suddenly, a drastic change occurred. The kobold threw his head back, emitting a series of wild, dog-like barks, saliva thick and steaming from his open mouth. His body swelled rapidly, and a massive hump formed on his back. His frail body hungrily absorbed every ounce of energy in the blood, visibly bulking up. His height rose from under 1 meter to nearly 2. Strange power surged from deep within his bloodline. With a loud, tearing sound, the massive hump ripped through his skin. A new pair of slimy wings unfolded from the kobold's back. Roar! The kobold leader clumsily spread his wings. His voice had evolved from barking to something closer to a dragon's roar. How is this possible? It's an Ord, Tiamat above. That's an Ord. A newly transformed Ord. Some of the older, more knowledgeable kobolds let out cries of amazement. A few kobolds were born with wings and could fly. These were known as Ords. The wings were considered a gift from the dragon queen Tiamat, and jealousy from wingless kobolds often prevented peaceful coexistence between them. But now, with a kobold growing dragon wings, jealousy was accompanied by immense fervor. They too could become Ords. Cassius observed the winged kobold, squinting slightly, his warlock senses detecting a faint disturbance in the weave. As expected, he checked the follower information panel closely. Your follower, kobold leader, has undergone an unpredictable mutation under the influence of the bloodline gift. Arcane talent often emerged by pure chance. Some warlocks could not even pinpoint the source of their power, while others recalled strange encounters. A hag's touch, a mysterious enchanted spring, or a blessing from a celestial being might ignite the spark of arcane talent. Exposure to the elemental forces of inner planes, or chaotic magical power of the Sea of Chaos, or glimpsing the workings of reality itself, could all be catalysts for magic. Drinking the blessing blood was undeniably such a catalyst. Your follower, kobold leader, has awakened the latent dragon magic within his ancestral bloodline through the blessing. Kobold leader has unlocked the class Draconic Sorcerer, Red Dragon, his innate magic deriving from dragon power, its essence woven into his blood and heritage. What began as a casual experiment had granted Ember Nest another spellcaster, to Cassius's pleasant surprise. A kobold draconic sorcerer, interesting. Cassius watched as Goldfong completed his transformation. The newly winged kobold, or rather Ord, was gasping for breath, hot air venting from the gaps in his scales. After a few breaths, he finally calmed the wild, elemental energy within him. Huff, huff, huff. Adjusting to his new form, the transformed kobold felt the potent, unfamiliar power within his body and the spells that suddenly surfaced in his mind. Goldfong looked up at the red dragon, eyes burning with fanaticism, even shedding a few genuine tears of gratitude. The humiliation of slavery, the terror of being hunted, the daily grind of survival, all faded away in that moment. Now he truly saw the dragon as a demigod incarnate. But Cassius cared little for the kobold's loyalty or fanaticism. He was more interested in what kind of spell this kobold had awakened. Cast your spell, Cassius said with interest. Unlike the class-based spell selection system players used, warlocks in this world did not choose their spells. Rather, the magic chose them, bestowing them with innate spell abilities. As a result, most warlocks only mastered 1 or 2 spells, wielding them with exceptional skill. Yes, great master. Goldfong unhesitatingly channeled the newfound power within him, following the inherited memory in his mind. Slowly, he raised his arms, aligning his thumbs while spreading his other fingers, guiding a slight gathering of fire element energy from the weave around him. Boom! A cone of flames, several feet long, erupted from his palms. Burning Hands, a fitting first-level spell for a red dragon warlock. Cassius evaluated privately. Note, a bit of filler for now, but soon we'll continue the main story. Players are set to arrive around Chapter 100. Cassius gazed at the new follower information panel in front of him. This fellow had truly risen to glory in one leap. Draconic-winged, kobold sorcerer. Medium humanoid, kobold, lawful evil. AC, 16, natural armor. Speed, 30 feet, flight 50 feet. Strength, 15. Dexterity, 14. Constitution, 16. Intelligence, 10. Wisdom, 8. Charisma, 11. Senses, dark vision 60 feet, passive perception 8. Languages, common, draconic. Skills, construction +4, traps +4, excavation +6, stealth +6. Traits, pack tactics, fire resistance. Actions, dagger, sling, claw attack, bite. Class level, sorcerer 1. Spellcaster level, 1. Cantrips, firebolt, light. First level, burning hands. Challenge rating, 5, 1700 XP. This kobold's challenge rating had leaped from a measly 1 out of 8 to level 5, making him capable of taking on a squad of well-trained soldiers, just managing to join Ember's Nest high-ranking combat power. Below, Dolo watched the newly transformed kobold with his arms crossed, his expression far from friendly. Goldfong. The Dragonblood hobgoblin muttered the name softly. Originally, he could have easily sent this guy flying with a single kick. But now, this kobold, or rather, Urd, stood nearly 2 meters tall, could fly, and had learned magic, making him a rather troublesome opponent. Ever since that conflict, this kobold had clung firmly to the ogre mage's leg, and now, it could be said that in Ember's Nest, Longpoo's position remained unshakable. From a short distance away, Longpoo looked on with a slight smirk, eyes glinting with some unspoken thoughts. Not bad at all. The ogre instinctively went to adjust the bridge of his glasses, only to remember that the delicate silver-rimmed frames had been crushed during his transformation. He regretfully dropped his hand, mentally noting to acquire a sturdier pair. The blessing ceremony finally came to a close. Cassius spread his wings slowly, casting a vast shadow over the gathered creatures below. He fully unleashed his leadership aura, emanating an irresistible influence that compelled every creature present to submit wholeheartedly. A soldier who doesn't aspire to be a general is no good. My Ember's Nest only needs the strong, not idle weaklings. Continue fighting for me. Prove your loyalty with blood and fire. And you, too, can gain great power and endless life. As the direct beneficiaries of the blessing, the newly empowered clan leaders were the first to cheer. The wyverns breathed fiery displays into the air, the kobolds spread their newly acquired wings, and Longpoo showed off his massive frame and resilient scales. With Cassius's approval and even encouragement, they reveled in their newfound might. The creatures of Ember's Nest erupted into a frenzy, kobolds, goblins, and ogres alike howling and shrieking with an insatiable longing and fervor for power. The noisy celebrations echoed throughout the valley, lingering for a long time. 1 month later, fluffy snowflakes drifted from the sky, swirling in the howling wind, while dense ice fog reduced visibility to less than 100 meters. By now, it was the coldest time on the Anzita wasteland. That impressive blessing ceremony was now over 3 months past. Shortly after his transformation, Goldfong was dispatched to the shadowy mines, where he and his 300 kin tirelessly dug for gold beneath the warm earth at the dragon's behest. When spring came and the snow melted, the kobolds would transport the gold back to Ember's nest. They also received the task of seeking out elemental minerals, a step Cassius took to power the Storm King's eye. Meanwhile, many creatures, hearing of this, came to join Ember's nest. The hobgoblin warlord Skullface sought refuge after fleeing the Northern Kingdom's pursuit, bringing with him an army of over 100 hobgoblins and significant wealth. Just 1 week later, however, this stranger accidentally drowned in the latrine pit, and his remnants were naturally absorbed under the dragon blood hobgoblin Dolo. Dolo finally acquired the elite soldiers he had longed for, rather than the weak, cowardly goblins who didn't even dare enter the battlefield. Then, more than 30 satyrs arrived, hoping to spend the winter in Ember's nest warmth. These satyrs, though weak, lacked any concept of good and evil. Driven by curiosity and hedonism, they were rowdy fey beings. However, their flute playing had bard-like qualities that could produce certain magical effects, which earned them Cassius's acceptance. Even during this frigid season, Ember's nest remained relatively warm. The storm-high cliffs were not located at the northernmost end of Anzita, and the mountainous terrain shielded the valley from cold winds, preserving a small amount of warmth. Cassius's lair was particularly warm. In the giant's maw cave, Cassius slowly opened his groggy eyes, his massive form stretched out in the warmest spot in the cave. "Master, I've brought the person you requested." Dolo entered respectfully, leading a few hobgoblin guards. The guards supported a ragged, disheveled human, the slave trader Cassius had personally captured earlier. "Hart, have you completed the task I assigned you?" "Yes, successfully, master," Dolo replied. With that, the hobgoblin guards pulled several scrolls from their packs, handing them over. Written in common, the text was scrawled with rough sketches and notes. Hobgoblins excelled in all military and warfare-related skills, including interrogation. The dragon had tasked him with extracting every piece of information from the human's mind and ensuring its accuracy. Hart, a cowardly slave trader, hadn't required much effort to crack. Simple threats had made him spill everything he knew, then leave. "Yes, master." Dolo and the guards exited calmly. Cassius fixed his gaze on the nervous human before him and spoke. "Long time no see, Hart." Hart trembled, his legs giving out as he sank to his knees, his voice shaking. "Cassius, Lord of Ember's Nest, mighty dragon, I have realized my mistakes. I am willing to compensate for all losses. I beg you to spare my worthless, pitiful life." Cassius grinned, baring sharp dragon teeth in a way that sent a shiver down Hart's spine. Cassius said, "I don't need your compensation. I'm going to let you go back." Hart stared blankly, reflexively asking, Go back where?" "To Sagertown. You're Baron, and I may have some things in common." The image of the Baron's cold gaze flashed through Hart's mind, and he muttered, "The Baron, he'll kill me." The red dragon rose slowly, towering over the trembling human, his golden eyes glinting with a curious light. "No, he won't." And the dragon's gaze was undeniably oppressive. Baron Todd looked up, his crimson eyes filled with fear, any trace of his former arrogance gone. Yet he still tried to maintain his composure, clasping his hands behind his back, forcing his voice to stay steady. "You're the one called Flying Flame, correct? May I ask what brings you to my domain? Is there something important?" Cassius sensed the fluctuation in the weave, realizing the Baron was constructing a spell, and his expression darkened slightly. "Baron Todd, is this how you greet guests who travel far to visit you? With discourteous magic, instead of noble hospitality and courtesy?" Realizing he'd been exposed, Baron Todd's expression changed drastically. Still, he fumbled through his robes, pulling out small vials and bat fur he'd prepared in advance, quickly casting a spell. Darkness. With a puff of bat fur, a thick, dark mist spread from Baron Todd, creating a 5-meter radius sphere of darkness around him. This magical darkness was impenetrable, even to creatures with dark vision, and couldn't be dispelled by non-magical light or spells below the second tier. Cassius merely observed, unhurriedly remarking, "An impressive spell, my Lord Baron." If it were an ordinary human, they'd surely be too frightened to move, left to let you drain them in the terror of darkness. His tone turned cold. But have you forgotten that you're facing a dragon? Cassius suddenly turned, his massive tail sweeping through the air with immense force. The black mist was torn apart, unable to resist physical attack. Baron Todd, still preparing his next spell within the darkness, was struck directly. Boom! He was sent flying several meters away. Fortunately, Baron Todd possessed a regenerative ability. Though this blow fractured his bones and flesh, they quickly began to mend before the naked eye. Coughing up blood, Baron Todd lay on the ground, struggling to retrieve a shriveled viper's bladder. Melf's acid arrow, a flashing green arrow shot toward the red dragon. Shield. With a cold smirk, the dragon conjured an invisible barrier, blocking the arrow, which exploded in a mist of acid without harming Cassius in the slightest. A spellcaster? Baron Todd's face went pale. A dragon mage. This was the worst possible scenario. He hastily constructed another spell. Misty Step. His original position left behind a trail of silvery mist as he appeared dozens of meters away, beside a twisted vine hanging from the manor wall. Cassius followed with a leisurely flap of his wings, saying, "Baron, please don't waste your energy on futile struggles. Your little tricks are inconsequential." Flames danced in the dragon's eyes. Seeing the dragon advancing, Baron Todd desperately focused, building another spell. He grabbed a vine, which shot upward, lifting itself vertically into the air, suspending him. Just as the dragon closed in, Todd climbed up the vine and vanished, and the vine disappeared with him. Rope trick, Cassius observed with interest. This spell was a famous mage-exclusive escape spell, enabling the caster to enter a small, extra-dimensional space for the spell's duration. No attack or magic could enter or exit the space's entrance, but the occupants could see outside through the rope position as if looking through a window. When the spell ended, everything in the extra-dimensional space would fall out. Inside the extra-dimensional space, Baron Todd's pale face was tense, terrified that the dragon would notice something amiss. If he needed to breathe, he'd have been gasping by now. Cassius murmured almost to himself, "An interesting spell. But as I said earlier, your little tricks are inconsequential to me." With his words, a shimmering barrier radiated from the dragon, enveloping the entire area. Anti-magic field. The extra-dimensional space shattered like glass, and the hiding Baron Todd fell, crashing to the ground. Facing the dragon's open, deadly maw, Baron Todd finally collapsed, falling to his knees and pleading, No, please don't kill me. I'm the son of Duke Brad, a baron of the Lackman family, Northwind's eagle. Spare me, and my family can give you gold, far more than you would gain by killing me. Great dragon, I will serve you." As a mage, Todd knew enough to understand a dragon's inherent greed. The dragon looked down at him, eyes narrowing. "You need only agree to 3 conditions for cooperation." I agree to everything." Todd quickly complied, desperate to avoid being reduced to ash by this merciless, volatile dragon, though the dragon seemed reasonably composed. But who could say for sure? Cassius nodded slightly and stated, "First, I require all of your spell scrolls, remember, all of them, to compensate for your incursion into Ember's Nest territory. This is the basis of our cooperation. Second, I welcome trade and will even provide gold, but I need you to trade for all goods, including weapons and armor. Hart will oversee this friendly trade caravan. Third, I'll assign some of my retainers to guard the caravan and take up residence in Sager Town to ensure the safety of you, my collaborator. Aren't you worried I might betray this cooperation?" Baron Todd cautiously asked. The terms seemed fair, so he hoped to secure the dragon's trust. Cassius let out a derisive laugh and replied, "Baron, I've told you. We're here to cooperate, a mutually beneficial arrangement. Think about it. Without trade with Ember's Nest, without gold, without a strong force, you and your barony are nothing, merely a grain-producing area that could be discarded at any moment. A northern invasion alone could devastate you. I think you understand what I mean. The dragon's eyes gleamed, flames seemingly dancing within them. Baron Todd nodded, indicating his understanding. It was true. The red dragon before him had no need to deceive him. Being the 13th son, undervalued within his family, he'd stirred up too much trouble at Northwind Fortress and incurred his father's wrath, resulting in his assignment to this remote corner of Sagertown. Rather than a noble assignment, it was more like banishment. This sparsely populated town, adjacent to Storm High Cliffs Ridge, lacked the military strength to defend itself against any foreign invasion. Be it from giants or a real dragon, it would spell disaster. Better to ally with a powerful outsider nearby, maintain his own authority, grow his power, and eventually break free to compete with his brothers and gain his father's recognition. With this in mind, Todd said ingratiatingly, "Thank you for your sincerity, Lord Flying Flame. I'm pleased that we, the great red dragon and I, can cooperate." Cassius nodded slightly. "Baron, remember, acknowledging Ember's Nest's sovereignty over Storm High Cliffs and compensating for your rash actions is the foundation of our partnership." Todd replied, "I'll remember that." Cassius's tone grew slightly playful. "Then, Baron, you and your loyal followers may return to the manor. I expect to see what I asked for by tomorrow." "Yes, Lord Flying Flame." Todd glanced at Hart nearby, his hatred for the traitor barely contained. Yet, knowing the dragon was watching, he dared not act, forcing a strained, humorless smile. Hart, noticing this, broke into a sweat. But remembering the red dragon's backing, his life now secure, and his role as Ember's Nest spy to restrain the Baron, he smirked back in defiance. "Let's go, Baron." Hart spat out those last words with barely concealed spite. Cassius watched the two, filled with mutual hatred and hidden motives, leave side by side, feeling a wicked satisfaction. His terms had appeared fair, yet were actually malicious. Todd likely saw through it, but he had no choice. Military occupation, control over trade. Once he controlled the region's military and economic power, Baron Todd would be little more than a puppet. In Cassius's plans, even the Baron would eventually become dispensable once the players arrived. The dragon watched Todd's thin frame disappear. Despite their pact, the Baron was not his thrall. After all, Todd was a vampire spawn, a creature made in a vampire's image, cursed with a vampiric thirst for blood and forever bound to its creator. When a vampire undergoes a wicked ascension ritual, transforming into an ascendant vampire immune to sunlight, these thralls are sacrificed, dissolving into blood. If a vampire allowed its spawn to drink its blood, the thrall would become a true vampire, freed from the creator's control, though few vampires would ever grant this. In the previous timeline's vampire quest, Duke Brad had attempted the Ascension ritual, but it was thwarted by players, hundreds of whom stormed the castle's dungeons in an explosive assault to end the crisis. Pitiful. An ambitious vampire spawn hoping for its master's favor. A truly sad creature. Cassius's eyes flickered in the darkness before he disappeared. The next morning, a large caravan laden with goods left Sagertown. The townspeople had grown used to such caravans, even though the guards wore thick armor that concealed their faces, black cloaks, and had an unusually tall stature. But leading them was the familiar face of Hart, who'd been absent for days. Since Hart led the caravan, it was clearly under the Baron's orders. To even think of stealing from the Bloody Baron would be pure folly. Parents hurried their curious children inside, intentionally ignoring the caravan, fearing they'd be taken as forced labor. Hart rode in the middle of the procession. Towering guards flanked him, their breaths audible through their heavy masks. Although Hart couldn't see their faces, he guessed they were earth goblins or bugbears, given they were from Ember's Nest ranks. These creatures, in fact, were now his ticket to survival. Upon returning to the manor last night, the enraged Baron Todd had threatened and cursed him multiple times, yet ultimately dared not harm him, revealing his bluff. Todd was clearly afraid to provoke the Red Dragon. This was Hart's conclusion. This caravan carried armor, weapons, and 20 invaluable magical scrolls, a clear gesture of appeasement from Baron Todd. Rather than a trade, it was more like tribute. Phew! Enzita's winters were harsh. Hart breathed out a cloud of mist and wrapped his thick fur coat tighter. Snow continued to fall, leaving deep tracks in the snow beneath the loaded carts, turning the caravan into a line of black dots on the white landscape. A woo! A strange sound echoed from the snow-covered slopes. Long and mournful, it resembled a wailing cry. The guard assumed it was the wind and didn't give it much thought. But Hart, experienced as he was, listened closely and immediately tensed. "Stay alert. That's no wind howl," Hart shouted. From the distant slope, figures with white fur moved like ghosts in the snowy expanse, charging toward the caravan with eerie, mournful howls. Yeti. Hart recognized the creatures immediately. Towering, hulking beasts, these Yetis roamed the mountain peaks, constantly hunting. Even in blizzards, Yetis would brave the cold and snow, following the scent of prey. Cursing his luck, Hart knew encountering Yetis in this weather was as bad as it could get. Even the slightest slip-up could mean total annihilation. Instinctively, he considered ordering the caravan to retreat, only to notice the guards pulling off their black cloaks. These guards stood nearly 2 meters tall, with imposing, muscular builds, their yellowed teeth protruding from grimacing faces. Their murky yellow eyes gleamed with a bloodlust for battle, their scarlet skin standing out against the snow, even adorned with sparse scales. They were hobgoblins. These were the elite troops under Dolo's command. Almost forgot, we're monsters too. Hart muttered, stunned at the realization. A piercing cold wind blew through the entrance of Stone Fortress, and a blast of icy air escaping through the cracks made the goblin guard sneeze. "Damn, it's cold." "Yeah," the goblin beside him agreed, rubbing his reddened nose, only to accidentally scratch a long mark across his face with his claw. "Ouch!" The goblin let out a yelp. A bead of blood appeared, but quickly froze solid. Over the past few months, many of Ember's Nest followers had begun displaying dragon-like traits. Although these changes weren't as intense as those in their leaders, some red dragon-specific characteristics were emerging. This included the occasional appearance of sparse scales, sharper claws and teeth, folds on the ears, and a preference for warmth and even hot climates. The red dragon, slumbering deep within the cave, was like a massive source of radiation, using the gift of his bloodline to influence and transform all of Ember's Nest followers. Cassius lay sprawled in the cave, his massive body rising and falling gently. With the weather growing colder, the heat-loving red dragon loathed going outside, preferring instead to remain in the cave, living a life of eating and sleeping, like any native red dragon in Erezig. Lazily stretching, Cassius slowly opened his eyes. But there are still some matters that need tending. In Draconic, he softly called out, "Chimera." The three-headed creature immediately emerged from a cave in the rock wall, obediently lying down in front of Cassius like a loyal hound, awaiting its master's command. Ever since receiving the bloodline gift, this once defiant beast had become remarkably docile, a change that even Cassius found slightly disconcerting. Continuing in Draconic, Cassius said, "Take me to find those tieflings." "What?" He saw all 3 of Chimera's heads tilt in confusion. Exasperated, the red dragon picked up an old, horned skull from a corner of the cave and tossed it in front of Chimera. "Lead me to these people." Chimera's lion head leaned in, sniffing the skull carefully, then clumsily replied in Draconic, "Horned. Human. Not tasty." Cassius, growing impatient, said, "Yes, them. Take me there." Chimera obediently lowered itself, indicating it would comply. "Yes, master." With a low growl, it spread its wings and took off. Chimera flew out of the warm cave, leaving the broad Giant's Valley to soar through the snowy, stormy skies. Cassius followed close behind, gliding through the wind and snow. In a secluded clearing shielded by layers of mountains, a group of crude tents was pitched in the snow. Nearby, a spacious cave was brightly lit, surrounded by roughly piled stone walls. This was the tieflings' refuge, a place they called the Shattered Home. The tieflings, with their horns and scarlet skin, lived here. The mountains shielded them from discovery by pursuers, but they offered no protection from the biting cold and snow. Despite the harsh cold, the tieflings wore tattered clothes. The men braved the snow to chop wood in the forest, the women lit campfires outside their tents to cook game, and the children gathered dry wood and dead grass nearby, adding fuel to the fire, doing whatever tasks they could. Meanwhile, a few injured tieflings lay in the slightly warmer cave, wrapped in layers of animal skins and grass fluff. But even these measures could not prevent their breathing from weakening, their eyelids trembling as they began to close. Medralash, we won't survive the winter like this. The injured won't last. We need to head to the nearby town. A hoarse female voice, trembling from the cold, spoke. The tiefling referred to as Medralash turned his head. His rugged face bore burned scars, his tall frame clad in blood-stained armor, which was also dented in many places from blows. He spoke heavily. Larisha, you still hold hope for these humans? The female, tiefling, shook her head, defending herself. No, I don't. Medralash cut her off abruptly, his tone growing intense. The pitchforks, the pyres, the burning houses, the naked bodies hanging at the city gates, the cheers and curses of the townsfolk. Haven't they revealed their true nature to you yet? This is humanity, Larisha. If we go to any town now, we won't be welcomed with wine. We'll be met with ruthless eviction and the enforcers of that old vampire's family. Larisha's voice trembled, her tone near tears. They just don't know the truth. Maybe we could clear up this misunderstanding, explain it to them. By now, you should understand how humans see us, child of devils. His cold, dark eyes seemed to pierce her soul, and the sudden gravity in his voice silenced her. Medralash continued. One person's curiosity becomes a conspiracy when it involves two. He paused. 3 people are a curse. When they're all stirred to raise their blades against us, there's no misunderstanding left. Having said this, Medralash ignored Larisha, who was silently sobbing, and silently polished his blood-stained silver sword. In the gleam of the polished blade, his weathered face was reflected. Ram-like horns curled from his head, his black eyes devoid of irises, sharp canines, and crimson skin, all clear marks of his devilish heritage, despite his otherwise human-like appearance. Naive fool. Medralash couldn't help recalling his past, the painful and tormenting memories. Back at Northwind Fortress, as a child, he had constantly been stared at and whispered about because of his devil-born lineage, enduring violence and abuse on the streets and seeing mistrust and fear in others' eyes. Yet he'd been lucky enough to have human friends he could trust. This was both a blessing and a harsh fate. The genuine concern from his friends once allowed Medralash to harbor kindness and trust. He joined the city guard, becoming a paladin at a young age, swearing the oath of redemption. Paladins who swore the oath of redemption confronted evil with the hope of turning enemies to the light, using violence only as a last resort. They would only kill if it clearly saved other lives, otherwise refraining from taking life. The young tiefling believed anyone could be redeemed, that all could walk a path of kindness and justice. Medralash believed he could dispel society's prejudice against his devil's bloodline through acts of goodwill, and he seemed to be progressing toward this goal. Medralash quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a squad leader of the city guard in Northwind Fortress, charged with maintaining order and protecting the city. During this time, he found a tiefling wife whom he loved, soon having a child of his own, and even purchased a loft in the city. Life seemed to be heading in a beautiful direction. But one day, everything changed. That day, he was dutifully investigating a series of disappearances in the city, unaware of the strange looks people cast at him, taking it as nothing unusual. But then, the Duke gave a speech. Those seemingly friendly human neighbors transformed overnight, raising torches and storming into his home, tying his wife and child to a pyre and burning them alive. By the time he rushed to the scene, Everything he had was reduced to ashes. His former comrades were slaughtering his kin as if they were cattle. Medralash, weeping, swung his silver sword and killed all the perpetrators present. He became an oath-breaker. The blazing light of redemption within him had been extinguished, leaving only darkness. The harsh reality had shattered his innocent ideals. What a naive fool. He repeated the words. Suddenly, an urgent horn sounded outside the cave. Medralash snapped back to reality, grabbed his long sword, and hurried out of the cave. What's happening? The guard stationed at the camp entrance looked panicked. It's Yetis. More than one Yeti. Oh, in the deadly cold, the Yeti's howls echoed across the remote mountains, sweeping down the hillside with the wind, filling the hearts of the gathered tieflings with dread. These creatures could smell fresh blood from miles away and track it through the snowstorm. Medralash looked up and saw dozens of ghostly white figures surging down the slope like a wave. Everyone, prepare for battle. Damachus, take them down. The tiefling warrior called Damachus nodded grimly, drawing his bowstring to its full length. Thwack! With a sharp whistle as it sliced through the air, an arrow embedded itself in the center of a Yeti's forehead, bringing it crashing down. Behind him, several other tiefling warriors raised their bows and fired as well. But they were shooting uphill through a snowstorm, and unlike their captain, they lacked the skill to reliably land their shots. Most arrows quickly sank into the snow. Damachus fired several more arrows. 7 shots, 2 hits, 2 more Yetis fell. In this harsh weather, the Yetis moved through the snow like phantoms. Even for a skilled archer like Damachus, maintaining accuracy was impossible, and they couldn't stop the Yeti's tidal onslaught. This isn't working, Medralash. The snow's too thick. I can't see clearly. Damachus shouted, loosing another arrow that fell to Yeti. But the wave of Yetis had closed to within 100 meters of the camp. If these hungry, bloodthirsty Yetis were allowed to breach the nearly defenseless camp, it would be an unmitigated disaster. Follow me. We'll engage them outside. Medralash raised his sword, with over 40 tieflings following behind him. These tieflings were sparsely armed. Some had no blades and could only brandish pitchforks and torches, but their eyes were unwavering. They may have once been merchants, clerks, artists, but now, to protect the camp and their loved ones, they had to, and would, become warriors. The Yetis, observing the approaching tieflings, felt their primal craving for flesh intensify. These creatures, over 3 meters tall, were covered in snowy white fur. Their massive, muscular bodies saw ordinary tieflings merely as exposed food. Medralash, leading from the front, charged toward a Yeti. But the Yeti didn't immediately attack. Instead, it stared at the tiefling with a sinister gaze. Chilling gaze. Its small eyes glowed an eerie blue, an icy stare that could freeze its prey on the spot. The gaze hit Medralash, sending a bone-chilling cold through him, nearly freezing him in place. Damn monster! Medralash cursed, using his robust body to endure the freezing cold as he extended a finger. Infernal rebuke! Suddenly, the Yeti was engulfed in hellish flames, letting out a pained wail. The fire-averse creature's fur caught the inextinguishable flames, causing it to frantically slap at its body. Die! With a fierce shout, Medralash leaped several meters and slashed off the burning Yeti's head. Another nearby Yeti attempted to use its chilling gaze, but it no longer affected Medralash. Sweeping slash. Using his momentum, Medralash drove his sword deep into another Yeti's shoulder. Ark! The Yeti let out a cry of pain, instinctively slamming its broad palm down on the tiefling. Inflict wounds. A dark green aura of decay spread from his sword, corroding and widening the wound on the Yeti. In the next moment, using this force, Medralash tore off the Yeti's entire left shoulder along with its arm. Blue blood splattered across the tiefling's face, but his expression remained unflinching. After taking down 2 Yetis, he surveyed the battlefield. Seeing that the tieflings were fully engaged with the Yetis, several warriors already frozen into statues by the Yeti's chilling gaze. Just as another tiefling began to be covered in ice, about to be frozen. Aura of protection. A crimson glow surrounded Medralash, shielding him and his allies from the Yeti's chilling gaze, preventing the other tiefling from freezing further. He strode forward and drove his sword into a Yeti's heart. Awoo! More Yetis closed in, 12 in total, like a white wave converging from all sides, intent on killing the tiefling paladin first. As the horde of Yetis loomed, Medralash maintained a calm expression and raised his sword high. Oathbreaker's divine power. Dreadful aspect. Channeling his darkest emotions, the Oathbreaker unleashed a terrifying aura of magical intimidation. A crimson light burst from his sword, spreading outward rapidly. Every Yeti around him saw their worst fears, falling into an inescapable terror, frozen in place. To Medralash, they were now nothing more than stationary targets. Sweeping slash. His sword sliced across the throats of several Yetis, blood splattering everywhere. Within a few breaths, 12 towering beasts toppled backward, and not a single Yeti around him remained standing. Huff, huff, huff. Kneeling and supporting himself on his sword, Medralash gasped for breath. The Great Frost Yeti sensed the danger of this attack, so it quickly prepared, icy shards forming deep in its throat as an intense chill spread toward the tiefling paladin. Frost breath. But Medralash pushed forward through the biting wind, gripping his sword and slashing down hard. The Yeti tilted its head, and the blade struck one of its coiled horns, slowly slicing through. Yet, the Yeti countered with tremendous strength, shaking its horns violently to prevent Medralash from delivering a concentrated blow. Medralash's protective aura flickered around him, barely holding back the creeping cold. Blood poured from the Yeti's severed arm, and Medralash's body began to freeze. This was a fight for survival to the very end. The two were locked in a deadly stalemate, each intent on destroying the other. Then, unexpectedly, the situation changed. Boom! Several fiery blasts struck the Yeti's back, scorching its fur and destabilizing it. The flames burned deep, searing the frigid blood in its veins. Weak from the pain, the Great Frost Yeti let out an agonized howl, reflexively releasing the tiefling and flinging him aside. It whirled around, beating its chest to intimidate the sneaky attacker. What it saw, however, was a blazing inferno. Extreme flame breath. Instantly, the snow evaporated and steam rose from the now exposed ground. The once mighty Yeti stood there, its body charred and emitting the scent of burnt flesh. A slight breeze passed, and its body crumbled, scattering as ash into the wind. Tisk weak against fire. Cassius folded his wings, landing squarely on the Yeti's remnants, now ash on the ground. His status panel updated. You killed the Great Frost Yeti, challenge level 9, gaining 5,000 XP. Your level has increased to 6. The thrill of snatching a kill felt satisfying, a powerful level 9 beast, down with one blow. As the Great Frost Yeti turned to dust, the other Yetis scattered, retreating into the snowy mountains. Although the Yetis fled, the tieflings remained on edge. For now, they faced an even more powerful, unpredictable red dragon. Although it had killed the Great Frost Yeti for them, none knew if this dragon was friend or foe, especially given the notorious cruelty of red dragons. The tiefling warriors, swords and shields at the ready, eyed the dragon cautiously, tense but unwilling to provoke it. Medralash, supporting himself with his long sword, struggled to rise from the snow. He tried to remain calm as he observed the red dragon before him. A massive creature, 8 to 9 meters long, muscular, its bright metallic scales glinting, and a sulfuric heat radiating from its mouth, like a volcano simmering within. A powerful red dragon, impossible to defeat. This was his final assessment. Known for their brutality, red dragons were infamous for incinerating any who dared provoke them. Recently, the most infamous red dragon in the Storm Highlands was none other than Flying Flame, the one who had slaughtered the eagle guards. And the enemy of one's enemy could indeed be a friend. With this thought, he issued his command. Lay down your weapons. The tiefling warriors, though reluctant, obeyed, dropping their weapons. Medralash sheathed his sword and, with difficulty, bowed in respect. Honorable Flying Flame, thank you for aiding us in defeating our enemy. When we are able, we will provide you with sufficient compensation to show our sincerity. But if I may ask, what brings you here? Cassius gazed down at the tiefling, replying with an amused tone. Are you the leader of the tiefling rebels? The so-called hellspawn who supposedly feasts on 3 humans every meal? Medralash's expression remained unchanged as he replied coolly. Those are merely slanders from the Lackman family. Surely, you know well the arrogance of those blood-sucking parasites who invade even your lands without restraint. Cassius looked down at the tiefling and said, a fine response, but mere words and this pitiful army won't help you survive Anzita's winter. Medralash respectfully replied, you anticipated this. That's why you're here, is it not? Cassius shook his head lightly and said, honestly, you're insignificant to me. You, perhaps, have a little value, but the rest of the tieflings may be worth less than a crate of silver. Medralash spoke resolutely, but I will fight to the death for them, offering my life if needed. Cassius narrowed his eyes and said, I can assist you in resisting the Lackman family's forces, but you're already their enemy. This has nothing to do with the tieflings. Cassius scoffed, shaking his head as he replied, but I can decide your fate. If I chose to negotiate with the Lackmans and disclose your location, granting them military access, can you imagine what would happen next? Frankly, you lack the leverage to bargain with me. He continued, consider this. The Ember's Nest could also be a sanctuary for the tieflings. I could offer protection, help you survive the winter, and fend off the eagle guards hunting you. Confronted with this tempting offer, Medralash's breathing quickened slightly. His idealism had long been extinguished. Now, his only wish was to keep his people alive, and that chance was standing right before him. The tiefling hesitated briefly before speaking slowly. Then, my lord, what is the price? This tiefling paladin, weathered despite his youth, understood well that everything came at a cost. There were no free meals in this world, only unexpected hatred. Cassius leaned closer, his words like the whispers of a devil. Northwind Fortress, I want you and your kin to become my followers and help me seize it. Medralash lifted his head slightly, noting the inferno-like flames reflected in the dragon's golden eyes. Once, he had yearned for light and redemption, walking the path of kindness and justice. Even after breaking his oath, he still upheld his paladin's code as much as possible, trying to retain his nature. But now, for survival, for the most basic chance to live on, he had to make this choice. To become a vassal to the dragon and help him capture the fortress. Yes, master. The tiefling tribe is willing to follow your will. Medralash, the one Soth-bound paladin who had sworn to kneel only to the divine, bent his knee in submission. In the ruined home, Medralash gathered all the tiefling refugees. Regardless of age or gender or status high or low, as long as they were conscious, all tiefling refugees were summoned to the camp square by him. It was their usual gathering place, also used for major announcements. Medralash first looked around, scanning the faces of his kin, thin, scarred, and tormented. I didn't do anything wrong. Medralash murmured to himself in a voice only he could hear. Finally, he made up his mind and slowly raised his sword. My kin, I've had enough of this wandering life, of being hunted endlessly. Our tiefling blood has already flowed too much. What we need is not to flee, but revenge, an eye for an eye, blood for blood. This tiefling paladin, usually calm, spoke with passionate intensity, and a different gleam shone in his jet-black eyes. Many tieflings who knew him well found this hard to believe. From now on, we will join the Ember Nest. The great red dragon, the destroyer of the eagle guards, Lord Cassius the Flying Flame, will be our master, providing us shelter and leading us in revenge against those who persecuted us, the vampires and humans. We will reclaim Northwind Fortress, reclaim our homeland. Lord Cassius will lead us in creating a new, truly fair order." As he spoke, there was an uproar, a continuous murmur of arguments and discussions. Many tieflings had lost loved ones in that tragedy. Revenge had long been their only faith for survival, and now the fire in their hearts was ignited by Medralash's words. They raised their weapons high and cheered. "Revenge! Revenge! Revenge! Take Northwind Fortress! Cut off Duke Lackman's head!" Yet there were also dissenting voices among them. Although many had been affected by the tragedy, they still believed in kindness and humanity, hoping to secure a place to live through peaceful means. Such as Larisha, the young female tiefling, filled with astonishment and anger, couldn't help but step forward to persuade. "No, Medralash, we must not become followers of the evil dragon. If we do this, how are we any different from that blood-sucking duke?" Many tieflings agreed, expressing verbal support or nodding in approval. Yet Medralash only looked at her. "Larisha, you didn't listen to what I said before." That look made her feel strange, as though it held a sort of pity or perhaps reluctance. But at this moment, she didn't care. She was more concerned about arguing her point. Larisha shook her head repeatedly, arguing earnestly. "No, Medralash, you're wrong. Those humans were influenced by the Duke's deception. We could tell them the truth, rally them to join us in peacefully resisting the Duke's bloody rule. This is the right path. I've already contacted a group of righteous people from different places. But if we become the dragon's followers, all of that will be ruined. Her voice suddenly halted. The sound of sword-piercing flesh rang out. Swish! Blood splattered across Larisha's face. Her beautiful lake-blue eyes, filled with disbelief, stared at the man before her who had driven his sword into her chest. Why? She seemed never to have expected such a thing to happen. Medralash's familiar jet-black eyes now looked so cold, so foreign, that it sent a chill down her spine. Before losing consciousness, she seemed to see Medralash's lips move slightly, and knowing lip-reading, she understood what he wanted to say. It was, "I'm sorry," in Infernal. Her frail body slowly fell. Warm blood gushed out, dyeing the pure, white snow red. Medralash drew his sword out decisively. He knew the cunning red dragon was watching all of this in the shadows. This was his pledge of allegiance, signifying that there was no turning back, only submission. It was also a clear declaration to all those in the camp that the so-called peace faction would have no place here. Larisha wasn't wrong. She was just too naive. So naive that she thought trust alone could erase all conflicts in the world, just like he once did. Now, this former knight of redemption had blood-stained hands. "I'm sorry, Larisha. This is just for our kin, to survive." Blood on his face slowly trickled down as Medralash thought to himself. The surrounding tieflings seemed stunned by this bloody scene. The air was thick with silence, and everyone was hushed. No one dared speak anymore. Even those tieflings who had cried out for revenge fell silent. Larisha colluded with foreign enemies, leaked information, punished according to military law. Ignoring the blood on his face, Medralash raised his blood-stained sword with a cold expression. "Revenge," he repeated. "Revenge! Revenge! Take back Northwind Fortress! A blood sacrifice for our kin." This time, more tieflings echoed his call, cheering in rhythm, though some of their expressions seemed less than natural. Suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the sky. Roar! The red dragon descended slowly from the sky, standing on the tallest boulder, gazing down at the tieflings below. Medralash turned and blended into the crowd at the right moment, saying no more. Cassius spread his wings slowly, casting a vast shadow over everyone, filling the tieflings with a powerful sense of oppression. "I, Cassius, master of the Ember Nest, welcome your joining. I will grant you ample protection and support, bestow you with honor and strength, and help you establish a town here. And in return, You must become my eternal followers, fight for me, defeat the greedy eagle of the North Wind, and capture the entire Northwind Fortress. Medralash stepped forward respectfully and said, "This town will be born under your shelter. Please grant a name." The golden pupils of the red dragon showed a hint of mockery. "Since you're called Devil's Offspring, how about calling it Bator City?" Medralash's expression remained unchanged, showing no anger at the insult, only calmly saying, "Thank you for your grace." Cassius narrowed his eyes, watching the calm and unperturbed Medralash below, secretly thinking that this was indeed the person who had troubled the Lackman family for over a decade. A frightening person with an almost emotionless rationality. Suddenly, a child's scream came from the camp entrance. The tieflings quickly turned to look. "Hey yo, hey yo, hey yo." Several strong, powerful ogres, chanting rhythmically, carried thick logs as they walked into the camp, with the tiefling guards at the entrance not daring to stop them. "Form up." Then, a formation of over 30 half-dragon hobgoblins appeared at the entrance of the ruined home, marching in an orderly line, preparing to station themselves in the camp. Hundreds of dragon-blooded kobolds followed closely behind. They were natural diggers and builders and would become the main force in constructing this town. Roar! An ancestral dragon roared wildly in the sky, burning any invading yetis to ashes with its flames. "My God, ogres have become our allies. Those kobolds better not steal our stuff." "Is that a dragon? We're going to work alongside these monsters from now on." The tiefling refugees had mixed feelings toward the strange reinforcements arriving to support them. Some joyful, some fearful, others anxious or surprised. But one thing was certain. They couldn't stop these monsters from entering. Faced with such a grand scene, even the always composed Medralash couldn't help but be stunned, and he said, "My lord, this was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. This was also part of your plan, wasn't it?" Cassius looked down at his arriving followers and exhaled a breath of sulphurous heat. "I told you long ago, you have no bargaining power." Medralash shook his head with a bitter smile. "My lord, you truly don't seem like a typical red dragon. If it weren't for your immense strength, I'd almost suspect you're a green dragon who enjoys manipulating situations." Cassius simply said, "That's why you're alive, standing here, and not turned to ash for speaking such words. Thank you for your extraordinary mercy." Realizing he had overstepped, Medralash quickly nodded in apology. Cassius didn't mind, merely saying, "Take me to your cavern. I'm interested in certain things inside." "Yes, my lord." This time, Medralash said nothing further, silently leading the way. Deep within the camp's cavern, Cassius finally saw what he was looking for. An ancient teleportation array. Purple runes appeared on the rock walls, their patterns chaotic, yet exuding a sense of order that reached into the soul. This was what players in past lives called a respawn point, which countless mages had studied yet couldn't determine how these formations, devoid of magical energy fluctuations, brought forth the falling stars. And the ancient teleportation array in the ruined home was the initial spawn point for players. Medralash said, "My lord, forgive our ignorance. Even the most learned among us cannot discern the purpose of these ancient runes." Cassius said, "You'll understand in due time. Guard this place well. No one must discover or damage it." Medralash replied solemnly, "I will obey your command." Cassius seemed to remember something and asked, "That contract, is it still in your possession?" The contract in question was the pact Duke Lackman signed with a dark entity, exchanging 1,000 lives to create vampires. Medralash had risked his life to retrieve it during his investigation of a disappearance case, which led to the slaughter of his entire family. At this question, Medralash nodded heavily, recalling the horrors of that tragedy. It was more than a contract. It was evidence of a crime. Evidence stained in blood. Cassius spoke in a tone that brooked no refusal. "In 3 days, bring the contract to the Ember Nest." The tiefling paladin then turned to take his leave, going to coordinate the tieflings in building the town. Cassius narrowed his eyes, inspecting Medralash's information. The paladin's divine sense detected the red dragon's scrutiny, but he pretended nothing was amiss, showing no reaction. Target category: follower. You could discern the following information. Oathbreaker sword Medralash. Category: medium humanoid, tiefling, lawful neutral. AC: 17, city guard armor. Speed: 40 feet on ground. Strength: 19. Dexterity: 16. Constitution: 15. Intelligence: 12. Wisdom: 14. Charisma: 17. Class level: Paladin. Oathbreaker level 11. Martial weapons: longsword, greatsword, heavy crossbow. Simple weapons: dagger, light crossbow. Skills proficiencies: warfare +7, hunting +6, insight +6, athletics +6, knowledge, religion +4, command +4, leadership +4, survival +4, stealth +2. Perception: passive perception 17. Languages: common, infernal. Abilities: holy smite, divine sense, aura of protection, aura of courage. Oathbreaker channel divinity. Dreadful aspect: Oathbreaker channel divinity. Control undead. Feats: alertness, cleave, defensive duelist, great weapon master, heavy armor proficiency. Combat equipment: bloodstained greatsword, standard city guard armor, paladin's cloak, tiefling ring. Oathbreaker spells: level 3, hellish rebuke, inflict wounds. Level 5, crown of madness, darkness. Level 9, animate dead, bestow curse. Challenge level 10, 5900 XP. Evaluation: when the crimson curtain falls, the paladin shatters all his oaths, embarking on a final rebellion. Of all the Ember Nest followers, perhaps only Long Poo surpasses him. This was Cassius's assessment. In his view, Medralash's stalemate with the giant Yeti was purely because he was new to the Oathbreaker path, unfamiliar with his abilities. Once he mastered his spells and abilities, slaying the giant Yeti would be no problem. Paladins were also a popular class in past lives, balancing melee and magic, often nicknamed Holy Daddy. Although the strength of Oathbreaker didn't rival popular classes like Oath of Vengeance or Oath of Conquest, it was still formidable. What I need are players. Cassius looked forward to these beings known as the Fourth Calamity, a terrifying force if used well. And the first wave of beta players would appear at the ancient teleportation array in the ruined home. Many would go on to become legendary figures. Cassius took to the skies, overlooking the still crude ruined home. Ogres planted logs into the ground as pillars, setting up the framework of the buildings, while kobolds scurried about, hammering and fitting parts together. Meanwhile, some tieflings stood by awkwardly, unsure how to help. Further away, hobgoblins had begun laying roads to connect the area to the Giant's Valley, though progress was slow due to the snow. The future Bodor city would rise here, buildings springing up, becoming a hub for the falling stars, the player's first main city. Ember Nest. Quick, bring up the stones. Lord Dolo said to make space for the catapults. Oh, okay. Captain, why did you hit me? Idiot, you blocked the window. The goblins were still routinely building defensive structures, making the rock fortress even more impregnable. Well-trained hobgoblins had taken their place as sentry guards, reducing the goblins standing in the nest even further, but these timid creatures only dared to feel resentful in silence. Open the gate, we need to get in. The lizard folk called out from below the gate. They were dragging massive carcasses on their sleds, with warm blood still dripping from them. The newly arrived lizard folk temporarily took on patrol and hunting duties. The strong and skilled lizard folk chieftain Ak had excellent hunting skills. He always managed to lead the lizard folk in trapping and killing massive boars and mammoths. The old shaman stayed in the valley, using druid spells to heal the wounded. The satyrs loved the strongest wines, the most fragrant spices, and the most dazzling dances. Shortly after entering the Ember Nest, these bard-like creatures began celebrating wildly through the nights, until Long Poo, annoyed by the noise, clubbed a dancing satyr to death and roasted him as satyr skewers, after which they quieted down, though they appeared somewhat despondent. They used magical panpipes to play various melodies, causing enemies to fall into states of panic, charm, and more. Meanwhile, the ogres had gathered in the depths of the valley once again as Longpu resumed his literacy classes. This ogre mage had recently been doing quite well, as a caravan from Segtown brought over 20 valuable magic scrolls. Among them were practical level 2 spells like Misty Step, Rope Trick, and Whole Person, and even a level 3 spell like Stinking Cloud. This was a breakthrough for him, moving beyond just knowing Fireball as a mage. Longpu treasured these scrolls, storing them carefully in the cave and arranging guards at the entrance, forbidding anyone to approach, and spent day and night immersed in learning spells. I need to build a mage tower. Longpu adjusted his newly acquired gold-rimmed glasses, thinking this to himself. The cave was beginning to feel a bit cramped for his 5-meter-tall body. He considered constructing a mage tower like a proper mage, to store his scrolls and items, and to spread his name across the continent. He had even come up with a great name, the Mighty Sage. It conveyed both size and wisdom. And if he could add tags like Ember Nest and Grand Vision, that would be perfect. For now, though, the noisy complaints of the other ogres pulled Longpu back to reality. "Boss, what's up?" Big Head poked his head out from the side, cheerfully saying, "Why so silent? Are you going to share some food with us? I want to eat green skin goblins. I want canned little humans." Longpu's face, covered in dragon scales, instantly darkened. "Shut up." He clubbed Big Head on the skull, and the draconic force of the blow brought tears to Big Head's eyes, leaving his forehead swollen and red. Bang! Big Head fell flat on his back. Everyone understood. Longpu's fierce face, covered in scales, broke into a kindly smile, bearing rows of sharp teeth. Ignoring the fainted Big Head, he pulled out a few exquisitely illustrated drawings made by the satyr artists, pointing at the goblin on the picture. "Now, repeat after me. Companion." With Big Head as an example, the ogres became much more obedient, following along and repeating. "Companion." Longpu finally nodded in satisfaction. These guys were making some progress at last. But then, the ogres didn't stop. Tasty. This was even more synchronized than before, carrying a rustic joy akin to a bountiful harvest. Longpu's expression darkened again, his thick arm bulging, veins popping beneath his dragon scales. Crack! His newly acquired gold-rimmed glasses cracked again under the strain of his veins. This only fueled Longpu's rage. Bang! 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 Wails filled the ogre's cave. Giant's Maw Cave. Inside the red dragon's lair, Cassius shook himself off, inhaling the scent of sulfur and pumice surrounding him. Every red dragon, before reaching adolescence, would exude intense energy from their bodies, which mixed with impurities in the air to create this odor. The hibernation period is approaching. Cassius thought this to himself. The experience gained from the giant yeti remained unspent as he looked at his panel, initiating his level advancement. Choose to level up Sorcerer class. Your Sorcerer level has risen to level 6. Gained additional level 3 spell, Fireball. The way to cast Fireball entered the red dragon's mind. Though a level 3 spell, Fireball was straightforwardly brutal. One word, boom. As a red dragon naturally adept with fire, Cassius found it effortless to cast this spell. After a few tries, he could summon fiery fireballs, casually hurling them at the ground. Boom! The fireball struck the stone surface, leaving a large scorch mark. No wonder sorcerer players in past lives formed the fireball cult. Casting this feels so satisfying. Cassius couldn't help but remark. Gained trait. Enhanced elemental affinity. The ancient red dragon bloodline grants you searing power. When casting a spell that deals damage corresponding to your Draconic bloodline type, you can use your charisma to enhance the spell. Although a true red flag bearer of Tiamat, Cassius's dragon bloodline sorcery provided him with far more spells than typical dragon blood sorcerer players, and his traits were correspondingly stronger. Ordinary sorcerers usually only knew a few spells, repeatedly casting them, often becoming like cannons in a team. Mages, however, had full spell access, allowing them to adjust their spells each day. Thus, at higher levels, if their spell list was known, sorcerers of the same level found it challenging to contend with well-prepared mages. To Cassius, his draconic sorcerer abilities were starting to fall behind his own power. For example, mid to late-stage dragon blood sorcerer abilities like Dragon Wings, True Dragon's Majesty, and Dragon Form were hardly enhancements for him, more like pointless embellishments. Would he really need to grow 4 wings? Or should a dragon turn into a dragon? Or add another layer of dragons? This was where multi-classing and advanced classes showed their importance. However, many human classes weren't suitable for a red dragon, like warrior or paladin, which had restrictions on weapons, equipment, and beliefs. Thus, the red dragon hadn't yet decided to branch into another class and could only hope to find hidden or advanced classes. In the dim dungeon, torchlight flickered. From his cells came curses and screams from time to time, while bear goblin guards patrolled back and forth. Alger leaned silently against the stone wall, thin and pale, with an unnatural pallor on his face, clearly not having seen sunlight for a long time. There were several tally marks on the wall. He used them to keep track of time, but as the days dragged on, he had lost track of time in this dark dungeon. After that interrogation, he was thrown into the dungeon, ignored by everyone. There was no torture as he had imagined, nor deliberate abuse. He simply ate some unidentifiable mush each day and spent his days in the darkness. Besides thinking and sleeping, there seemed to be nothing else for him to do. The bear goblin guards at the door were not susceptible to bribery. These simple-minded, muscular creatures only talked among themselves and had no personal ambitions. From the bear goblin conversations, he learned that the Ember Nest was growing stronger and that the terrifying red dragon was also becoming more powerful. Alger had thought of fasting, ready to face death with dignity. Yet every time he recalled the words spoken by that red dragon, he felt as though a mist clouded his memory. He knew far too little. And what frightened him most was that what the red dragon had said seemed to hold some truth. The Duke had never once left the castle, nor had he ever basked in sunlight. Since Alger's arrival, the Duke seemed always to be in the shadows. When he executed tieflings, they showed no demonic power, appearing more like innocent beings. The sight did not bring him any satisfaction of vengeance, but often left him feeling a pang of regret. The scent of blood often wafted from the back of the castle. As a family death warrior, Alger was usually indifferent to such things, but when these details pieced together, it all seemed too coincidental. He needed the truth before death. Alger often told himself not to dwell on these matters, repeatedly recalling his old instructor's teachings. Do not question right or wrong, just obey. But in this empty cell, he had no choice but to think. What else could he do? I need the truth. Alger murmured to himself. He didn't realize that his mindset had undergone a complete transformation. The loyal dog of the family no longer existed. Igel, how long do you think we'll stay here? Alger stroked his companion's feathers. The giant eagle simply looked at him, gently flapping its wings to show its desire to be free. Perhaps we'll be out soon. Maybe. Alger smiled bitterly. Or that dragon will slumber for decades, forget about me, and leave us to rot in this dungeon. This scenario was indeed possible. There was once a white dragon that kidnapped several nobles for ransom, but slept for over 30 years, only to find them dead in their cells when it awoke. But the commotion at the dungeon door broke his thoughts. Alger looked up to see several bear goblins carrying chains walking over. Human, come out. The master wants to see you. The bear goblins spoke without any courtesy. Finally, is it happening? Alger muttered to himself. This time, he offered no resistance, allowing the bear goblin guards to drag him away. He was ready to face the truth. After some time, the blindfold was removed from Alger's face. It was that familiar cave. The red dragon before him was now even stronger and more massive. Long time no see, Lord Alger Yeoman. Cassius's golden eyes held a hint of mockery. There was again that look, that feeling of being manipulated like a pawn, which made Alger deeply uncomfortable. He took a deep breath, trying to keep his voice calm. What new deception are you planning? What new scheme do you want me to serve? But Cassius, unoffended, simply smiled and said, I just want you to meet an old friend. Medralash come out. Hearing that name, Alger's expression changed drastically, his hand instinctively reaching for his waist. That name was notorious throughout the Lackman lands. He was the leader of the Tiefling rebels, a target the Northwind Eagle Guards were willing to kill at any cost. He was also his childhood friend. They had grown up together in Northwind Fortress, once inseparable, until Alger's parents died, and he entered Lackman Castle with hatred in his heart. Medralash stepped out from the shadows, gazing at the human not far away with an expression of extreme indifference, a hint of hatred flickering deep within his jet-black eyes. The tiefling had once seen this former friend as the Duke's loyal servant, wielding the blade against his own people. If not for the Red Dragon's presence, he would have killed Alger on the spot. Why is he here? Alger's tone was slightly halting, unsure of what to say or how to react. Enemy? Or a friend from the past? Perhaps the former Alger would have seen him as an enemy. But after hearing the dragon's words, he could no longer tell what was truth and what was falsehood. Cassius exhaled a breath of sulfur, saying only, Medralash, the contract I asked for? I have it, my lord. Medralash took out a leather-bound contract. Dense writing covered the contract, and though it was nullified due to completion, it still faintly exuded dark, malevolent magic. Cassius commanded, Let him see it. Medralash walked forward, unrolling the contract with a swift motion and thrusting it into Alger's hands. Alger felt an intense sense of foreboding, a struggle within him. But in his thirst for truth, he began to read the lines, murmuring them quickly to himself. December 23rd, 1705 of the Fourth Era, the hand moves past a third. I, the necromancer, the voice of night, witnessed by the river of the dead, signed this contract, requiring a sacrifice of 1,000 lives. And in return, he shall gain eternal life, drink blood freely, and bask in eternal youth in darkness. Suddenly, Alger felt dizzy, his hand trembling as he held the scroll. No, how was this possible? He couldn't stop himself from reading further, reaching the signatory's name, Duke Brad Lackman. The name, written in blood-red letters, was all too familiar to Alger. He had seen that signature on administrative files in Northwind Fortress, in the Eagle Guard's logistical approvals, in oaths of allegiance. But he had never imagined he'd see it on the contract that sacrificed his parents. Brad Lackman. Snap! The scroll fell from his hands. That blood-red signature was so stark, so clear. Outside Giant's Maw Cave, the cold wind was still fierce. Snowflakes fell continuously, causing the followers to shiver, their breaths forming white mist. Inside the cave, however, it was as warm as a furnace. But at that moment, Alger felt as if he had fallen into an ice pit, collapsing to the ground. His oath, his faith, his years of training and education, everything he had pursued, all crumbled in this moment. He had trained tirelessly, honing his skills with the giant eagle, only to become an accomplice to sacrificial slaughter. He had sworn loyalty to Duke Brad, never imagining that the very man who knighted him was his greatest enemy. He had absorbed the teachings of his family's instructors, only to become a puppet, an obedient hound. All his battles and sacrifices ultimately offered up to the one he hated most. It was like the tragic character from an opera. This was the ultimate negation of his life, the cruelest mockery. The Alger of old had relied on hatred to blind his thoughts, allowing him to carry out missions without any concern for right or wrong. But now, with the final veil lifted, all that remained was a bleeding wound and endless regret. Alger knelt on the ground. The scene of that massacre replayed before his eyes. Buildings burned around him. People held torches aloft, cheering as they followed him, shouting slogans like "Expel the demons" and "Protect the citizens," while a tiefling mother, unarmed, clutched her child tightly, her tear-filled eyes pleading for mercy at his feet. He remembered her last words before she died. Please let my child live. Yet, blinded by hatred at the time, He had struck her down with his silver eagle sword without hesitation. Accompanied by the distinctive, crisp cry of the eagle, he had killed her mercilessly. He had murdered the mother, the child. He had personally set fire to their settlement. His actions were no different from those of the one he despised. In fact, he had been his accomplice. He was no avenger, nor a righteous fighter. He was merely an ignorant pawn, used by his enemy. A butcher of innocence. A pitiful fool who didn't even know who he was. "I'm sorry." His voice trembled. He didn't know if this apology was meant for Medralash or for the dead tieflings. Medralash's jet-black eyes showed no emotion as he stood with his arms crossed, gazing at him coldly. "Alger, it's too late. All of this has already happened, and your apology holds no value to me. It only disgusts me." Alger didn't lift his head, trembling as he responded. "Kill me." Medralash sneered, replying softly. "If I had the power to decide your fate, you would have been torn apart in the dungeon long ago. But look at yourself now, like a dog without a home. Keeping you alive in pain isn't a bad idea." For an enemy he held as his archenemy, this former paladin spared no harsh words. Alger repeatedly slammed his head against the ground. Blood began to trickle down his forehead. Tears flowed down his face, mingling with the blood, blurring his vision. He repeated, "Please kill me." Medralash watched him coldly before saying, "You want death in my hands as some form of redemption, don't you? The murderer killed by his avenger. A cliché. You always assume so much. Just like you assumed that the bloodthirsty Duke was a magnanimous man, placing the blame for your parents' death on us. Just like you assumed you could massacre our people's settlement without guilt." Medralash stepped forward, grabbed Alger's head, and lifted him forcefully. He leaned close to Alger's ear and whispered, "Alger, your life and death have long been out of your own control. The only reason you're alive is that you still hold some value to Lord Cassius." Alger was thrown heavily to the ground. Having finished, Medralash stood aside with his arms crossed, watching coldly. This tiefling paladin had not been consumed by his hatred. Now, he was only concerned with ensuring his people's survival. Alger's life or death was irrelevant to him. Cassius gazed down at Alger, his eyes showing no trace of pity. "I told you there was no need to deceive you. I merely let you see the truth. You should have known all of this." Alger knelt on the ground, blood continuing to flow. "I should have known," he murmured. The flowing blood seemed to clear his mind. Alger finally regained his composure from the depths of despair, a newfound clarity in his gaze. He couldn't die yet. He had not dealt with the true culprit behind it all, had not avenged his parents, had not achieved his redemption. Once dead, he would never have a chance to make things right. In his mind, the face of Duke Brad Lackman appeared. That face looked to be in his 50s, pale, with two meticulously groomed mustaches, silver-framed glasses, black hair, and black pupils, occasionally tinged with a hint of blood red. His speech was always slow and deliberate, bearing a strong aristocratic accent that somehow did not feel forced. In the past, Alger had thought of this face with deep admiration and gratitude. Now, all he felt was endless hatred. Thinking of this, Alger said in a low voice, "I must live to kill him." Boo! Cassius's golden eyes held a hint of amusement, though he already knew the answer. Brad Lackman. The familiar name escaped Alger's lips, but this time he spoke it with firm determination, carrying an undeniable resolve. "You alone cannot achieve that." Alger fell silent. After a long, contemplative silence, he finally bowed, lowering his forehead to the dusty ground, his eyes unwavering with resolve. "Lord Cassius, I swear my allegiance to you. I am willing to give my life, to be your most loyal servant, to serve you with all my heart and soul. I will be the dagger in your shadow, the hidden blade in your hand, removing any obstacle for you, as long as you will allow me to kill him." Cassius nodded slightly and said, "I don't need a so-called death warrior. That's meaningless. I need you to assist me in an experiment. Note, starting tomorrow, one chapter will be posted every day. The daily chapter will be posted at 8:30 p.m. GMT plus 0 o'clock, which is half an hour before the novel Apocalypse, Mad Necromancer's Troops. Cassius looked at the information that had refreshed on his panel. The NPC faction you created, Ember Nest, has reached the required standard of overall strength. Ember Nest has gained some renown within the Anzita Wasteland. Located in Giants Valley, its territory covers half of the Storm Highlands. Rumor has it to be the lair of the Red Dragon, Flying Flame Cassius, where the Northwind Eagle Guards met their end. Ogres, wyverns, chimeras, and countless other ferocious creatures gather here, serving their evil lord, ready to unleash an insatiable urge for expansion. You can create a special faction subclass. A faction subclass is a unique branch of profession exclusive to each faction. As a player, one must meet certain faction contribution requirements and professional prerequisites to advance. For example, the Northwind Eagle Guards of the Lackman family required absolute loyalty to the family and proficiency in giant eagle riding. Many players in past lives joined Northwind Fortress for this. Many faction subclasses were incredibly powerful, such as the Lionheart Knights of the Bosque family, the Corruption Druids of the Dark Swamp, and the Soul Sorcerers of the Tower of Time. Cassius had recruited Alger specifically for this highly mobile unit, which made for excellent scouts and aerial forces. He planned to base the exclusive subclass of Ember Nest on the foundation of Northwind Eagle Guards, and Alger would be the first test subject. In the future, he would serve as a class mentor, enticing more players to join Ember Nest. Note, granting a subclass requires the target to be a follower of your faction. Target Alger is currently your follower. Beginning class construction. In the spacious, enclosed cave, Alger and his giant eagle sat in a deep pit per Cassius's instructions. Close your eyes, Cassius commanded. Now the follower. Alger obeyed without question and closed his eyes. The giant eagle, dissatisfied, fluffed its feathers, but Alger forced its eyes shut. Begin. The red dragon nodded slightly. He sliced his palm, allowing a drop of scorching dragon blood to flow out. Bloodline blessing. Half-dragon transformation. Cassius silently incanted. This was an enhanced bloodline blessing that could bestow a half-dragon template upon humanoids. This dragon bloodline could even be inherited by future generations. For humanoids, only those with strong, well-trained bodies, like the warrior before him, could endure this trial. The blood rose like an extension of his limbs, slowly flowing into Alger's mouth. Ugh! Alger let out a muffled sound of pain. Yet, this resolute warrior gritted his teeth and stayed silent. As the searing blood, filled with violent elements, slid down his throat, Alger's skin flushed red, emitting waves of steam, while sweat poured from his forehead. The blood churned in his stomach like a lake of magma. Alger's eyes squeezed shut, his brow furrowed, teeth clenched against the pain. But his body involuntarily curled into a ball on the ground. The dragon blood coursed violently through his veins, pumped by his pounding heart to every part of his body. Alger's skin had turned a dark red, emitting hot steam, making him look far from human. Aya! Unable to bear it, he roared toward the sky. The pain was worse than death, as if his bones and flesh were crushed and reshaped entirely. Beneath his skin, bones protruded at his elbows, knees, and spine, piercing through the flesh to form sharp barbs. Scales erupted where his skin was torn. His body grew to nearly 2 meters tall. His flesh was brutally altered by chaotic elemental forces, growing countless small, resilient channels. Base vessels unique to dragons that transported elemental energy. His face underwent the most horrifying transformation. Scales split open his skin. His facial bones pushed forward to form upper and lower jaws. His teeth sharpened, his eyes rolled back, then transformed into reptilian vertical pupils, his skull forced into a draconic shape. Meanwhile, the giant eagle beside him underwent a simpler transformation. It received a regular bloodline blessing. Its beak sprouted fangs, scales grew under its feathers, its body enlarged significantly, and its wingspan extended close to 10 meters, transforming into a dragon-eagle hybrid. As the surrounding steam dissipated, Alger opened his eyes again, now golden with vertical pupils. His appearance was now more like a dragonborn than a human. He felt an expanded field of vision, able to see in black and white in the darkness due to a special reflective layer. Alger lay on the ground, unfamiliar with his new limbs, feeling his strength far surpass his former self. This 2-meter-tall body was not only powerful, but contained a fiery magical force. Power, the most intoxicating of all things. No amount of pain would be too much to gain this strength. With power, he could atone for everything he had done. Alger struggled to his feet and knelt before Cassius. Now, not only did he submit in form, but he also felt an oppressive force from deep within his bloodline, making resistance impossible, his will unable to overcome the instinct. A dragon's minion. This feeling isn't so bad. Kneeling on the ground, face toward the floor, Alger thought to himself, "Master, thank you for bestowing this power upon me. I will bring it to the battlefield, striking fear into the hearts of your enemies." His words were now utterly sincere. Cassius could sense Alger's thoughts, but merely said, "Get accustomed to this body. I need you to help me form a new army." The panel refreshed again. Faction subclass construction completed. Subclass advancement requirements. Join the Ember faction. Become a follower of faction leader Red Dragon, Cassius. Have a base warrior class level of 3 or higher, with a riding skill of +4 or more. Possess a large or larger dragon-blooded creature as a mount, and have a certain degree of dragon bloodline yourself. Please name your faction subclass. Cassius looked at the kneeling Alger, who resembled a devout follower, his face covered in crimson scales, making him appear particularly ferocious. Named Crimson-Scaled Conqueror. The construction of the faction subclass was completed. Crimson-Scaled Conqueror. Crimson-Scaled Conquerors are a unique group of knights loyal to the master of Ember the Red Dragon, Cassius. They patrol the vast lands of the Red Dragon as rangers, scouting for enemies, whether they be kingdom armies or would-be dragon slayers. When war comes, they become fearsome conquerors. To become a Crimson-Scaled Conqueror, one must possess dragon blood, signifying they're the most loyal servants of the Red Dragon. When they charge as a group, both flame and claw are their weapons, and no enemy wishes to face these dragon-like figures. At the sound of a distant dragon roar, the Crimson-Scaled Conquerors will ride their massive dragon-blooded mounts, descending from the sky to bring endless fire and absolute death to their enemies. In addition to Warrior's base abilities, Crimson-Scaled Conqueror gains extra traits. Level 3 grants the traits Born to Ride Dragon Roar Charge. Born to Ride. Your expertise as a cavalryman is evident, with a riding skill bonus of +3. You have an advantage on saving throws to avoid falling from your mount. If you do fall and land, as long as you are not incapacitated, you land on your feet. Dragon Roar Charge. You and your mount emit a terrifying dragon roar during a charge. All enemies in your charge path must make a saving throw. On failure, they enter a state of panic. While charging, you and your mount are fearless, with increased strength and immunity to most status effects. Level 7 grants the traits Sky Conqueror Dragon's Minion. Sky Conqueror. Your advanced riding skills allow you to master the skies, with an additional +3 to riding skill. You and your mount move as one, able to perform aerial maneuvers such as stops, turns, rolls, climbs, and dives. Dragon's Minion. As the Red Dragon's most loyal servant, your dragon transformation advances, turning you from a dragon-blooded humanoid into a full-fledged dragon hybrid, half-dragon. You gain dragon traits, enhancing your claw and bite attacks, and can unleash fiery breath in mid-air. However, you will also take additional damage from dragon-targeted weapons. Current level cap for Crimson-Scaled Conqueror, level 8. Additional traits await further construction and unlocking. This power level definitely makes it one of the strongest early-game warrior subclasses. And with the flight capability, it's practically overpowered. Cassius thought to himself, I'll definitely charge players a hefty price for this. Cassius was already calculating how to profit from the future influx of players. In the 1.0 version, where player levels were capped at 8, martial classes were still popular, and the powerful traits of the Crimson Scale Conqueror would attract numerous strength-focused players. Besides, in the eyes of certain players with unique tastes, turning half-dragon was hardly ugly. If anything, it was a mark of allure. In his past life, after the Dragonborn race was introduced, certain yellow and black websites were flooded with strange videos showcasing the fervor and obsession of these dragon enthusiasts. In an era without widespread flight spells or gravity magic, flying monsters were players' nightmares, as evidenced by the 1,000-plus players who struggled in vain against a certain red dragon boss. The flying mounts and aerial abilities of the Crimson Scaled Conqueror subclass would undoubtedly drive players into a frenzy to acquire it. Cassius reviewed the panel for a long time. During this time, the half-dragon man remained kneeling on the ground, awaiting orders without complaint. Finally, after reading all the information, Cassius said, "Stand up." Alger slowly rose, his clothes torn completely, leaving his body covered only by scales. Cassius observed his half-dragon, half-human form and said, "For now, you will carry out patrol duties. Additionally, I need you to train more knights like yourself within Ember Nest. Humans, hobgoblins, lizard folk, tieflings, anyone you deem talented can be chosen. Master, it's challenging. It may take a lot of time, and the success rate will be very low. At Northwind Fortress, I trained for 10 years. Out of the initial 100 selected, only 6 succeeded in the end. And your current followers. Forgive me, but they wouldn't even pass the first selection round back then." Alger responded honestly, "Just do what you can. In the future, many special individuals will join. They will show you what true natural talent looks like," Cassius said with confidence. Although Alger was unaware of the arrival of players, seeing his master's certainty, he obeyed with respect. "Yes, master." Alger then mounted his dragon-blooded giant eagle, soaring into the air, heading out of the cave. Caw! The dragon-blooded giant eagle, eager to finally see sunlight after so long, let out loud eagle cries, now carrying a hint of dragon roar. Cassius watched Alger ride the giant eagle into the distance, exhaling a sulphurous breath. Target is your follower Alger. As his master, you can discern the following information. Crimson Scaled Conqueror, Alger. Name, Alger Yeoman. Category, medium dragon-type creature, half-dragon human, neutral evil. AC, 17, natural armor. Speed, flying 90 feet, land 40 feet. Strength, 20. Dexterity, 16. Constitution, 18. Intelligence, 11. Wisdom, 14. Charisma, 13. Class level, Warrior, Crimson Scaled Conqueror level 8. Mount, Dragon-Blooded Giant Eagle, level 5. Martial weapons, Longsword, Shortsword, Greatsword, Longbow, Heavy Crossbow Lance. Simple weapons, Dagger, Shortbow, Light Crossbow. Skill proficiencies, Riding plus 15, Warfare plus 9, Hunting plus 7, Athletics plus 6, Perception plus 6, Leadership plus 4, Survival plus 4, Investigation plus 2, Tracking plus 4, Stealth plus 4. Senses, Passive Perception 14. Languages, Common. Abilities, Dragon Roar Charge, Fire Breath, Commander's Ambush, Slash Attack, Piercing Attack, Action Surge, Second Wind. Class features, Born to Ride, Sky Conqueror, Dragon's Minion. Feats, Alert Cleave, Great Weapon Master, Cavalry Expert, Flight Master, Dragonhide. Combat Equipment, Silver Eagle Sword. Challenge Rating, 10, 5,900 XP. Evaluation, once an Eagle Guard, now the dragon's most loyal servant. Reborn in flames, he walks the path of vengeance. If you provoke the red dragon, he may descend upon you on his dragon-blooded giant eagle, dealing death with sword and flame. Cassius instructed Longpoo to cast several Guardian Inscription spells at the cave entrance. Any creature attempting to intrude without permission would be met with rune explosions, suffering damage from flames, lightning, and strong acid. He also arranged for his followers to guard the entrance in shifts. Soon, hobgoblins, bear goblins, and lizard folk would guard the entrance around the clock, ensuring absolute protection for the cave's interior. With all affairs settled, Cassius made his way alone to the depths of Giant's Maw Cave, his wings folded loosely at his sides. He was now near the lava zone, where white-hot steam rose everywhere, filling the air with intense fire elements and molten rocks seeping from the ground. To most, this environment was a death trap, but to Cassius, it was extremely comfortable. The scent of sulfur and pumice clinging to him grew more intense, signaling that his body was eager to slumber and enter the next stage. This magma-filled cave would be the perfect place for him to absorb and store elemental energy while asleep. All true dragons are homeothermic. Due to their elemental nature, it's practically impossible for them to be otherwise. Dragons of fire, like Cassius, only grow warmer with age. Unlike most warm-blooded creatures, dragons lack obvious means to dissipate excess heat. They do not sweat, and they rarely pant. Instead, a dragon's primary blood vessels draw heat from the bloodstream and store this energy. In a way, dragons can be considered ectothermic as they utilize external heat sources. However, when deprived of external heat, a dragon's metabolism and activity level remain unchanged. It does not slow down or go dormant due to exposure to cold. "It's time for slumber," Cassius murmured, inhaling the scents in the air. Since arriving in Erizig, he had been ceaselessly strengthening himself, with few opportunities for extended rest. A true red dragon, besides the occasional rampage and plunder, spends the majority of its time eating and sleeping. Dragons possess a long lifespan and innate power. Simply by sleeping, a dragon can amass strength beyond what ordinary beings could ever imagine. This leads them to be incredibly proud and equally lazy. Though they crave power, they rarely waste time seeking it like ordinary creatures, as this is born from both their confidence and disdain for mortal concerns. How could anyone imagine anything grander than a dragon? The epitome of creation? Bylervelthian, an ancient red dragon. Yet, it's thanks to dragons' laziness and arrogance that they can be defeated by adventurers. A diligent dragon like Cassius was a rarity among his kind, and such a dragon, in some ways, was the most terrifying. A diligent evil dragon could bring about a global catastrophe. I wonder how long this sleep will last. Hopefully, Ember Nest will still be intact when I wake. But I have yet to find the demon among the mountains, and my actions may have drawn the kingdom's attention. If they send troops, Cassius mused to himself. Slowly, he lowered his massive body, lying down on the warm ground and feeling the steady influx of underground energy. Enough. Sleep. Without power, everything else is empty talk. Like a true dragon, I will grow stronger in slumber. Deep within the lava-filled cave, the red dragon curled up, closing his eyes and drifting into sleep like a true red dragon. Violent fire elemental energy continued flowing into his body, filling every inch of his flesh as it circulated through the primary vessels to his beating heart. Cassius's massive frame rose and fell slowly with each breath. Northwind Fortress. In the underground chamber of Lackman Castle, the space was dark and quiet, with flickering candle flames casting shadows on the walls. A man in his 50s lay in a cold stone coffin. His face was unnaturally pale, with a pair of meticulously groomed mustaches and silver-framed glasses on his nose. His hair was jet black, and he wore a black and red robe trimmed with luxurious gold. He was Brad Lackman, the current Duke of the Lackman family and ruler of Northwind Fortress. He rarely appeared before the public, except for that speech in the dim hall and during feeding times. A faint sound filled the basement. It was the murmuring and winged beats of bats. A pale, slender woman in a dress with heavy ruffles stepped in, slowly approaching the stone coffin. "Father." The man in the coffin slowly opened his eyes, a deep red glint flashing in his pupils. "What is it, Alexia?" The woman lifted her skirt and bowed, her voice cold as ice. The Eagle Guards have returned with news. They found traces of tieflings on the Storm Highlands. Those filthy creatures have established a camp there. Brad's expression remained unchanged as he replied. Then send someone to slaughter them all. But Alexia hesitated, her voice uncertain. It appears they are under Ember Nest protection. Our scouts were killed by wyverns. Only a few managed to escape. Duke Brad's pale face creased slightly, a hint of anger flashing across it. Again, that damn red dragon. The Duke harbored a deep resentment for his lost Eagle Guards. Each of these elite riders cost the Lackman family thousands of gold to train, and Alger, in particular, was a prized asset Brad had hoped to make his eternal servant. Do you think we should seek out that person? Watching the Duke's expression closely, Alexia tentatively asked. No, do not engage Ember Nest directly, and do not summon that mage. We have no control over his power. It would only bring us disaster. The Duke's response was firm, thoroughly dismissing her suggestion. He gazed at her with a fatherly tone and said, Patience, Alexia. I've granted you eternal life. As noble immortals, not base human creatures, we must learn to wait. Once I complete my ascension, all problems will be solved. Yes, Father. Alexia P. Langputley responded, bowing respectfully. Duke Brad involuntarily licked his lips, revealing sharp fangs, with a deep crimson gleam in his eyes. Alexia, when does the feast begin? I am rather hungry. Snow accumulated and melted repeatedly on the Storm Highlands. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. For a long-lived dragon, 5 years could pass in a mere nap. But for short-lived creatures like humans and goblins, it was enough time for their world to undergo drastic changes. So, what happened over these 5 years? First, the number of followers in Ember Nest grew rapidly, and its territory continued to expand. Egg-laying creatures like kobolds and lizardfolk could lay dozens of eggs at a time, while viviparous creatures like goblins reproduced at a breakneck speed, birthing 7 or 8 offspring per year, a crucial factor for their survival in the wild. Soon, Giant's Valley could no longer contain them all. Cassius's followers had to expand outward. Now, Ember Nest territory spanned the entire Storm Highlands, with many tribes conquered or absorbed. Dozens of valleys and caves became homes for Cassius's followers, with only the strongest, most elite followers remaining in Giant's Valley, receiving the Red Dragon's unconscious blessings. Living in Giant's Valley was considered an honor. The valley's name was even changed to Dragon's Valley. Currently, Ember Nest hosted 3 chimeras, 41 wyverns, 65 ogres, 460 hobgoblins, 370 lizard folk, 204 satyrs, and countless goblins and kobolds. Their numbers likely exceeded 10,000. Smaller, newly subjugated tribes like snake folk, lizard men, and orcs weren't individually counted as they merely paid tribute. Additionally, the entire Storm Highlands had become Ember Nest's pasture and mine. Hobgoblins, known for their beast-taming skills, transported goods and weaponry over long distances using oxen and horses, just like more civilized races. They communicated via tamed crows and used fierce wolves to guard prisoners and protect their camps, just as Ember Nest's hobgoblins did. Led by Dolo, the goblin faction included hobgoblins, goblins, and bear goblins. They began systematically herding woolly mammoths, aurochs, and giant rhinos to provide ample meat for the followers. They even started breeding tundrasaurians, although there were currently only 3, which would eventually be used in battle and for transport. Meanwhile, Longpu primarily controlled the ogres, kobolds, and lizard folk. Numerous goblins and kobolds established an extensive underground mining network, constantly supplying the valley with metals and elemental ores. These metals were smelted in underground furnaces and forged into crude weapons for the army, while the elemental ores were stored in the Red Dragon's cave as energy reserves. However, these creatures were hard to manage, frequently attempting to escape with stolen gold whenever oversight was lax. Consequently, Longpu deployed a significant number of lizard folk and ogres as overseers. During this time, Longpu remained the head steward of Ember Nest, approving all matters, even those from the goblin faction. Although Dolo often harbored dissatisfaction and schemed in secret, he still had to report his actions to Longpu as protocol dictated. They maintained a surface-level peace, ensuring Ember Nest's basic internal order, as neither wanted to risk incurring the Red Dragon's wrath due to infighting. Each awaited the other's misstep, hoping to report them to the Red Dragon upon his awakening and bring them down. As for the skirmishes among goblins, kobolds, and ogres, they were countless, occurring almost daily and becoming routine. When a master wakes, that position of his won't last long. This was something Dolo often said to his closest followers. Additionally, Ember Nest's interactions with humans grew more frequent. Sagertown operated as Ember Nest's puppet. The friendly trade caravan led by Hart continued to supply human armor, weapons, and books. Perhaps due to the bounty, over the past 5 years, adventurers dreaming of dragon slaying and overestimating their abilities frequently intruded into Ember Nest. Longpu welcomed these rude, uninvited guests with enthusiasm, turning their heads into necklaces to decorate the entrance. However, the ogre mage often complained about not being allowed to eat intelligent creatures, lamenting how long it had been since he tasted such snacks. Longpu even captured a few so-called nobles, extracting a hefty ransom from their families and obtaining a few spell scrolls as leverage, expanding his spell collection. Ember Nest's rapid expansion had, in fact, drawn the attention of human powers like the Northern Kingdoms. Not only was the Lackman Duchy on alert, but the Boss Grand Duchy further south and the continent-spanning Organization of Justice, the Harper's Alliance, had also sent scouts, most of whom never returned. With Cassius still in slumber, Longpu harbored ambitions of world conquest, but dared not recklessly start a war without the Red Dragon's permission. Consequently, despite minor skirmishes, Ember Nest avoided direct confrontation with any major human forces. And so, Cassius remained asleep for 5 full years. A dragon's slumber, due to its magical nature, has profound environmental effects. A white dragon's sleep would frost the ground, a blue dragon would turn soil to sand, a black dragon would transform forests into swamps, and a red dragon would create lava. Cassius's presence filled the cave with lava. Occasionally, when the red dragon shifted in discomfort, loud noises would echo, releasing scorching steam and splattering lava at the cave entrance, injuring several hobgoblins stationed there. This filled his followers with both fear and reverence for the red dragon's immense power. Meanwhile, Cassius unconsciously released bloodline blessings. The range and potency of this influence grew, until nearly all the followers in Giant's Valley displayed the traits of dragon-blooded creatures, bearing the distinct characteristics of a red dragon. These creatures were now regarded by nearby adventurers as extremely dangerous, earning the reputation as the dragon's minions, not to be provoked. The progress was accelerating. Soon, the entire beta test phase would likely commence. With a low rumble, Cassius slowly opened his eyes, feeling a slight fogginess in his mind as a flood of information had poured in during his sleep, awaiting his processing. It seems I've been asleep for quite a while this time. A thick layer of dust covered his scales. Cassius shook his massive head, gently flexing his wings, and the long unmoved bones made crisp sounds, sending ash swirling around him. I've grown even more imposing this time. Not bad. He nodded approvingly at the giant glass mirror already prepared in the underground palace. Perhaps due to deepening his bloodline power, Cassius now appeared far more mature than a typical red dragon. His enormous body spanned 15 meters, nearly matching an adult red dragon's proportions, with none of the young dragon's immaturity left. The thick, curved horns atop his head had lengthened, their surfaces a yellowed bone white. Small horns extended across his head, and the ones on his cheeks and jaw were more pronounced, making his large head even more menacing. The golden color of his pupils had slightly faded, an age marker. It was said the oldest red dragon's eyes looked like molten lava. His bright, crimson scales had darkened, with their glossy texture replaced by a smooth, matte finish. Due to the metallic nature of his scales, a hint of gold still rimmed the edges. His wings had grown broader, with a faint blue frill along the trailing edge, akin to the blue flames of burning metal. Dragon's intellect also grows with age. After examining his appearance, Cassius began processing the vast, complex legacy in his mind and discovered, to his delight, that his capacity to absorb and comprehend information had also improved. So this is dragon fear? According to the knowledge he inherited, Cassius directed his body to emit an invisible aura, the so-called dread presence, or dragon fear. Simply existing as a dragon could make animals flee in terror and shake the resolve of the staunchest warriors. Unfortunately, in this underground palace, there were no other creatures around, and any that had been here would have perished from his dormant influence. So Cassius couldn't yet test this fearsome aura on living beings. Having tested dragon fear, Cassius resumed sorting through the information in his mind. This time it was about spells. Due to their innate magical nature, all dragons develop inherent magical abilities as they mature. At Cassius's adolescent stage, he could exhibit his first signs of magical talent. This is the dragon's innate magical power. Truly terrifying. Cassius was astonished. As he processed this legacy, notifications began to flood his panel. Dragons are powerful magical beings, naturally attuned to numerous supernatural phenomena. As a red dragon, reaching a certain age unlocks latent casting abilities within your bloodline. You gain an additional casting level, 3. Your racial spellcasting level is now combined with your sorcerer casting level, bringing your total casting level to 9. Cassius's excitement surged. Finally, combined casting levels. Now you'll witness the sorcerer dragon's rapid ascent. Cassius felt his understanding of the world expand instantly, granting him access to the 5th layer of the weave. His connection to the weave deepened, allowing him to channel magic with a mere thought, reaching the weave's depths through sheer will. However, notifications on the panel continued to update. More intricate knowledge flooded into his mind. Is this? Some scholars insist that humanity first learned the arcane arts from dragons. If true, and even the elves contend this in their honor, dragons likely retained secrets beyond mortal comprehension, secrets only a true dragon with awakened bloodline can access. Such dragons refer to themselves as true dragon sorcerers, a title they use to distinguish themselves from the lesser draconic sorcerers. Discussing spells with mortals is as pointless as discussing seasons with grasshoppers. Sorry, Mosk, Ancient Gold Dragon. True Dragon Sorcerer Class Requirements. Level 5 Base Sorcerer, Pure-Blooded Dragon. You meet the class requirements and possess the necessary legacy. Would you like to advance? A hidden advancement class. Cassius was elated. It was the perfect timing. He'd been frustrated by the limitations of the Draconic Sorcerer class, and here was an advanced class exclusive to dragons, which surely promised formidable power. Confirm. Cassius chose to proceed without hesitation. An intricate surge of arcane knowledge flooded his mind. Indeed, if dragons, with their exceptional talents and longevity, devoted themselves to study, their achievements would surpass any mortals. You have acquired the Sorcerer Advanced subclass, True Dragon Sorcerer. Ability, Dragon Spells. You gain access to unique spells known only to dragons. Sorcerers and wizards might learn these spells, but only if a dragon teaches them, and most are useless to mortals. You have acquired dragon spells, Raking Claws, Sheltering Egg, Energy Scales into the Flames. Raking Claws, Evocation Cantrip. A flickering, claw-like magical force appears before the dragon, allowing it to channel energy at the target with a clawing gesture. Sheltering Egg, 2nd level transmutation spell. When cast, a flickering, purple energy egg encases the dragon and disappears, transporting it to a pocket dimension where it cannot be harmed. The dragon can't see the material world or cast spells or attack from this place, but can use spells or magic items that affect only itself. Energy Scales, 3rd level transmutation spell. The dragon's natural defenses manifest as a magical aura, causing its scales to shimmer with energy and form countless tiny orbiting fragments, like thousands of miniature satellites. Into the flames. Fourth level evocation and conjuration spell. The dragon fills its lungs with swirling, searing energy. Then, with a powerful exhale, it unleashes a devastating cone of flame. As the final strand of energy leaves its mouth, the dragon becomes one with the breath weapon, allowing it to traverse space and reassemble its body anywhere within the breath's range. Several dragon spells appeared in Cassius' mind, and he could now wield these intricate spells like an artist. This was the innate talent of a true dragon sorcerer. The magical essence of dragons made each of their movements resemble spell casting, from which dragon sorcerers derived various spells like scratching, flying, hatching, and breathing. As expected of dragon spells, they really suit dragons perfectly. Cassius sighed. For example, the raking claws would be entirely useless if wielded by any mortal. However, combined with the naturally powerful claws of a dragon, it became a highly effective ranged attack with zero cost. Raking claws. Flickering magical energy resembling claw shapes materialized in front of the red dragon. As he forcefully swiped his claws, these magical forces directed themselves toward a distant stone pillar. Instantly, stone chips flew everywhere, leaving 3 deep grooves several feet into the stone pillar. The weak midpoint of the pillar could no longer bear the upper weight and collapsed with a crash, shattering into pieces. Not bad power. Cassius nodded with great satisfaction, exhaling a breath of sulfuric fumes. And this fourth circle spell, he had never accessed the fourth layer of the magic weave before. Moreover, Into the Flames was even more complex than typical fourth circle spells, as it was a blend of conjuration and evocation. Transforming the body into flames and reconstructing oneself as fire was an extremely sophisticated form of evocation, while transporting oneself to any area covered by their breath weapon was a form of conjuration similar to Misty Step. Into the Flames, chanting in Draconic, Cassius took a deep breath, exhaling a torrent of flames. Just as the last bit of energy left his mouth, his massive body merged directly into the blazing fire, becoming a complete embodiment of flames. Boom! A mass of fire in the shape of a giant dragon crashed into the stone wall, causing a booming echo throughout the cave and dislodging several stones. Such a complex spell, requiring simultaneous control over fire and teleportation. I still can't fully control the teleportation location. Ugh, that hurt a bit. Cassius shook his slightly sore head, muttering to himself. Fortunately, the thick skin of a red dragon made him indifferent to such a minor collision. While sorcerer casting was less precise than that of wizards, it still required a clear understanding of its operational principles and coordinated control. After testing a series of newly acquired abilities, Cassius fully recovered from the drowsiness of his slumber, feeling strangely exhilarated. With so much power gained, how could he resist testing it out? After sleeping so long, it's time to go out and have a look. The red dragon stepped out of the cave, passing over the guard inscriptions that Long Pu had previously set. These inscriptions would trigger an explosion, but Long Pu had excluded the red dragon from their triggering conditions. Passing through the dark underground passage, what had once seemed spacious was now a bit narrow for him. Finally, the red dragon saw the sunlight he hadn't seen in ages. Roar! Cassius let out a cheerful dragon roar. The sight before him was a nearly unrecognizable transformation of Ember's nest compared to before his slumber. At the entrance of the valley, the rock fortress had undergone multiple reinforcements, making it as unyielding as its name. The walls were over 10 meters high and more than 3 meters thick, equipped with catapults, giant crossbows, and other armaments. Hobgoblin guards stood ready atop the walls. Several tall watchtowers stood on either side, manned by sharp-eyed lizard folk archers on guard against any intruders. There were also broad wooden platforms on the hillside for the landing and takeoff of dragons. Inside Ember's nest, several wooden military camps had sprung up, built in a standard goblin style, to house the most elite hobgoblin forces. At the valley's depth, a towering stone tower stood proudly, its magical glow shimmering. The designer had clearly attempted to make it elegant and majestic, yet gave an impression of a tiger painting turned into a dog. A mage tower? That Longpoo guy really needs an aesthetic upgrade. Cassius looked at the hideous mage tower, especially that gaping maw of an entrance, with a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Within Ember's nest, the hobgoblins and lizard folk guards, along with the ogre's moving goods, all raised their heads to the sound. This was quickly followed by an uproar. What was that sound? Could it be? Having slept for 5 years, some of the more recent members had never seen Cassius' true form, only recalling the massive disturbance his slumber caused. It's the Master. The Master has awakened. So big, so powerful. In the name of Maglabiot, I've never seen such a massive dragon. I knew I made the right choice coming here. Cassius looked down upon his followers. Their numbers had greatly increased since before his slumber, and most had completed the transformation, becoming dragon-infused creatures with scales, claws, and other dragon-like traits. From the stone tower, a massive figure clumsily flew over Longpoo. Flight spell. Cassius observed the food ogre mage clumsily flying, a bit surprised. Huff, huff, huff. Master, you're finally awake. Longpoo landed heavily, panting. Cassius looked him over. Compared to before, the ogre in front of him was even fatter and sturdier. Longpoo no longer wore rough animal hides. He was dressed in a large robe sewn from several magical cloaks, with several rings on his fingers, clearly human magical accessories. Cassius chuckled. Longpoo, long time no see. You become quite prosperous, already able to erect a mage tower. Longpoo quickly bowed his head and replied, Master, these are all your riches, gathered from the reckless adventurers who came here uninvited. Give me a summary of Ember's nest's current status. Yes, Master. Longpoo cast a series of projections on the wall using spells he had prepared in advance. Like a corporate manager from Cassius' past life, Longpoo presented Ember's nest situation in various aspects, something Cassius had previously taught him, calling it a PowerPoint. Longpoo greatly enjoyed this refined approach. In this report, Longpoo covered territory and follower statistics, mining and metal smelting progress, the scale of beast taming, and even mentioned the ongoing construction of Bodor City. I must say, good job. Cassius sincerely praised him, finding this ogre remarkably talented. Though rough in many respects, this report was already impressive for an ogre. Hearing the red dragon's praise, the dragon-blooded ogre became ecstatic. It's all thanks to you, Master. Under your protection, we could achieve these minor accomplishments. Beep! The ogre's ring emitted a sound, and his expression immediately turned excited. Cassius looked at his wildly delighted, ugly face and asked in slight confusion. Longpoo, what's going on? Master, my alert spell has triggered. More adventurers have come. Longpoo's face lit up with the joy of a bountiful harvest. It seemed he had profited quite well from those adventurers. The bounty on the red dragon has risen to 10,000 gold coins. This amount would be a fortune in the northern kingdoms, let alone in the prosperous Florin Empire in the south or the wealthy port of Victoria by Moon Bay, especially for these poor adventurers. Such a sum is enough for a fledgling mage to build their own mage tower, or for a warrior to purchase a set of magic equipment that could be passed down for generations. Perhaps due to deliberate propaganda by the Lackman family, Ember's nest has been portrayed as a dangerous yet wealthy realm. Rumors say that within the Giant's Valley lies the treasure of a greedy red dragon, with endless streams of gold pouring from the valley. While no one truly believes such exaggerated tales from bards, it still leaves adventurers with the illusion that Ember's nest is a symbol of wealth. This allure has drawn countless adventurers, setting off from cities across the north, full of ambition and enthusiasm as they head for Storm Highlands, though most of them never return. Of course, these adventurers aren't all overconfident fools. Some come well prepared, like the 20-member adventurer group currently hiding behind a rock. But now, they've concealed themselves beyond normal sight. Invisibility potions all downed. Yes, and the scent masking potions too. Put them on. Dragons can use their forked tongues to taste the air, and their sense of smell is unbelievably keen. Stay alert. The speaker was a mage in his 20s, dressed in a purple robe, holding a hollow wooden staff, his expression slightly tense. His name was Bennett, a minor noble from Victoria Port, who had assembled an elite mercenary team from various places, arriving here after months of preparation. According to intelligence from Northwind Fortress, the dragon had been sleeping for a long time. Bennett, you might be too nervous. It's just a young dragon, possibly even smaller. So what if it's a red dragon? We've investigated survivors, and your divination spells also confirmed that the information was correct. Even if they were shaking with fear, just look at those cowards, terrified by a young dragon. A brawny warrior with scars covering his face laughed. His name was Ivan, a seasoned warrior from the Floran Empire, who had once killed an adult green dragon with a 30-man party, making him enthusiastic about dragon slaying. A rogue in a black cloak, his face hidden, spoke. Around 7 to 8 meters in size, a breath attack with precision targeting. Aside from some exaggerations, there doesn't seem to be anything particularly special. His name was Vincent, a member of a thieves' guild. Ivan laughed heartily. So much time has passed, and this dragon hasn't been defeated. The only reason is that the Northerners are too weak. They can't even handle those white beasts, let alone a red dragon. But we're different. I'm a dragon slayer. Bennett scolded. Damn it, Ivan, put aside your bravado. Even a young red dragon isn't easy to deal with. Moreover, it's established a powerful force. Our goal this time is to sneak in and kill the sleeping dragon, then take all the treasures from its hoard. Understand? If there's no good chance, don't bother with the dragon. Head straight for the hoard. Ivan scoffed at this. Sneaking around like thieves in the shadows. I didn't sneak when I slew dragons. Vincent, usually silent, couldn't help but retort. Shut your mouth, stinkier than a goblin's. Ivan glared, ready to argue, but Bennett quickly intervened. Shoo, quiet. He pointed ahead, where a patrol of hobgoblins was returning. Bennett whispered, Follow them. They should lead us to Giant's Valley. Damn, these hobgoblins are huge, dragon-like, even wearing armor. These must be the dragon's claws the Northerners mentioned. Everyone, stay hidden and follow them. No direct confrontation. The adventurers trailed the hobgoblin patrol, moving closer until they could see the rock fortress in the valley. They hid behind an outcrop on a hillside, observing the fortified walls. Numerous hobgoblins standing guard, with catapults, giant crossbows, and high watchtowers nearby, and wyverns patrolling the sky. By Carnass, this is practically a fortress. Ivan couldn't help but exclaim. He had seen far more imposing walls in the Empire, but he never expected such fortifications at a monster's lair. No, this is a fortress. There must be humans collaborating with them. Otherwise, these monsters couldn't possibly have these things. The usually taciturn paladin, Tristan, observed the armored hobgoblins, his brow furrowed as if lost in thought. Bennett gazed at the fortress, his mood complicated. On the one hand, it meant this place was indeed rich, with a substantial hoard. But on the other hand, escaping safely was now a concern. After a moment of thought, he spoke. You all see it now. These dragon followers aren't just common goblins. If we engage them directly, it'll be hard to get away. So we have to sneak in, no direct combat. Roar. His words were cut short by a distant roar. A dragon's roar? Could it be it woke up? Bennett's heartbeat quickened. After months of preparation and thousands of gold spent, this was a high-stakes gamble. He couldn't let it end here in failure. Ivan, though intimidated by the fortress, kept walking forward, saying, What's there to fear? Just a young dragon. We just need to lure it out of its lair. Crack! He stepped on the ground ahead, where intricate runes suddenly lit up and flames erupted. Oh no, it's a guard inscription. Get back! Bennett quickly raised his staff, casting a pre-prepared spell. Protection from energy damage. A thin, translucent membrane appeared around them, barely shielding them from the oncoming flames, though Ivan's lead foot was scorched black, eliciting a groan of pain. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Bennett muttered, "Damn it! How is there such a spell here?" The guard inscription had completed its rune explosion, but Bennett noticed a chain-triggered rune in the corner of the rock. It was an alarm spell. It's an alarm spell. Damn it, this is a dragon's lair. How can it be littered with spells like a mage tower? Could it have foreseen we would hide here? That's simply impossible. Bennett's face darkened at the thought. His breathing quickened, his heart pounding, as a terrifying possibility dawned on him. This was a spell-loving dragon. It had likely anticipated that his team would hide here, preparing in advance like a meticulous wizard. This was no place of fame and fortune. This was a death trap laid by an evil dragon mage, and they were the prey stepping right into it. Thunder rumbled in the distance, mirroring Bennett's current dread. Retreat. Quickly, everyone retreat. The red dragon is coming. Bennett swung his staff, shouting, unwilling to die in this wilderness as food for monsters. Yet he found his teammates standing still, staring up at the sky, and felt a surge of anxiety. "Why are you frozen? Run." Ivan looked up, his voice trembling. "I think it's already here." Bennett felt a vast shadow engulf him, cold sweat dripping down his face. He stiffly turned his head. Dear God, what a red dragon it was, a massive creature, 15 meters long, nearly the size of an adult red dragon. It was covered in golden red scales, energy fragments orbiting its body like thousands of tiny stardust particles, surrounded by blinding flashes of lightning. Behind it, rolling storm clouds and a fierce gale approached, the brilliantly radiant red dragon hovering within, wings beating as if it were the master of the storm. Damn northerners, the intelligence they provided. They dared to call this a young dragon? Bennett barely wiped the cold sweat from his brow, muttering to himself. He recognized the spell in the sky. It was the 8th circle spell Control Weather. His mentor had shown it to him before. It was definitely beyond his own half-baked skills. The red dragon in the sky wore a hint of mockery on its face. "Humans, how dare you intrude upon my territory?" The voice boomed like thunder, leaving their ears ringing. Then the red dragon dove down, slowly opening its mouth, light gathering at its throat. "Oh no, it's dragon breath. Prepare yourselves." The team snapped back to reality, quickly adopting battle stances. They were seasoned adventurers. Although awed by the sight, they swiftly regained composure and readied for battle. The paladin Tristan raised his dragon scale shield, standing at the front, activating the spell dragon light shield from his equipment, casting a gentle glow around them. "Wall of Force," Bennett chanted, conjuring a massive, invisible barrier in front of them to withstand the incoming breath, a solid defensive spell. Vincent silently unslung his black longbow, retrieving a dragon-slaying arrow from his cloak and notching it on the string. Ivan gripped his longsword, muscles taut, fingers tracing the green scale on his sword, muttering a prayer. Boom! Blazing white-hot flames spewed from the red dragon's mouth, the intense heat distorting the air, a tide of flames crashing towards them, briefly held back by the combined spells of Wall of Force and Dragonlight Shield. It seemed to be just a probe, but sweat again dotted Bennett's brow. He felt his spell almost breaking. Such terrifying flames. He thought to himself. Ivan shouted, "If this keeps up, we'll be ash. Attack! Follow my lead." The seasoned warrior sidestepped to avoid the flames, watching the approaching red dragon closely, then leaping several meters high. Yet before he could touch the dragon's scales, he was struck by the surrounding lightning. Stormbound body. And it didn't end there. The red dragon's claw struck him. The crackling lightning surged through the warrior's body, while a bolt as thick as a bull shot down from the clouds, striking him directly. Ivan's form glowed, almost translucent, his bones visible. He fell to the ground, charred. Ivan died that way, but he had bought his teammates precious moments for an attack. Whoosh! Vincent released the bowstring. The black dragon-slaying arrow aimed straight for the red dragon's heart. The arrow was etched with magic runes to harm dragons, soaked in dragon blood, crafted for dragon slaying. Blazed through. As the last bit of energy left its mouth, the red dragon's huge body transformed into a burning inferno. The black arrow flew through the flames, dropping feebly to the ground without inflicting any damage on the red dragon. Where? Vincent muttered in frustration, seeing nothing but roaring flames before him. Even his rogue's sharp instincts couldn't pinpoint the enemy. Alert! Damn, what's that? The flames before the adventurers shifted, rapidly gathering and taking shape, forming a massive dragon. Thunderous roars emanated from the fire. How dare you challenge me? The red dragon surged forward from the flames. Its lightning-enveloped form shattered the wall of force, leaving Bennett trembling. The adventurers fired a barrage of arrows, but the red dragon's surrounding energy fragments deflected them effortlessly. Thunderclouds blanketed the land as lightning bolts rained down, precisely striking the panicking adventurers. Scatter! Scatter! Tristan, the paladin, urgently raised his dragon-scale shield, standing firm, shouting commands. His teammates scrambled in different directions. Yet the red dragon gathered power, unleashing multiple short bursts of flame that struck the rogue, Vincent. Bang! The fragile rogue fell, his charred body blending into his black cloak, clearly lifeless. The next moment, a bolt as thick as a bowl descended, striking the paladin atop his head. His dragon-scale shield could block dragon attacks, but not lightning. Ah! Tristan screamed in agony. Thunderclouds covered the sky, lightning flashing, flames and thunder ravaging the ground. The red dragon rampaged, ruthlessly destroying the adventurer party. Bennett stared at the devastating scene, hands trembling as he raised his staff, casting a long-prepared spell with all his might. Hold monster! A red magical light shot forward. This was supposed to be their trump card for dragon slaying, but now it was their desperate lifeline. Yet, to his shock, a shimmering barrier appeared around the red dragon. The surrounding magic web was forcibly smoothed, making spell casting impossible. Magic negation field. Bennett felt despair wash over him, his suspicions solidifying. This was a damned, spell-loving dragon. Watching the red dragon relentlessly slaughtering and closing in, Bennett finally made a decision. This damned, spell-loving red dragon was unbeatable. He could only abandon his hard-recruited adventurer party and escape from this death trap. Damn it, I have to get out of here. Sorry, everyone, but I'm still on the path to pursuing truth. Bennett justified his actions with a lofty excuse. As a wizard, he naturally had numerous ways to escape. Bennett removed the silver pendant hanging from his neck, shaped like a delicate little door. Dimensional door. He prayed to the goddess of magic while muttering the spell. The pendant glowed with magical light. The space beside Bennett warped and folded, and a doorway-like rift gradually appeared, leading to Victoria Harbor, his familiar homeland. Bennett's face lit up with joy, and he rushed towards the dimensional door. Finally, I can leave this cursed place. But before he could finish his sentence, the red dragon's shadow enveloped him, its magic negation field nullifying the nearby magic web, causing the rift to close and stabilize as if it had never existed. Where are you trying to go? Uninvited guest. The red dragon looked down at the wizard, its massive head appearing especially menacing. Bennett looked up at the dragon, his hands trembling as he clutched his staff, cold sweat pouring from his forehead as he forced an awkward smile. His robe detected the danger and automatically cast a shield spell on him, though it provided no real sense of security, only a strange awkwardness. I am staying right here, not going anywhere. Bennett stammered. What are you here for? A hint of amusement flickered in Cassius's golden eyes. This group, half of whom he'd already slain, was undoubtedly elite, with most members being advanced level 10 adventurers. Against an ordinary young red dragon, they might have succeeded, but they had encountered Cassius. However, Cassius wasn't the stereotypical bloodthirsty red dragon. These adventurers kept coming. It would be more worthwhile to squeeze every last bit of value from them, rather than merely slaughtering them all. Hearing the dragon's question, Bennett was struck speechless. He glanced at the surviving teammates beside him, all of them trembling, unable to speak. They couldn't possibly tell this cruel, arrogant red dragon that they were here to slay it, or they'd surely be incinerated or devoured alive. Just as the tense silence was stretching and the dragon was beginning to grow impatient, a bard stepped forward, mustering his courage. This bard was handsome, clad in a green robe, and carried a finely crafted lute on his back, though he looked rather battered, his robe torn and singed from the recent battle. His name was Eugene, here to pen the epic of dragon slayers. Just as everyone, including the dragon, expected him to deliver some grand speech, Eugene knelt down without hesitation, tears in his eyes, and shouted, "O mighty flame dragon king, your claws can tear any foe apart. Your flames can scorch all of creation. Your strength strikes fear even into the gods. We followed your footsteps to witness your glory, but we dared trespass into your territory. It was an act of blasphemy. They've paid for their recklessness with their lives. And as for the rest of us, we're nothing but humble beings, willing to become your eternal servants. Just to gaze upon your magnificent form, even death would be worthwhile." His flattering words were so unexpectedly poetic that everyone else could only stare, stunned, before they, too, knelt, begging for the dragon's mercy. This guy is a real talent, Cassius thought, amused by the bard's rhythmically flattering words. The red dragon exhaled a breath of sulfuric heat, making everyone's eyes water, though none dared to move. "You speak well." Eugene, kneeling, heaved a sigh of relief. He dared to lift his head slightly, noticing the dragon's expression had softened, and inwardly rejoiced. It's true. Dragons are indeed vain. Thank the gods, this intelligence was accurate. Just as they were starting to feel relief at the thought of forgiveness, Dolo arrived, leading a group of strong hobgoblins who quickly surrounded them. But it still lacked some passion. Cassius wasn't a simple-minded brute, and certainly wasn't fooled by such obvious lies. He simply found the flattery entertaining. "Take them all to the dungeon," the red dragon ordered offhandedly. "Yes, master." Dolo immediately bowed in response, ordering the dragon-blooded hobgoblins to roughly drag away the kneeling adventurers. Under the dragon's gaze, none dared resist, knowing the outcome if they did. Their companions' bodies were still warm. The ogre mage Longpu arrived late, wobbling awkwardly through the air, clearly still mastering the flight spell. But Longpu was brimming with excitement, his face filled with the joy of a bountiful harvest. "Master, see? I knew those adventurers would hide here. Ha! That giant rock looks natural, but was placed here deliberately by me. It's the only spot nearby where they could spy on Rock Fortress." He pointed at the runes. "Every time adventurers hide here, they trigger my guard inscriptions, get half killed, and then set off my alarm spell. When they try to flee through the back passage, they hit an automatic web trap, and a giant boulder inside rolls down. Unfortunately, it didn't trigger this time." Longpu sounded almost disappointed. Cassius's mouth twitched slightly, momentarily speechless. Longpu then asked, "Master, what will you do with these adventurers?" "Take all the magical items from that wizard, especially the dimensional door pendant, then drain every spell from his mind. Whether he lives or dies afterward is irrelevant. You could keep him as a dragon-blooded minion for you, or kill him to prevent any future trouble. As for the others, kill half of them and let the rest escape, but make sure they believe they managed to flee by their own strength." As for the bard, Cassius's face showed a hint of amusement. "Make him a scribe and have him draft some PR articles. Assign someone to monitor his progress. If he doesn't write at least 12,000 words daily, he's not allowed to rest. Even if he has to take stimulants, he must keep going." "Yes, master." Longpu couldn't help but marvel at his master's knack for tormenting others. In the near future, those adventurers who believe they escaped with their lives will spread tales of the Red Dragon's power across the northern lands. building momentum for the next actions of Ember Nest and attracting the attention of various Enzita races. It will also spark widespread discussion in human cities like Northwind Fortress. And under Cassius's orders, that bard will tirelessly compose and recite popular verses glorifying the red dragon's might, spreading them across the north. After all, the bard himself had requested this. Cassius would see to it he got exactly what he wished for. Cassius wasn't afraid of anyone seeking him out. He had grown exceedingly confident in his power. Here, in the barren northern Enzita wasteland, he could act almost unrestrainedly. Of the 20-member party, half of the high-level professionals had turned into Cassius's experience points. Cassius lay lazily in the cave, amusedly examining the magical items stripped from Bennett. The dimensional door pendant looked no larger than a tiny ring on Cassius's massive claw, just barely fitting his thick finger. The shield cloak appeared no more than a handkerchief, while the hollow engraved wooden staff resembled nothing more than a toothpick. In a nearby chest lay hundreds more pieces of equipment, glowing with magical light. There were swords, shields, staffs, and amulets of every variety, some still stained with blood. To Cassius, none of the items seemed particularly valuable. Most were lifelines for ordinary adventurers, items he could only rate as rare at best on his status screen. For example, the Whisper Greatsword might be considered a divine piece for early players, but to the Red Dragon, it was nothing but a trinket. These were items Longpu had accumulated over the years from adventurers, with only a few left for his own research, the rest sent to Cassius. This crafty ogre had even spread stories about the Ember Nest treasure, and circulated several false maps through merchant caravans to lure adventurers to their deaths. It was no wonder he'd managed to build a mage tower. TSK, greed beyond measure, just like a snake swallowing an elephant. Cassius set down the equipment and examined his status screen. You killed Human Archer, gaining 1100 XP. You killed Church Paladin, gaining 2900 XP. You killed Shadow Guild Thief, gaining 2900 XP. You killed Blood Dissolution Warrior, gaining 3900 XP. Your class level has increased to level 7. Choose to advance True Dragon Sorcerer level. Cassius held his breath, watching the screen. Unlike regular sorcerers who choose spells freely, the True Dragon Sorcerer's dragon spells are drawn randomly from one's bloodline, with a great deal of luck involved. Cassius had never considered himself particularly lucky. You delve into your bloodline, uncovering arcane knowledge from ancient dragons, gaining the additional dragon spell Terrifying Tremor, a 0-level cantrip, inducing fear in enemies and lowering their resistance to dragon fear. Cassius sighed. While not a powerful spell, it was still useful. Fortunately, due to his class advantage, he could choose a level 4 spell from his sorcerer's spell list. You gained a level 4 spell Polymorph. This renowned spell could transform visible creatures into a new form, though the form could not exceed the caster's control or power. Cassius sensed the enchantment spell in his mind and cast it. With his ability to tap into the 5th layer of the magic web, level 4 spells were swiftly mastered. Polymorph. The magic web shifted at his command, gathering and bending to his will. A delicate magical glow enveloped him, shrinking his massive, menacing body until he assumed a human shape. Yet the spell adapted to the caster's nature, so naturally, Cassius transformed into a young boy. Cassius regarded his new form a bit gloomy. In the mirror, he saw a boy around 12 or 13, with delicate features, golden eyes, fiery red hair, and sharp fangs, looking like a mischievous brat. But his gaze held a strange, haughty presence. Going out like this would be humiliating. I absolutely must not let the players see this form, or I'll end up on some peculiar websites. Determined, Cassius vowed to avoid revealing this form to players. He recast the spell, adjusting his appearance. The soft, magical glow flickered over him, shifting his features, changing his coloration, lengthening his form, and even modifying his face, a transformation akin to the plastic surgery sorcery of his previous world. Finally, A striking young man with black hair and golden eyes, exuding a calm aura, appeared in the mirror. He looked around 20, dressed in a dark red suit with gold trim. His noble features and golden eyes conveyed a sense of nobility, with a faint air of arrogance softened by elegance and composure. Now, that's more like it. Cassius nodded approvingly. He checked his status screen. Sorcerer Cassius, human form. Challenge rating, 8, 3,900 XP. In this form, my physical strength and spell casting are restricted, comparable to a high-level human sorcerer. In his human form, Cassius frowned, then dispelled the spell. His body expanded rapidly, his massive red dragon form reappearing in the cave. It feels better to be in my true form. Being bound by this body is uncomfortable. Cassius exhaled, releasing a blast of hot air in satisfaction. He examined his status screen, which had transformed significantly since his last slumber. Flame Dragon, Cassius. Name, Cassius Claudius Neurixius. Template, NPC, 271 days and 5 hours until open beta. Type, Gargantuan Dragon, Lawful Evil. Race, Young Adult Red Dragon. AC, 24, Natural Armor, Gilded Scales. Base Attributes, Strength, 26. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 23. Intelligence, 14. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 24. Skill proficiencies, Persuasion plus 12, Deception plus 8, Leadership plus 8, Stealth plus 6, Perception plus 8, Hunting plus 4, Arcana plus 4, Evasion plus 4, Knowledge Future plus 4. Damage immunities, Fire, Lightning. Senses, Blind Sight 10 feet, Dark Vision 60 feet, Passive Perception 16. Languages, Common, Draconic. Abilities, Resonant Storm Body, Potent Breath, Fire, Targeted Breath, Fire, Gilded Scales, Bloodline Blessing. Feats, Gilded Scales, Potent Breath Weapon, Targeted Breath Weapon, Battle Casting, Commanding Presence, Escape Artist, Silver Tongue. Combat Equipment, Storm King's Eye, Amulet of Magic Nullification, Dimensional Door Pendant, Ring of Agile Casting, Searing Staff, Amulet of Speak with Dead, Lava Spray, Blade Parry Ring, Silent Steps Amulet. Equipped Spells, Rechargeable, Vengeance Storm. Once per week, Control Weather. Once per day, Magic Nullification Field, Dimensional Door, Speak with Dead, Burning Hands, Scorching Ray, Blade Ward Grease. Class Level, True Dragon Sorcerer 7. Caster Level, 10. Spells, Level 4. Immolation Polymorph. Level 3. Energy Scales, Blink Protection from Energy, Fireball. Level 2. Shelter of the Egg, Enhance Ability, Misty Step, Shadow Blade, Invisibility. Level 1. Fog Cloud, Charm Person, Magic Missile, Shield Thunderwave. Cantrips, Terrifying Tremor, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Thaumaturgy, Prestidigitation, Message. Spell-like abilities, once per day. Suggestion, Challenge rating, 15, 13,000 XP. Evaluation, when flames streak across the sky, beware his arrival. Don't worry, there won't be much of him in human form. Beta testing is about to begin. Retrieving data, data retrieval complete. Beta duration, 365 days. Countdown to beta test start, 3 days. The beta test. It's finally here. Cassius looked at the information on his screen, exhaling a plume of flame in anticipation. He vaguely remembered there was a beta event in his past life, though he wasn't sure of the exact timing since he hadn't been among the lucky ones to receive a beta account. Besides, Erizig was practically unknown at the start, with no commercial advertising whatsoever. The official site merely posted a purchase link for GamePods. The game's popularity came later, thanks to its exceptional quality, eventually going viral worldwide. This beta version was also known as Fallen Star Origins, with only 1,000 player slots. Players would spawn in the Tiefling refugee camp without any main storyline, free to choose a faction, be it aiding the Tieflings, joining Lackman, or venturing to other northern nations. The beta's finale was marked by players uncovering Duke Brad's schemes, leading the Tieflings back to Northwind Fortress under Medralash's leadership. This was also why Cassius chose to shelter the Tieflings. Medralash, to Cassius, was a complete pragmatist, someone who suited his tastes. After the players arrived in the previous timeline, Medralash quickly recognized their formidable potential and used it to bolster his own power, opposing the then-powerful Lackman family. However, Cassius remembered clearly that just months after this beta phase ended, Erizig launched for general release, not adhering to the time frame indicated on his NPC screen. Time flows differently in Erizig than on Earth. Only when players enter do the two worlds sync, and Erizig time progresses 4 times faster than on Earth. When players returned after the first major update, over a decade had passed in Erizig. Cassius mused to himself, but this worked out well enough. He didn't want to sleep as a dragon for decades, only to wake up and find the players fully geared and ready for a dragon hunt. That would be humiliating. Data retrieval complete. Unlocking player interaction template. Evidently, this was the template for interacting with players. While the players hadn't arrived yet and the feature wasn't active, Cassius would be able to assign quests, sell items, teach skills, grant classes, and even adjust his rapport with players. Cassius had experienced this firsthand. In his past life, dealing with the NPC's mood swings was standard. One wrong word could wipe out rapport, turning friendly NPCs hostile in an instant. Unlocking faction alignment template. Unlocking player forum. Is this thing accessible to me too? Cassius was somewhat surprised. The player forum had been a hub for entertainment and discussion in his past life. While waiting to respawn, players would chat on the forums, saying things like, "Getting crushed by a rock isn't really dying," or "I didn't get one shot. I was tanking," as well as serious discussions on class builds and gear. In the forum, you could either laugh at posts or put yourself in the spotlight. Some even posted cringe-worthy declarations of love, drawing waves of mockery. Cassius clicked into the forum, finding it completely empty. It'll be active once the players arrive, I suppose. But before then, I need to talk with my followers. With that in mind, the Red Dragon stepped out of the cave, ready to instruct his followers in the art of handling players. The core approach was entice with rewards, threaten with force, otherwise known as the carrot and stick tactic. As for reasoning with them or appealing to their emotions, that was out of the question. It would only provoke some players' rebellious attitudes. When players first arrive, it's bound to create a fair amount of discord. Cassius knew these unruly individuals all too well. After all, he'd once been one himself, causing trouble left and right and maxing out everyone's hostility without even realizing it. And afterward, he'd feign innocence, posting on the forum, "I didn't do anything. Why is the whole town after me?" It was infuriating. Username: I eat a Mantu. Mantu was a game content creator whose videos primarily featured live gameplay of new games. He was a semi-wealthy guy with little to worry about, with over a dozen of the latest gaming pods at home. His daily job was to scour the internet for new games to try, whether My Virtual Girlfriend, LOTR, Gollum, Kong vs. Qin Shi Huang, or Junkyard Simulator. He didn't care much about game quality. As long as it garnered views, it was worth it. The materialistic age. In this era of fully immersive gaming, new titles were constantly emerging, but Mantu was starting to feel a bit digitally impotent. Even with an interactive beauty right before him, he felt nothing, unable to recapture the thrill of his younger days. Then, by chance, he came across a promotional video, or rather, gameplay footage, of Erizig, featuring no extra commentary, just a vivid world of swords and sorcery. Dragons soaring through the skies, knights raising their swords high. This reminded Mantu of why he played games in the first place, fantasy. Who wouldn't want to be the hero who saves the world? So he placed an order without hesitation, happily claiming a new game pod with a balance, now reading -8,000. What? No character customization? It's a facial scan system? That's going to turn off a lot of character design fans. And maybe some players who enjoy role-playing opposite genders, don't ask me how I know. In this age of fully immersive games, online relationships were a deep pool. action, voice, appearance. None could determine gender anymore. Manta knew this from a past, rather embarrassing online romance incident. Since it's a face-scan game, I guess my custom cosmic being is out. Connecting to neural network. Scanning your body data. Constructing your character. Character construction complete. Manta eats. Note: standard human attributes are 10. Strength 10. Dexterity 10. Constitution 11. Intelligence 12. Wisdom 10. Charisma 9. Well, thanks for acknowledging my intelligence. But why is my charisma only 9? In the game pod, Manta found himself once again shedding bitter tears, recalling an instance of being ghosted after revealing his appearance in an online relationship. Perhaps it wasn't the game pod's fault after all. There goes the immersion. Manta sighed as he kept up his usual gripes. Confirming starting location confirmed. Beta, start location. Coordinates 17834.452, 4.455, Bator City. Preparing for arrival. Welcome to Erzig. At last, the players had entered, inspired by a legendary creator. Bator City, player spawn point. In 5 years, this once desolate land had transformed into a thriving town. Today, Bator City spans several square kilometers, housing over 500 residents. The town has shops, taverns, blacksmiths, and tailors, each tiefling managing their role. Though these buildings are rudimentary, more like wooden, stone-built camps, they evoke memories of life in Northwind Fortress, giving the residents a renewed hope for the future. In the center of the town square stands a colossal stone statue, a red dragon, the master of this place. Unlike typical towns, monsters and humanoid beings coexist here. Goblin guards patrol the streets, drakes rest in the square, and ogres order meals for 10 in the tavern. While some conflicts do occur, Medralash's oversight keeps basic order in Bator City intact. But the order he has painstakingly maintained may be broken today. Listen up, everyone. Don't believe a single word they say. Anyone who attacks directly, execute on the spot. Medralash led a squad of guards toward the cave, his face solemn, braced as if facing a formidable foe. According to the master, these peculiar starfallers were nothing to take lightly, though they might be a force worth utilizing. Manta noticed a white light before his eyes, and, in a blink, found himself in a cave. The ground was solid rock, and flickering torchlight danced on the walls, with light streaming in from a distant exit. He tried moving his arms and legs, pinched his cheek. There was no lag or awkwardness. It felt almost identical to reality, which left him in awe. Whoa, this is insanely real. Watching a video can't convey this. Right now, it feels this is literally like the real world. Filled with anticipation, Manta walked out of the cave and into a small square at the entrance, where hundreds of players were already gathered. Above their heads floated a variety of nicknames. His Aida Mantu was quite normal compared to names like the Great Confucius, Filth Queen Worm, or Heaven Has a Well, but it's naturally empty, names that were already accepted as usual. No beginner quest here, huh? But this immersion is insane. I have to rope my friends into this. So what can we do now? DM me for study materials. Over 1,000 G of full immersion content. Endless knowledge awaits. Wow, there's even an Oats guy in here. Get lost. I'm destined to be a grand wizard. Beauty won't distract me from my path. You fiend, take this. Players chattered excitedly in the square, curiously examining everything around them. After all, Erzig's fully immersive experience was hailed as unprecedented, offering a 100% real tactile sensation that astonished them. Following tradition, let's check. Whoa, what the heck? Can this even be shown? Manta was about to check his interface when he noticed a player next to him with the ID Wings of Freedom, stripping off his tattered clothes. As he stood there bare, his lower half was conveniently covered by a blinding holy light. Finally, I'm free. The guy spread his arms wide, mimicking Rose's pose at the front of the Titanic, his radiance dazzling nearby players. Dude, you're for real? Don't you know this is a face-skin game? Manta left with a parting word of friendly advice, leaving the poor guy to wail in regret. Turns out, there are still plenty of people who click through the user agreement without reading, skipping straight to the game without a thought. Ultimately, they pay for their own recklessness. Manta sighed. Well, at least it made for good content. But soon, players' attention shifted from the holy light guy to the approaching tieflings, forming a line and stealing the spotlight. These must be our guide NPCs. But I did some research, and there's a favorability system, so be careful what you say. Manta whispered to himself. A player named Whitewater Wanderer shouted, "Where are those red-skinned horned NPCs? Demons? Can we kill them? How about we try?" Instantly, dozens of tieflings fixed their gaze on him, their eyes brimming with anger. Were it not for their leader's command, they'd have likely minced him on the spot. Never mind, forget it. Haha, I was just kidding. Why so serious? Whitewater Wanderer gave an awkward laugh, his screen flashing with -50 favorability notifications. See? Told you, don't run your mouth. But the AI here is legit. It even recognizes what players say. Manta smirked, somewhat pleased at Whitewater Wanderer's predicament as he continued his commentary. He knew this guy, a notorious full-immersion troublemaker whose claim to fame was stealing chickens in Elder Scrolls X and getting chased down by an entire village. But of course, that wasn't the end of it. Whitewater Wanderer slipped to the back of the line of tieflings and tossed a small stone at the lead tiefling's head. Whoosh! The stone traced a graceful arc in the air, only for Medralash, without turning, to catch it. But the next instant, another pebble struck his armor with a crisp clang. The air grew tense, and everyone stared in stunned silence. At last, Damicus, who had been silent, hesitantly asked, "Captain, what should we do?" Even a usually composed Medralash was at a loss for words. Medralash had seen all types, even those who stripped in the square, but never had he encountered someone reckless enough to risk their life just to toss a pebble. Assaulting the army, kill. He crushed the stone in his hand, his voice tinged with rare irritation. The tieflings, having long endured Whitewater Wanderer's antics, seized this opportunity and drew their bows, aiming every shot at him. Within seconds, he was bristling with arrows. Raising an arrow-pierced arm, Whitewater Wanderer used his last breath to say, "Though I die, I am still Whitewater Wanderer." With those final words, he exhaled contentedly and passed away. But instead of frightening the players as Medralash had hoped, the players erupted in laughter. Good NPCs still outnumber the bad ones. R.I.P. Whitewater Wanderer. No way. I'm sneaking in his pod later to max out his pain threshold. Manta was laughing to tears. Ha ha, this guy's a legend. He just pulled a borrowed arrow's move and turned himself into a porcupine. The tiefling guards watched these humans, irritated by their careless laughter. But Medralash folded his arms, thoughtfully observing the crowd. It seems we can't judge these Starfallers by common sense. The chatter, but he pressed on. Warriors from unknown lands. I am Medralash, steward of Bator City and tiefling warrior under the Red Dragon's command. You may call me Medralash. By my master's order, I am here to welcome you. But our city of Barto and the entire Ember Nest do not welcome idle hands. You must prove your value to me. As you can see, Bator City is still under construction. We hope you'll contribute your strength to its growth. Medralash tried to sound stirring, but few players, aside from hardcore role players, were actually listening. That gear is slick. He must be at least mini-boss level, muttered Mantu, instinctively pulling up his interface to use Inspect. Loading data. Data loaded. Based on your current power level, here's the information you can observe. Medralash, the Oathbreaker. Faction, Ember Nest, Bator City. Base abilities. Challenge rating. Favorability, -5, mild dislike. According to the official guide, if the challenge rating is 5 levels above yours, information won't show up. This starting NPC is that strong. Wait, why did my favorability go negative? He looked up to see the tiefling staring at him with a dangerous glint in his eye, clearly aware of his prying. Whoa, even Inspect can get you caught. Sheepishly, Manta dismissed the panel and stood at attention, listening obediently. Medralash cast a warning look over the crowd before continuing. You may take on tasks, and Bator City will reward you accordingly. Everyone wait. He paused. Captain, we found him, reported Damicus, stepping forward. Several burly tiefling guards dragged a newly arrow-riddled body from the cave, placing it next to the previous one. It was the same Whitewater Wanderer. Only this time, he hadn't even managed to utter his final line. Medralash already knew from Cassius that players could revive and understood the limits on their resurrections. In Erazig, players could revive once every 10 minutes with an experience penalty based on their level, and they were limited to 3 revives per day. A third death would leave them stuck chatting in the forums. No way, this NPC's actually smart. Camping respawn points? Official AI is just here to mess with our minds. Finally, Whitewater Wanderer is getting what he deserves. This guy once drew the final boss to our main city and wrecked the place. Let him suffer and break his spirit. I think I'm becoming a fan of this NPC. Seeing a player get spawn-camped pains me, but when it's Whitewater Wanderer, I'm thrilled. Good NPCs still exist. Medralash's face broke into a chillingly kind smile. Please be silent. Consider this a minor warning. This time, as soon as he spoke, the players fell silent, like school kids caught by a teacher. After all, nobody wanted to be spawn-camped at the start. Medralash's words held particular weight as he stood by Whitewater Wanderer's arrow-strewn body. Medralash then followed the Red Dragon's instructions and began explaining the town's services. The blacksmith sells weapons and armor. Food and water are sold in the marketplace. Drinks are available in the tavern, which also has rooms on the second floor. You can accept quests at the task board in the square and collect reward from the Bator City Adventurers Guild. Following Medralash's explanation, the players got a rough understanding of Bator City. As quests became available, task data appeared on their panels, including building the city walls, constructing homes, hunting, and taking down hostile creatures. Rewards were based on task difficulty and resources used, while faction contribution points were managed by Cassius as faction leader. Most of the tasks were life-oriented, mostly grunt work, with minimal monster fighting for leveling up. After all, the Ember Nest practically controlled Storm Highlands, and the few monsters left could only be found deep in the forests. So many tasks. This Wild Boar Hunt quest gives a full city guard kit. Watch me start with OP gear. You can even beat a chicken with these stats. You can't beat a chicken. Why are there so many grunt work tasks? Freshly logged in, the players were so engrossed in the range of tasks that they barely noticed Whitewater Wanderer's body being carried out again. Meanwhile, in the sky above, the once fierce Red Dragon was now covered in wounds, moaning softly, her body scarred deeply, with a golden radiance seeping into her injuries, constantly corroding them. Her wing membranes were tattered like torn cloth, each flap making a whistling sound through the gaps, adding to the desolate sight. Yet she only considered this opponent troublesome, not believing that they could completely defeat her. After all, she was a red dragon, wielding Tiamat's power, possessing scorching flames, and having various means yet unused. Boom! The red dragon struggled to land on the mountain, causing the rocks to rumble and loose stones to fall. For the first time, hesitation crept into her voice. Half-elf, you are strong. Unlike those mortals, your power far surpasses theirs, so you are worthy of a noble true dragon's attention. Become my vassal, and together we can rule the Anzita wilderness. But the half-elf paladin did not respond, only slowly raising her silver sword, her gaze resolute. Her slightly charred silver armor still faintly glowed. To pursue sworn foes or banish lesser evils, I vow to challenge greater wickedness. And to sworn enemies, there shall be no mercy. Rhea leaped lightly into the air, the silver sword in her hand emitting a light akin to the glow of a setting sun. Though not particularly bright or intense, it carried a steadfast resilience, a light that would shine even in the darkest hours. This was the origin of the name Twilight Blade. Spirit of vengeance. With a clear shout, countless ethereal spirits appeared around the half-elf paladin. They were children burned to death in a fire, mothers crushed under collapsing homes, men who raised pitchforks to fight only to be turned to ash by dragon flames, warriors who stood against evil but were crushed by claws, and paladins burning with a will for vengeance. Rhea began to fly, ethereal black wings sprouting from her back, making her resemble an avenging angel. At that moment, she was high above the mountain peak. Roar! Arclenia let out a furious roar, her absolute red dragon pride refusing to let any lesser creature dare look down on her. Now, the power flowing through her bloodline surged to its peak, unleashing primal, brutal physical strength, using the red dragon's specialty, close combat. She launched herself forward with unmatched momentum. Boom! The impending clash of two mighty forces caused the mountain to tremble and the entire Anzita wilderness to shake. This sight made Cassius, who was fleeing for his life, unable to resist turning his head to sneak a glance at the terrifying scene. Holy slash! Rhea gathered all her strength, gripping her silver sword and striking down, disregarding the red dragon's ferocious, gaping maw. The silver longsword was cloaked in twilight's radiance, slicing diagonally. Swish! The sword sliced through the dragon's scales, harder than armor, with ease, tearing through her searing, pulsing veins and flesh. The ethereal spirits around her formed a massive legion, roaring and charging at the red dragon's wounded neck. Each impact drove the wound deeper by several feet. In immense pain, Arclenia threw her head back and let out a wail, but the reflexive movement only worsened the wound, sending hot blood gushing like a spring. Ow! The red dragon started with a painful cry, but once her throat was completely severed, she could no longer make a sound. It all happened so fast that the red dragon didn't have time to swing her mighty claws or lash her thick tail. She didn't even have time to unleash her unmatched power granted by Tiamat. But the silver sword had mercilessly severed her throat. The red dragon, stretching dozens of meters in length, struggled midair before her wings went limp, and she fell heavily onto the mountainside. Boom! The earth trembled as her massive body rolled down the slope, bringing an end to her evil and greedy life. Her soul might be claimed by Tiamat, or it might be shattered by the spirits of vengeance. But one thing was certain. This red dragon was dead. Meanwhile, at the foot of the southern slope of Cloud Peak, an avenging angel with wings, a top-tier black knight, truly terrifying. Time to go, time to go. Cassius couldn't help but sigh. Near legendary level power, a top existence even in the 4.0 version of the previous life, with only a few hundred among tens of millions of players reaching that level. And those who could step into the legendary path were even rarer. With this in mind, the young red dragon became even more determined to escape, quickly using the ability of the swift mage's ring he had swallowed to cast a spell on himself. Grease the Sauls. Instantly, his speed became even swifter. Cassius dashed like a red streak of lightning, sprinting toward the distant forest. As for flying, he dared not risk it now. If luck ran out and this near-legendary paladin sensed him, he might be struck from hundreds of meters away with an anti-evil slash, sending him directly to Tiamat. That was a near-legendary paladin, after all. Having innate divine sense was only natural. Cassius was too busy with his frantic escape to think of anything else. He had no idea that the half-elf paladin now stood atop the mountain peak, her body drenched in the still warm dragon blood, looking down toward the southern slope of Cloud Peak, the very direction the young dragon was fleeing. A trace of doubt flickered in Rhea's amber eyes. For in her perception of evil vision, the young red dragon in the distance was not cloaked in the black aura representing the evil alignment typical of red dragons. Instead, he bore the colorless aura representing the neutral alignment. A neutral red dragon? How could that be? After a brief moment of thought, she raised her silver sword, pointing it in the young dragon's direction, deciding to investigate further. Monster hold! As her silver sword pointed, A glimmer of magical light shot into the distance. If it hit, that young red dragon would be immobilized, unable to move. But just as the light was about to touch the dragon's scales, an invisible barrier suddenly appeared around Cassius, blocking the monster hold completely, then shattering. Spell nullifying barrier. Cassius then stumbled upon a guidepost. A 5-minute beginner's guide to Erezig. The author's name seemed familiar. Singo, also known as S-Class, or infamously as Dog Sin, a seasoned solo immersive gamer. Not only was he highly skilled, but he also produced excellent guides, making him an unwavering beacon for many solo beginner players. In this guide, he primarily outlined mission completion methods and optimal choices for beginners, emphasizing 4 golden rules for picking missions. Choose money when there's money, gear when there's none. Faction contribution? Not even worth a dog's attention. Cassius narrowed his eyes, exhaling sulfur-scented heat. This won't do. If everyone just wants money, how will I profit without spending a dime? I'll need to put a stop to this trend. From a player's perspective, Singo's advice was indeed logical. Unlike gold or gear, which have inherent value and universal utility, Cassius's faction contribution points are more like a credit currency issued by the faction. Contribution points have an inherent drawback. They lack intrinsic value and only hold worth once circulated. Players need to be able to spend them, right? If there's nothing to buy, the contribution value plummets to 0, as players currently have no way to use these points. Cassius, aiming to make a profit off the players, must let them believe that faction contribution has potential value, creating an expectation that it's worth having. With that thought, Cassius smirked. Polymorph. Shimmering specks of magic flickered as the towering red dragon disappeared, replaced by a noble-looking young man with black hair, golden eyes, and a crimson robe. Time for a personal touch with the players. Flying Flame Dragon, Cassius. Name, Cassius Claudius Nerixius. Template, NPC, 4 years, 271 days, and 5 hours until open beta. Category, Super Large Dragon Type, Lawful Evil. Species, Young Red Dragon. AC, 24, Natural Armor, Gilded Scales. Basic Attributes, Strength, 26. Dexterity, 12. Constitution, 23. Intelligence, 14. Wisdom, 13. Charisma, 24. Skill proficiencies, Persuasion plus 12, Deception plus 8, Command plus 8, Stealth plus 6, Perception plus 8, Hunting plus 4, Arcana plus 4, Evasion plus 4, Knowledge, Future plus 4. Damage immunities, Fire, Lightning. Senses, Blind Sight 10 feet, Dark Vision 60 feet, Passive Perception 16. Languages, Common, Draconic. Abilities, Storm Echo Body, Empowered Flame Breath, Targeted Flame Breath, Gilded Shell, Bloodline Boon. Feats and Traits, Gilded Scales, Empowered Breath Weapon, Targeted Breath Weapon, Combat Casting, Leadership Aura, Escape Artist, Silver Tongue, Dragon Magic. Combat Equipment, Eye of the Stormlord, Anti-Magic Amulet, Dimensional Gate Necklace, Nimble Mage's Action Ring, Staff of the Scorcher, Amulet of Speak with Dead, Lava Sprayer, Ring of Blade Immunity, Silent Steps Amulet. Equipped Spells, Charge Release, Storm of Vengeance. Once per week, Control Weather. Once per day, Anti-Magic Field, Dimensional Gate, Speak with Dead, Burning Hands, Scorching Ray, Blade Ward, Grease Spell. Class Level, True Dragon Sorcerer 7. Spellcasting Level, 10. Spells. 4th Level, Fire Stride, Polymorph. 3rd Level, Energy Scales, Blink, Protection from Energy Damage. 2nd Level, Egg of Sanctuary, Enhance Ability, Misty Step, Phantasmal Force, Invisibility. 1st Level, Fog Cloud, Charm Person, Magic Missile, Shield, Cantrips, Shivering Fear, Mage Hand, Minor Illusion, Enemy Sense, Prestidigitation, Message, Scratch Spell. Innate Spell Abilities. Once per day. Suggestion. Challenge Rating, 15, 13,000 XP. Evaluation. When flames streak across the sky, Beware his arrival.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.